All right, guys. What is happening? Welcome back to my channel. Absolutely delighted to say that I have 2 days off in a row, and I'm absolutely buzzing. I'm delighted to bring in a stream. Camera check, mic check, Gunnosaurus is with me, and I'm in a good mood for once. And would you blame me, guys? We made up 2 points on City, and we made up 3 points on Tottenham, aka the scum. So, of course, I'm happy. It's been a good weekend for Arsenal, guys. Good start to the week for me. 2 days off, happy days, much needed rest. And yeah, I'm delighted to have this time just to bring the stream to you guys. I just want to start as always by thanking everybody for your continued support. You know who you are. People like my man here, McManus. People like Luke Chapman, a diehard Northampton Town fan. I'm just going to put up his post first of all, yeah. But welcome along to my channel, guys. A very warm welcome to everybody. Luke Chapman had to get in there with the first comment, but to be honest, he did that before the stream. The first comment, as I'm live, goes to this man. Yes, gangster. You goddamn right I'm gangster. You know what I mean? I got the scars to prove it. No, but listen, guys, welcome along to my channel. Yeah, great to be back. What can I say? We had a great weekend. We had a great win over Burnley. We had a great win over Sevilla in the Champions League. Look, I'm not saying that we won't have any. We're going to have much tougher games to come this season. But we're going well right now. We still need to strengthen in certain positions. I'm going to get into that later. Couple of stories coming out about Edu. Reportedly, McManus is probably going to choke on his dinner when he hears this. But he's probably going to hit the roof. But there's a story coming out like Edu saved us like the best part of 60 million. Because instead of getting Mudryk, he bought Trossard. So he's done that bit of business for us. But what about the Havertz business? We threw away 65 million. Anyway, I'm going to get into that later. People are being very picky and choosy. Yeah? I mean, say Edu saved us money on the Mudryk deal because we have Trossard and Trossard is banging in the goals. What about the money we threw away on Havertz? Guy met Edu, yeah? Seems like a nice guy. But nice guys don't go far in life. Oh man, it's going to be a fun stream, I swear to God. Let me put the link up for the stream here, yeah. Because I don't know who's going to be watching in a while. And let's see, maybe people want to jump on, yeah. Maybe people actually want to jump onto the stream. I mean, putting out the word anyway. So there it is, all right. Anyone wants to come on and jump onto the stream, be my guest. Well, big up to McManus and thank you for watching. Sad news today, guys, in the world of football. All right. Bobby Moore was laid to rest. Of course, he passed away a couple of weeks ago, guys. But yeah, big up Bobby Moore, man. Big up Bobby Moore. You know what I mean? Bobby Moore. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Bobby Charlton. I got Bobby Moore on the brain because I was watching the 1966 World Cup, yeah. I was watching the 1966 World Cup and I saw Moore lifting the trophy, yeah. But yeah, rest in peace to Bobby Charlton, guys. You know what I mean? McManus, you're fucking joking. Save us money. Havertz, that money could have got us a striker. What he really is. I'm serious. That's the news story coming out, guys. That is the news story, yeah. Let me just check on it there now, yeah. Let me tell the world about this, yeah. Seriously. Let me do it on my phone instead because then I can keep an eye on the stream screen, yeah. But yeah, I swear to God, that's the news story. He saved us over 60 million. And we're meant to be buzzing, supposedly. We're meant to be delighted about that, though. Here we go, man. Here's the story. I have it here in front of me on the phone, yeah. Bobby Moore's been dead for years, yeah. I was watching the 1966... I was watching the best of like Bobby Charlton, the Munich air disaster. He survived, of course, and then the 1966 final. I got Bobby Moore on the brain, by. Obviously, I know the difference between Bobby Moore and Bobby Charlton. But yeah, Arsenal saved £61.5 million as Burnley win. Further highlights Edu's transfer genius. That's what it says, yeah. Edu's transfer genius. God damn it, man. I swear to God. When I hear things like that, yeah, I just gotta laugh. But yeah. Arsenal signed Trossard after missing out on Mudryk to Chelsea in January, and they look to have got the better deal. Yeah, he's banging in the goals. He's doing well, yeah. The Matthew Upson thinks that missing out on Mudryk has proved a blessing in disguise for Arsenal. Maybe so, and maybe that money has been saved, but we threw away 65 million to Chelsea for Havertz, and he has been absolutely shocking for the team so far. So I don't know, bye. Make up your own minds, guys, okay? Make up your own mind. But yeah, it's unbelievable when you hear that. The story, I swear to God, I just saw it there as I was coming online, guys, as I was coming on to do the stream. I just saw it there, and I couldn't believe my eyes, guys, what I was seeing. Big up, man, seriously. I was going to say Bobby Moore's been dead for years. I got more on the brain. It's because I watched the 66 final, man, of him up, like, being hoisted up, holding the trophy. They're both called Bobby, you know what I mean? Easy mistake to make for a simple Irishman like myself. I never make that mistake with Roy Keane, though. There's only one Keane. To be fair, I'd rather Trossard, to be honest. Yeah, me too. He's a cracking player. But we threw away that money on Havertz. Oh, if we need to get a midfielder to replace Tom Partey, like we're being linked with Douglas Luiz at Aston Villa. Although Aston Villa really don't want to sell him. But we don't have the money, we're being told now. And we need a forward. We do need some goal scoring power, yeah? We do need a guy that's going to come in and bang in the goals. But yeah, Matthew Upson with his opinions. I've got my opinion. And you've got yours, man. You've got yours. But look, I'm going to talk a little bit about Bobby Charlton first. I almost said Bobby Robson. Jesus Christ. Between Bobby Robson, Bobby Charlton, and Bobby Moore. Arsenal Alex did a stream like about a month ago or a couple of weeks ago when Charlton actually died. And the title and everything, and he never commented on it afterwards, but I commented to him. I told him he had Bobby Robson, rest in peace, and he was talking about Bobby Robson. I was watching it going, oh, you know what I mean? I literally went like that, face palm. God damn it. Anyway, yeah, but Bobby Charlton, guys, what a player. I mean, seriously, the greatest player to come out of England. This is coming from an Irishman, yeah. I'm not emotionally connected. His brother Jack, of course, was our manager in our best period in international football. Bobby's brother Jack, he put actually Ireland on the map in international football in his time as coach. He, of course, played for Leeds United, not Manchester United. And, of course, he won the World Cup in '66 with England. But then he came over and he joined and he became the Irish manager. Like I said, he put the Irish football team on the map. You know what I mean? Which was a great achievement. So, yeah, there's a big connection there. But, yeah, rest in peace to Bobby Charlton. Yeah. My opinion, by far the most influential English player and the most influential player to ever play for Manchester United. When you consider what happened at the beginning, when he was a young lad, a 17-year-old, on that fateful flight out of Munich after the European tie, he survived. He got pulled from the wreckage of the plane. And from there was a little renaissance at United as much as there could be. They got into the cup final that year, a few months later, 3 months after the crash, but they lost 2-0, I think, to Bolton. But then they went on a run. Of course, he was successful with the national side winning the 66 World Cup. He won the European Cup in 67. He was part of the Holy Trinity of Dennis Law and George Best. So it was Moore, Best, and Law. A modest guy. People just, like, if you watch what Peter Schmeichel said earlier, he was laid to rest earlier today in Manchester. But if you watch what Peter Schmeichel said earlier today about him, I think that sums it up. I mean, the guy was modest to the core. But when he left the club as a player, of course, he helped to rebuild after the Munich air disaster. When he left the club as a player, he stayed on in a role like a technical advisor, almost like the Edu role. And he was he supported Alex Ferguson when he took over at the club in those difficult first couple of years before he achieved success. He always showed his support for the players, like Mark Hughes, Steve Bruce, Peter Schmeichel, Brian Robson. There's so many B's in England, I swear. There's Bobby this, Bobby that. Then there's Brian Robson. But he showed so much support, so much support. So big up to Bobby Charlton, man. He deserves all the accolades. You know what I mean? Easily the most influential player to ever play for Manchester United. And England's greatest sports star? I think so. Of any code of any sport, men and women's, I think that's fair to say. But rest in peace to Sir Bobby Charlton. Modest man on and off the field. He always made light of situations. You know what I mean? Always took the pressure off the young players and encouraged people. So, what more can I say? This is coming from an Arsenal man. He deserves every accolade he gets. And he was a gentleman on and off the field. When you look at somebody be disrespectful behaviour of some of the players today, they should hang their heads in shame. Because half of them, they weren't even fit to tie his boots. You know what I mean? Say no more about it. But super fans will be over the moon today who saved us money, and that's their problem. Now, I couldn't believe the headline when I saw it, man. I honestly thought I was seeing things. You know what I mean? And I haven't been on a mad one like you at the weekend, McManus. I'd be teetotal for the weekend. But I honestly thought I was seeing things when I read that story. I don't know, I'm bamboozled. My bam has never been so boozled. You know what I mean? I just don't know. Like the money that he cost us on Havertz. Like I said, I've met the guy. I've spoken to the guy. He seems like a nice guy. I shook his hand, all that, because he's one of the Invincibles. He's a hero of mine for being one of the Invincibles. All right, Jordy, I'm good, man. I'm good because after we lost to Newcastle, we got a win in the Premier League. So I'm happy enough. You know what I mean? After we lost to Newcastle, we're after winning 2 on the bounce. So I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you getting on? I hope you're good, yeah? Yeah, guys, if you haven't already, support this man's channel, yeah? Jordy, check out his channel, like his videos, subscribe to his channel. I'll drop a couple of comments, yeah? That's the main thing, guys. That's the name of the game. And if you sub to his channel, make sure you click on that notification bell. And the one thing I like about Jordy, in fairness, big up himself, man. Apart from the fact that soon he's going to be an Arsenal fan. Come over to the dark side, man. Come over to the dark side. Join the ranks of the AFC. I'm actually working in a hotel in central London, Jordy, at the moment. And I'm always trying to get guys to switch allegiance and come over to Arsenal. Now, I'm winding them up here, obviously. I'm absolutely tearing them apart. But I'm only joking with them, man. They know that. But I'd be trying to get them to join the ranks of Arsenal. Why not? You know what I mean? Come over to the dark side, guys. We got trophies and stuff. In fairness to Newcastle, though, you got a good team going on at the moment. And you know who's a very good player? I lived in Switzerland for 10 years, and I'm going back there in February to live again. I'm leaving the UK. I leave in London. But you know who was a brilliant player, man? A very famous Swiss player, Fabian Schär. Brilliant defender for Switzerland, yeah? He has developed and he has come on in leaps and bounds. He was always a very competent player, yeah? Tidy player, good on the ball, great defender, reads the game well. But he's come on leaps and bounds, man. Yeah, I was teetotal too. You were totaled more like. More like you were totaled by. Be honest, you wet yourself, didn't you? You wet your pants, McManus. Be honest now. Be honest. You were like, you know what I mean? You couldn't make it to the toilet. Be honest, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We've all been there. Look, we've all been there. Had a few too many at the weekend. Couldn't make it to the toilet. Little patch in the pants. It's fine. It's fine. You're among friends. All right, man. Yeah, Jordy. But the one thing I like about you, Jordy, apart from the fact you're a Newcastle fan of a team I actually like, I got no beef at Newcastle. Seriously. Is that you come on and you, when you see me live, you come on and you drop a couple of comments. And I like that because I want football fans on my channel now. That's what I want. I want football fans. We were just talking about the fact that Edu has actually supposedly saved money because Arsenal didn't buy Mudryk. Instead, we signed Trossard. And it was much cheaper. And Trossard is a very good player. He's doing the business. But what about the money wasted on Kai Havertz? Anyway, let me go on to the Premier League table here. Jordy, how are Newcastle getting on, man? Let's have a look. I was sorry that you lost last time out. Yeah, I'm not rubbing that in. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, but you'll bounce back, man. You'll bounce back. But you're still sitting pretty in the table. You know what I mean? You're still in 7th place. You're within striking distance. You're having a good season. The team is developing. I mean, Arsenal are down in 3rd. The way it sits at the moment, guys, of course, Manchester City were held to a 4-4 draw at Chelsea yesterday. If anyone saw that game, I saw the highlights, but people were saying that the highlights didn't do it justice. Yeah, watching it live, it was just an incredible match. I was working, of course, so I had no choice. But yeah, Manchester City are top on 28 points. They've won 3 of the last 5. They've drawn last time on, of course. Then come Liverpool. They've won 3 of the last 5. They're on 27. Goal difference of 17. Then come Arsenal. We've won 3 of the last 5. We have a goal difference of 16, and we've 27 points. So we're 1 goal behind Liverpool there. So they're second, we're third. Then come Spurs. They're a point behind us on 26 points. Then come the Villains, Aston Villa, 25. Then come Man United. Wow, they're up to 6th. They got a bit. There's a couple of points between them and the next teams, though. They're 4 points off 5th. Then come, when you consider the way they've been playing and the season they've been having, United, like they've, the thing with United is, Arsenal have played 12, won 8, but United have played 12, won 7. The only difference is that Arsenal have lost once, United have lost 5 times. They have no draws, United. With United, it's either a win or a loss. 7 wins and 5 losses out of 12. They got no draws, no nothing. Then come Newcastle, the Toon Army. Then come Brighton. Then come West Ham. And then Chelsea make up the top 10. At the bottom, you have Burnley, rock bottom, yeah. You have Sheffield United and then Luton. 20, 19 and 18. Bournemouth, they're on the fringe. They got that win against Newcastle. It was an important one for them. But yeah, they're on the fringe. Suffering, man, lost to Dortmund and Bournemouth. Yeah, but that's the thing. There's a few teething problems in the team, Jordy, but it's no more than that, I think. There's a couple of teething problems in the team, yeah, but it's no more than that. I honestly believe that it's no more than that. You know what I mean? A couple of little things with the team need to be fixed, but it's not a massive problem. You're going to have blips like that. The team is still developing. The team is improving. Maybe you need to sign a couple of players, but so do Arsenal, you know what I mean? We need a midfielder and a forward. Yesterday's match was just like prime Barclays Premier League match. What you mean the Chelsea Manchester City game, eh? The Chelsea Man City game. Yeah, like people have been telling me that the highlights haven't done it justice, yeah. Jordy, I want to ask you a question. How do you get the Newcastle colours on your tag? On your handle, yeah? On your channel name? How do you actually do that? I've always wanted to know, yeah? How do YouTubers actually do this? Because I'm not too computer savvy, yeah? My ex-wife did all of this, yeah? She did that, she did this. I'm not too savvy when it comes to these things, yeah? But how do you actually do that? How do you get these on? I always wanted to know, yeah? I'm just going to ask now, because if you don't ask, you'll never find out, yeah? Because I'm not good with these kind of things. You know what I mean? How do you actually do that? I always wondered, man, because it looks cool. Get the colours of the club, you know what I mean? I know it's probably a stupid question. Oh, you're probably laughing because it's so simple. But how do you do it? It's an emoji. Nothing special. Black and white emojis. It looks cool, though. I see people have it a lot of the time. And another thing, you know, in this message bar here, if you want to, you're getting all the questions now, man. If you want to actually, like if I want to highlight another, like if I want to highlight you or the McManus, like how do I highlight it that it actually comes up, like the comment directed to you? Is it like, do you do at or do you hashtag it, or how do people do that when they make the comment? Like you post the comment, yeah? Do you go at or do you hashtag it? How do people do that? I see people do that. I just can't figure it out. I'm not computer savvy, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit of a dumbass when it comes to that. But it's all right. It is what it is, you know. It is what it is. Can't know everything in life, man. All right. See, the football terrace is live. All right, let me check here on the analytics of this. 1 second. I'm just going into my YouTube studio here and see what's going on with the stream. Arsenal FC the season so far. Just listen to a bit of REM, guys. Everybody hurts. I don't know there's anybody like REM, but they're a good band, man. Four likes in the video, guys. Keep it coming. Keep smashing the likes for me, yeah. I lost 2 subscribers as well today for some reason. So if anyone wants to actually come in and sub to my channel, if they haven't already, please do. Or spread the word about my channel and your socials. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I lost a couple of subs, but it is what it is. I get over that. 5 people watching. Great to have you along. Great to have you along, guys. It's an emoji, mate. Nothing special. Black and white emojis. Yeah, I'm completely illiterate when it comes to these things. I swear to God. I'm not joking. I'm completely illiterate when it comes to these things. All right, let's check out the Premier League anyway. Like I said, that's the table, guys. The matches. Wolves beat Spurs 2-1, which of course was fantastic for Arsenal, guys. Man United beat Luton 1-0. Missed a hatful of chances in that game. Arsenal 3-1 up against. They went 3-1 up against Burnley, guys. They won 3-1. They got a red card towards the end. Fabio Vieira with a completely needless tackle, dangerous tackle. The goal scorers for us was Leandro Trossard. A very brave effort, guys, for the first goal. Then William Saliba got us 2-1 in front after Burnley had equalised to make it 1-1. Saliba from a corner with a powerful header. Classic header. And then Zinchenko, the politician, as I call him, and as Troops calls him, the politician, he got in with the third, guys, with a scissor kick. And that's the way it finished. 3-1, guys. Very welcome win. The 3 points, especially after Spurs had lost 3 points. We made up 3 on them, and we made up 2 on Man City. Of course, Man City drawing with Chelsea. Crystal Palace 2, Everton 3. Bournemouth 2, Newcastle 0. Villa 3, Fulham 1. Villa going very well right now. Banging in the goals. Brighton 1, Sheffield United 1. West Ham beat Forest 3-2. Liverpool thumped Brentford 3-0. And that game, guys, the game of the round, Chelsea 4, Man City 4. 8 goals at the bridge, guys, believe it or not. I passed the bridge early yesterday on the way to work. I passed the stadium. There was a real buzz in the air, guys. Of course, I was sticking up my finger as I was passing, as you do. But no one said nothing because obviously, you know what I mean, I can't have a row. Let me see who scored for Villa. He did it again by Ollie Watkins. I knew that. I've been championing this player for a long time, guys, that Arsenal should try to sign him, yeah. I've really been championing him, yeah. Big up Old School. You spelled Old School wrong. Bad, Anthony. Bad, Anthony. The top 6 or 7 is close. I mean, Man United are only 2 wins behind us. Exactly. But the thing is with United, Anthony, they either win or lose. 12 games, won 7, lost 5. And we've won 8. You know what I mean? So they've won 7 out of the 12, lost the other 5. Whereas we've won 8, and we've drawn the others, and we've lost 1. You know what I mean? So they're either win or loss. They either take all the points or they get nothing. So they're not that far off. They're 6 points off us. 6 points off us, huh? They're on 21. We're on 27. They're 6 points behind. When you consider how they've been playing, that's a miracle. Because they've lost 5 games. You know what I mean? But like I said, they either win or they lose. So they're not drawing and just getting a point. It's 3 points or nothing. You know what I mean? So they're actually only 6 behind us. I'm only joking, Anthony, about the Old School. Yeah, don't worry about that, man. It's great to have you along. Yeah, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate it. A sad day for football fans today, Anthony. I mean, you and me, man, we're a little bit older than the rest. Yeah, you'll say less of the old school, but seriously, Bobby Charlton, man. I mean, what a player. The send off he was given, not enough in my opinion. I mean, the man should be just something special has to be done now. Yeah, that he has passed. I mean, I know they have the statue of him outside, the Holy Trinity, himself, Best, and Dennis Law, but they need to do something else for the man. I mean, the greatest English sportsman of all time, the most influential. I'd agree with that. Of all time, sports person, yeah. Be it man, woman, regardless of the sport, regardless of the code. An incredible talent. Of course, his brother Jack was the greatest manager that my country has ever had. Jack Charlton managed Ireland when we were at our best. He produced the best teams, the best players, and he put Ireland on the map football-wise. So I'll always be grateful to Jack for that. Jack passed away a couple of years ago, unfortunately. But I did tear my eye when Jack Charlton passed. Definitely, Anthony, man. Bobby deserves something. I was calling Bobby Moore earlier. You know why? Because I was watching about like a little documentary on him. And of course, it included the win in '66 against West Germany at Wembley. The 4-2 win, yeah. And of course, Bobby Moore was holding the trophy aloft and he was up on fella's shoulders. I always get them like Charlton and Moore. I know the difference between the two of them. Yeah. I know Moore was mainly a West Ham player. Charlton played for United. But yeah, it is what it is, man. I seen like a few weeks ago, I said it to Arsenal Alex. It's just a funny thing. I like Alex. I'm not taking the piss out of him, yeah. But Arsenal Alex did a thing about Bobby Charlton's passing, yeah, a few weeks ago. He did an upload. He was live. And he was talking about Bobby Robson. You see, it's confusing, man. There's too many Bobbies. You know what I mean? There's Bobby Robson, there's Bobby Charlton, there's Bobby Moore, there's Brian Robson. You know what I mean? Seriously, man. Between the Bobbies and the Bryans and the Charlton and the Robsons and the Bobby Robson and the Brian Robson. Seriously, man. And then, of course, Bobby Charlton. Yeah, I tell you, man, there's too many Bobbies. Bobby Charlton, yes, sadly, I think to do a statue, maybe say the stadium. But the guy was, if you see what Peter Schmeichel said about him, he was outside the cathedral in Manchester today. If you see what he said about him, the modesty of the guy and the support he gave to everybody. He was so human, so down to earth, so supportive. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And at a time when they needed it, yeah, because the club was reeling after the Munich air disaster. They were reeling, you know what I mean? And he was a young 17-year-old then, and he stepped up to the plate. You know what I mean? Yeah, what can you say, man? They don't build players like that anymore. Yeah, like I've been sad recently the last couple of years because I've seen Maradona, who, regardless of his drug taking or his political or what he was doing at the end of his career, yeah, the madness throughout his life. Of course, Maradona passed, Pele passed, Jack Charlton himself, Bobby's brother passed, Bobby himself. I've been saddened by things like that because they're players that I kind of, you know, my generation, you know what I mean? I grew up with knowledge of these players, saw them become managers or what they did further in their lives. Maradona, Pele, I mean, it's kind of all the people that I kind of, things that you took for granted people would live forever and that they'd be around and that there'd always be stories that would, warm your heart. They tend to be passing away. That is life though, yeah. I mean, that is, but it is sad. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Don't waste time in life, guys. Nothing is promised to. Don't waste time in life. Nothing is promised. Life is too short to be bitter or angry about anything. Yeah. Seriously. Get up in the morning, guys, and smile. You know what I mean? Well, that's from the OSG. But life is too short, guys. You know what I mean? Bobby Charlton, rest in peace. Did you see the story, Anthony? Here we go. Let me go on about it again. It was in the news that that Arsenal are lucky because Edu saved us a lot of money. Yeah. Edu saved us a lot of money because of the fact that we did not sign Mudryk and we signed Trossard, and because Trossard has been doing so well for the club, yeah. And Trossard has been doing very well for the club. But I don't think it's a fact. I don't think it actually. It's a fact that I don't think it counts like that. Actually, we're lucky because Edu saved us a lot of money. Yeah, because we got Trossard and Stella Mudrick. Because we lost that money and we threw that money away on Havertz, 65 million, and to Chelsea. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a dud. He's a dud as a player. I mean, he's not a good player at all, and he hasn't done nothing for us this season, really. He's a complete waste. You know what I mean? We just threw away 65 million. Now, Partey's out till January. It actually looks like we're going to have to buy a midfielder, and we're being linked to Douglas Luiz at Villa. That's really after annoying Villa, to be honest, because they don't have any intention of selling him to us. But I mean, now we need to get a striker. So you can say we saved money with the Mudrick thing, but we threw the money away on Havertz. 65 million. Just saying we saved 60 million on Mudrick, yeah, by getting Trossard, and Trossard's banging in the goals. But what about Havertz? And a midfield of Rice, Havertz, and Jorginho. You don't see anything wrong with that, guys? Seriously, it's awful. Declan Rice is carrying the whole team in the midfield. God, thank God we have Declan Rice, is all I can say. I can see he's in my thumbnail now, guys. But thank God we got him. Look, it is what it is, guys. I honestly think, I don't know. I just think we're better than that, and our midfield should be stronger. They bring up the Ramsdale saga. 60 million to Chelsea in January. Read that today. Ramsdale? I didn't hear anything about that. What, we're going to sell Ramsdale to Chelsea in January? Huh? That can't be. There's no way he's going to be sold. Ramsdale is willing to stay and fight for his place at Arsenal. Ramsdale wants out. It says here that he's going to stay and fight for his place. Although that was back in September. It's now November. Yeah, maybe he's unhappy to see David Raya in front of him. Yeah, if he wants to have an England place, he does need first team football. I mean, because you have Nick Pope, you have name a couple of the other England goalkeepers. But if he wants to be the England goalkeeper, if he wants to be in the reckoning, if he wants to go to the Euros and the World Cups, he needs to be getting regular football. If he's not getting regular football, it's not going to happen. It's as simple as that. Anthony Herbert, Ramsdale wants out. I wouldn't blame him, to be honest, but I think it'd be sad if he left because I actually prefer him to Raya. I'm not saying he's a better goalkeeper than David Raya, but I think he's a player that we need at the club, and we should be rotating the two of them. Let's rotate. I mean, I don't think that can do any harm, rotating the goalkeeper. I seriously don't. Because Ramsdale is reliable, just like Raya is. He's not a bad goalkeeper. So why not rotate? You know what I mean? Isn't that the whole point of it? Then Raya comes back and he's got the bit between his teeth. Like, what about when Raya's gone through a purple patch? Or I mean a bad patch. Then we bring in Ramsdale to take over. Then Raya comes back stronger. And then that motivates Ramsdale. I mean, that's the way it works. Huh? That's why you have a backup goalie. We can't just be playing Ramsdale when we're desperate and we have no other choice. You know what I mean? What's the point having him at the club if that's the case? He's only ever going to play when we're desperate and we're stuck. He's right to leave then. Who would hang around when that's the situation? No one. Ivan Ramsdale to Chelsea for 60 million. I just got the link you sent me there, my friend. Chelsea to sign Arsenal, keep it 2024. I'm going to say I'm off today and tomorrow in work as well, yeah. But I'm going to say to the woman in work when I go back if she can swap with me so I can come on one of your streams, yeah. So I'm going to try to set that up, man, okay? I haven't forgotten about that. I would like to come on your channel, you know what I mean? So I haven't forgotten about that, I'm going to start it out in work. Just to let you know, yeah. I haven't forgotten about that. I'm going to try to set that up. All right. Aaron Ramsdale to Chelsea for 60 million. Chelsea to sign Arsenal goalkeeper in 2024. Now, hopefully not. Hopefully not. That's the first I heard of that, yeah? We need him, though. What, we're going to get another goalkeeper, is it? We're going to buy someone else? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. We need him. You know what I mean? We need Ramsdale in there. And like I said, he shouldn't be just like, we shouldn't just be playing him if we're stuck, you know what I mean? And we're desperate. He should feature. He should play for the team. We can't be playing him if we're stuck and we're desperate. That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Honestly, doesn't make sense. Anyway, that's my own opinion on it, though. I mean, they need to be a bit more. Need to be a bit more real. Okay, cheers, Dave. Be great to have you on. Yeah, I'm going to organize it. Yeah, I'm going to arrange it. Just texting one of the lads there. The guy that gave me the microphone here, one of my benefactors. But yeah, it is what it is, guys. Yeah, I mean, there's no point of selling Aaron Ramsdale. Exactly. Honestly, and you remember it all started off with the with Martinez, yeah, getting rid of Martinez to Villa. I mean, Martinez is a fantastic goalkeeper, so we let him go. Look, I understand Fabianski, Almunia. I'm going back up, yeah, but I understand Fabianski. I understand why you got rid of him, yeah, because he's a liability and he's a muppet. But I mean, what about those Polish keepers we had? I understand that, yeah, but then we let Martinez go, yeah, to Villa, and he's a World Cup winner, and he has been fantastic for them. The king of the mind games, a brilliant goalkeeper, huge man, yeah, brilliant keeper. Then so as Martinez gone, Ramsdale came in and said, Eleno, yeah. Leno was never up to it, yeah. Ramsdale was like a breath of fresh air, light years ahead of Leno, especially communicating with the back four. There was a good connection with the back four, yeah. We were stronger. Now Raya's coming in. I get it, because Raya plays the ball. Raya plays the ball the way Arteta wants it played, yeah. Raya is the goalkeeper that Arteta likes. Raya does what Arteta wants. That's the kind of player he wants. But I don't understand, because no, like, if we let Ramsdale go, what is the point of that? Unless we bring in a keeper that's better as backup, because we should be rotating the keepers. We should not be playing Raya the whole time. And I don't blame Ramsdale if he wants to go in January, yeah, and the transfer window in January to Chelsea or to any club. I don't blame him, because if he is never going to get a game, and if he is just going to be used in an emergency or in the Carabao Cup, then what is the point of him being at the club? He needs to actually be getting game time because he wants to feature with England. You know what I mean? He's thinking of his international career, 110%, yeah. Ramsdale is committed to Arsenal, I believe that. But if he's going to leave, it's because of his international career. It's having a detrimental effect on his international career, guys. He's not getting game time. He's not going to get in there. Nick Pope is there. If that's the case, why sell Matt Turner to Forest, I say? Exactly. We got rid of Martinez and kept Leno. McManus, but you know what I mean? Exactly. Jesus, man, seriously. And now we're going to give him to Chelsea, is it? Yeah, but that's great. Well, at least we get the money back that we paid on Havertz. That waste of space. We'll give them. We'll sell them Ramsdale, and we'll give them Havertz on a free. Well, Skool Gunner, big up yourself, man. How are you? I hope you're keeping well. I'm absolutely buzzing today, guys. I have to be honest. I stayed in bed. I relaxed a while. I was watching Netflix, and then I stayed in bed. I was relaxing for a while. Then I watched Netflix. Then I showered, went out to the shop, and then came back and doing this stream. And it's great to have 2 days off, guys, to be able to bring you some content. I'll be looking forward to this. I should have been making more content like this month than I have been. But of course, I'm going through a divorce right now. So I have days where I just, it is what it is, guys. You have days where you just feel fuck it, you know what I mean? I'll be honest. But yeah, I'm happy, and it's great to bring you this content. It's great to have people tuning in. All the comments, people actually tuning into my channel. It's like a dream come true. And like I said, Anthony, people will laugh when I say that probably, but I don't care. It's like a dream come true for me, guys, to have my channel and for things to be going well. When I have the chance, Anthony, I'll come on your channel. Yeah, I'm going to set that up. Yeah, I'm going to switch my hours and work, switch the days, and I'll come on. I'm looking forward to it. I need to collaborate more anyway. I need to get my channel out there. You know what I mean? I haven't been doing much of that. You know what I mean? Just need to get my channel out there, but do more collaborations. You know what I mean? So people actually hear of my channel. You know what I mean? Because not many people, all of you watching this, guys, if you want to put my channel out there, spread the word about my channel on your socials, please do. You know what I mean? Because I just need to get my channel out there. Not many people even know I think my channel exists, to be honest. Well, I'm always snacking, I know. Before you ask McManus, it's sour cream and onion flavor. Sour cream and onion. Yeah, but seriously, the whole Ramsdale thing now, they're going to sell him in January, is it? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. We're going to miss out, you know what I mean? Let a goalkeeper like him go. I think that's a mistake. Ha, had someone else earlier. I'd say it was your hangover, you drunken bosey. You're there after your beers and then you're hungover and you're eating Pringles. I mean, you know what I mean? I can just imagine the scene, the situation where you are. God, I'd say it smells like a brewery. You know what I mean? You're like that, like going around like that. Oh, you know what I mean? Feeling seedy, and it smells like a brewery. And then there's Pringles as well mixed in with it. At the moment, I'm 13 hours ahead. All right, Scott. Okay, what time is it where Scott is? It's 6:30 in the UK, guys, we'll say. Yeah, Scott is in New Zealand. He is 13 hours ahead. He's just after texting me. Okay, guys, so it's 6:30. 6:30 in the morning. 7. Right, where Scott is now, it's 7 in the morning. Yeah, he's 13 hours ahead. All right, so 12 to 6:30. It's 7:30 in the morning where he is, yeah. 7:30 in the morning. Just talking to Scott there, guys. I know Scott Kirk. He's English guy, guys, but he's living over in New Zealand. 13 hours ahead, guys. It's always I like to get the guy on my channel, yeah, just like I do with Mac from time to time. I like to get him on my channel, but it's always difficult because of the time difference. I mean, he's on the other side of the world. He's on the other side of the planet. You know what I mean? All right, but yeah, great to have Scott anyway tuning in, man. Dropping a comment. You know what I mean? He might come on. I don't know. Would be nice to see him on the channel. But yeah, let me put the link up. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. It's the Pringles. All right, McManus, we have to go. Pete, we have to go for a drink before I leave the UK. I'm here for another 2.5 months, man. Yeah, so I'm going to be sad when I leave. I'm not going to lie, because I've been working with some very kind people in my job that have been nothing but good to me. So I will have a tear in my eye. I'll shed a tear when I leave, but it's just the life I knew the last 10 years was in Switzerland, and I miss it. You know what I mean? That's why I'm leaving. I don't have any problem with UK or nothing like that. But yeah, we need to go for a pint at some time, Pete, before I head off, you know? Nothing too crazy, man. You know what I mean? We'll try not to burn the place to the ground. But yeah, we go for an old pint and we talk. You know, we'll have a laugh. Social. Won't be all football. We'll have a laugh. Good crack. 100%. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll make it happen. Anthony Herbert just having a chicken sag curry for tea. Nice and spicy, old school from Iceland. Iceland's a good place to buy food. Reasonably priced. Do you know where I work? We have two curries. We have the chicken makhani and we have chicken katsu. The katsu is excellent. Anthony Herbert. Sorry, Dave. Where are you moving to? I'm moving to Switzerland. Zurich. I'm going back there, yeah. I was living there for 10 years. I was living in Zurich, yeah. I came here with my soon-to-be ex-wife to start the new life, and that all fell apart. So I'm going to go back and rebuild back to Switzerland, and I'm going to be back with my friends, you know what I mean, where I belong. So I'm looking forward to it. You know what I mean? Switzerland's a nice place, man. Katsu curry is the nuts. Yeah, the katsu is excellent where I work. I always recommend it to people when they come in. Like, we put it on the menu maybe, that must be 6 months ago now when we changed the menu. We're actually changing the menu again in another week. So we're having a cook-off, so I get to try all the food. Yeah, you'll see me on the streams. My channel will live forever, yeah. Yeah, you'll see me on the streams, but I'll be in Switzerland, yeah, but it's just like now, I'll be streaming. My channel is going to live forever, yeah, but the thing is, I'm not going to buy myself anything now when I'm here, when I'm moving over. When I get over, I'm going to buy like the gaming chair, you know, I'm going to make it a bit more comfortable. I'm going to do different things with my channel. I'm also going to buy a PlayStation at some point so I can do like online gaming, and I can play McManus, for example. I can whoop him, you know what I mean? I'm looking forward to stuffing McManus at FIFA, you know what I mean? Just wiping the floor with him. I'm an awful FIFA player, like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm going to lose, I know that. I'm a terrible player, and I get very annoyed then when I lose, man. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just a crap player then. It's like, I don't know, but I'm just not the best FIFA player. You know what I mean? I talk a good game, but when it comes down to it, I don't know about it. Keep dreaming, sweetheart. We'll see. I'm a crap player, though. Seriously, I'm a rubbish player. I am rubbish. I am crap. I admit that. I need to practice anyway because I haven't played in like 3 years, so I would get hammered. What is the cost of living like in Switzerland? The cost of living or the cost and living? Do you want to know what the cost of living is like, or the cost and living? Yep, you know, man, I'll tell you everything. I've been there for 10 years, and I was in the biggest city, I was in Zurich. It's not the capital. Bern is the capital, but Zurich is the biggest city. Yeah, but they have other big cities, Geneva, Basel. Geneva is like where all the multinational companies are. Geneva is like where all the multinational companies are, and Basel is pharmaceutical. Zurich is banking. Yeah. But the Italian region of Switzerland is very nice, yeah. Lugano, Locarno, beautiful. Lucerne, beautiful. Lucerne is not so far from Zurich. Anthony Herbert, cost and living. Switzerland is expensive. They would charge you to breathe the air in if they could. But when you're working there and you're earning a wage, like you have a Swiss work contract, full time, no problem. You know what I mean? Obviously, health insurance is mandatory there. You need health insurance before you work. Your employer will not pay for your medical. So you need to have your health insurance. So you need to have paid that up front. That can be costly. But that's only at the beginning. You know what I mean? To get it off and running. Once you have your work contract, you must work very hard in Switzerland. You really need to put in a shift. Yeah. But once you have your work contract and you're earning your wages, it's fine. As a tourist, obviously, if you come from the outside of Switzerland and you come into Zurich as a tourist, you want to be able to last a day there. I mean, the cost to come to Switzerland as a tourist, I mean, you could do Paris, New York, Rome. You could do whatever. But to come to Zurich, you would be absolutely fleeced. Trust me, man. Trust me. Like, I went last August. Now I'm living and working in London, so I'm working for Premier Inn, so my wages are not the highest. It's okay, it's enough to live on. But for me to go to Zurich when I'm making money here is of course expensive. But when I was living in Zurich, see the plus about living in Switzerland is when you're living and working there, every other place in the world is cheaper. So your money goes further when you go abroad, which is a nice thing. So you can afford that trip to the US, you can go to Australia, you can go visit Scotland, New Zealand. You know what I mean? You can do things like that because you earn more in Switzerland. Your quality of life is better. You can have more in the country and you can do more when you travel outside. Whereas here going there is the opposite. Whereas when you're there going outside, it's much easier for you financially. It's like a dream. But you do have to work very, very hard there, yeah. The quality of life is fantastic. It is very safe. They still have murders. People still get chopped up, yeah. People still get shot. I mean, that's in every country. But it's very safe. It's very clean. The Irish are liked. I'm not going to lie. They like the Irish in Switzerland because everyone has been to Ireland on holidays. They all know the country. They think well of Irish people. So if you're Irish, it tends to go in your favor. Yeah? It's a plus. But yeah, you make a good wage. Yeah? You can have a good life. But it is an expensive country. But if you're living and working there, it's not a problem for you. But like I said, someone coming in from the outside, from abroad, they get fleeced. You know what I mean? It must seem to them like, you know, a real wake up call. But yeah, McMahon is talking the talk, yeah. He's talking the talk, guys. But when it comes to FIFA, I am professional. You know what I mean? It's just the way I play the game. I got too much. I'm just ingenious in the midfield. My ingenuity is I'm renowned. You know what I mean? I'm just a wonderful player. I could be actually a pro player if I wanted, I think. Yeah. One day we're going to face off, McManus. 90 minutes of hell. You know what I mean? I'm going to put you through 90 minutes of torture. It'll be probably 7-0 at the end. You know what I mean? Yeah. I better get practicing, I think, because I haven't played in 3 years. No, I have to beat McManus 7-0. Anyway, that's going to be difficult because I'm not playing at all right now. I think he's playing regularly. Anyway, let's move on. But yeah, Switzerland, man, I'm heading off in February, so don't be crying, guys. But I'll still be on my channel. Yeah, I'll still be doing my thing. You know what I mean? But obviously, I couldn't move back as I am now. Like, I'm alone. And obviously, I'm earning money in London, so the money doesn't go far. Like, when you turn up in Switzerland, you don't have much. If I didn't have friends and know people there, I couldn't do it. It's as simple as that. I wouldn't be able to do it. It would not be possible for me. You know what I mean? But there's no future in my own country. I'm Irish. There's no future in my own country now. Ireland is, pretty bad right now. So, especially to like even rent a place, there's not much going on over there. It's difficult, All right, back to the Premier League, guys. So they were the games, yeah. Wolves beat Spurs, of course, 2-1, and Man United beat Luton 1-0. Arsenal, of course, had that great win over Burnley. Palace were beaten 3-2 by Everton, yeah. Good win for Everton there away from home. Bournemouth beat Newcastle 2-0. Sorry about that, Jordy. Bit of a bad one for Newcastle at the moment. They lost to Dortmund in the Champions League and they lost to Bournemouth in the league. Villa, good win against Fulham. They're going to win that though, being the home side. But Ollie Watkins is on it. Brighton 1-1 with Sheffield United. Brighton had a player sent off. West Ham beat Forest 3-2. Liverpool had a good win against Brentford. And Chelsea, Man City, the game of the round, guys. 4-4 at the bridge yesterday. It ended up, believe it or not. The goals were banging in. What is the best about living in Switzerland? I'm not sure, but the flag is a big plus. You said that the last time. Yeah, the flag is a big plus. Yes, it is. The flag is a big plus, all right. Literally. What's the best thing about living in Switzerland? The food, I would say. Food is excellent. And the women are fit. I mean, Swiss women are very fit. I mean, they look great in a pair of jeans. Call me sexist. I might get banned off YouTube, but Swiss women look great in a pair of jeans, guys. They look great in a summer dress because they're always in the mountains or they're swimming in the lake. Swiss women are fit. I mean, physically fit. They're in good shape and they have beautiful hair, beautiful eyes. I mean, beautiful features, and they look after themselves. They eat well and they do fitness. They're outdoors. They do a lot in the outdoors. They have good beer, good food. I had a nice time living there. There's good people in Switzerland. Another good thing is that the country is like, of course, it's landlocked, but you're kind of right in the center of Europe. So you're close to France. You can take that trip to Milan in Italy as well. You're close to France, Italy, Germany, Austria. Everything is within striking distance. You know what I mean? You're well situated when you're in Switzerland. So it's cool. I like it. My top four: Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Villa. You think that's going to be the top four at the end of the season? Yeah, maybe it will. You think that's going to be the top four at the end of the season? Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Villa. What about Tottenham? What about United? Newcastle? I did my Premier League show last night, and we said the best team was Bournemouth, with Newcastle being the worst. Best player was Salah, and worst player was Fabio Vieira for that stupid sending off. Now, why did he do that? I mean, the game was over, yeah? We were 3-1 up, and we were in the ascendancy. It made more sense at that moment for him actually to stay on his feet. You know what I mean? Not to dive in with that tackle. He didn't go to ground, but he dived in. It made more sense if he just jockeyed the player, close him down. You know what I mean? Get tight. There was no need to fly in like that. We were 3-1 up, and we were cruising. Bournemouth being the best team in a row, Newcastle the worst. Salah was the best player. Salah's a fantastic, fantastic player. A wonderful player. Always was, always will be, regardless of Liverpool's position. The man is just a wonderful player. Technically, ability, he's got it all. Wonderful, wonderful talent. Best player was Salah and worst player was Fabio Vieira. Yeah, why did he do that? Like, it was completely rash. Then he was looking at the ref like he did nothing wrong. That's what I don't understand about it. Yes, AFC, always you said that on my show last night. I do agree. You think that's going to be the top four? Interesting, huh? Not that I think that Arsenal are going to win it, but I mean, yeah, it's interesting. You think Villa's going to be there? They have a great coach. They have a great team. Ollie Watkins is banging in the goals. That's interesting. That's interesting, guys. Interesting. You don't think United are going to push Newcastle, Spurs? That's interesting. All right, let me see. Premier League news. 10 talking points from the weekend's action. Here we go. Talking points. Exciting. Chelsea becoming a must-watch. That was an exciting game. Cole Palmer scored the 8th goal, yeah. Of course, he scored against Arsenal for Manchester City he scored against Arsenal for Manchester City in the Community Shield. Then he scored for Chelsea against us as well. Clear-minded Solanke sinks Magpies. 2 goals for Dominic Solanke. Academy graduates excited Old Trafford. Zinchenko adds stability and solutions. He's a crap defender. Zinchenko is very bad defensively. Alexander Zinchenko writes, scores Arsenal's third goal against Burnley. Yeah, it was a good goal, but Zinchenko's a very bad defender. Fulham's goals few and far between. Nunez's insane pressing stops Brentford's long balls. He got 2 disallowed goals against Brentford. But to say he played very, very well for Liverpool, yeah. He was highly influential. Ward-Prowse delivers when it matters. West Ham's James Ward-Prowse. He's a brilliant player. I actually forgot that they signed him. He's an incredible player. Dead ball specialist. Blades build on first win with crucial point. Wolves relish underdog status. Yeah, they do. They love that, the underdog status. Eze makes case for England call up. They say here that he played excellent for Everton in a thrilling win against Palace. He's staking a claim, guys, for an England call up. Well, in fairness, Gareth Southgate has got. I'm sorry, Anthony. I would have watched last night, yeah, but I was working, man. I was working from 5 to 11, yeah. Otherwise, I would have tuned in, man. It must have been a good one, huh? I had Fabio Vieira on my show last night. It was Luca. Luca, he came on your show. Sometimes I talk to Luca, like on Instagram, yeah. I text him to come on my channel, or I don't think he fully understands because he never does. I don't know, is he confused or doesn't he actually realize what I'm saying? But he never does then. As he used to before. It's kind of strange, I don't know. Thanks, AFC always. Big up, guys. I wish I had watched your stream yesterday. No, Anthony, man. But like I said, I was working, so it was a bit difficult for me. I wasn't free, you know what I mean? I wasn't free, that's the thing. It's going to sort us. There we go. Let's get Gunnosaurus in the shot, guys. The important thing. Otherwise, I'll never hear the end of it later. Gunnosaurus is worse than a woman. You can quote me on that. Keeping up my healthy balanced diet, guys. For Pringles and Lucozade. Sorry for burping there. All right. So let me move on, yeah? Let me move on, guys. Let me put up the link again for all the people that are actually brave enough to come on at some point. There you go. There's the link. All right. Feeling it, guys. Nice to see you spreading the love. I'm feeling the love. All right. All right, I'm after picking up a subscriber. Somebody unsubscribed from me, but now they're after subscribing. I'm after picking up another one. So that's good. Hit the likes in this video off me anyway, guys. Smash those likes. All right. That's the Premier League. Now I'm going to look at Sky Sports. news, then I'm going to look at the Arsenal official website, and then I'm going to go to the Champions League. Wait, what am I doing? Chelsea 4, Manchester City 4. Premier League at its best, a game too good to have a winner. Former Premier League hotshot trains with Robbie Savage's 7th tier non-league team, and they could sign him. Who was that? Macclesfield Town Director of Football Robbie Savage is always trying to raise the bar, and having a former Premier League striker lead the line would be quite a coup. Former Newcastle United star Papi Cisse is the man training with the non-league side. And what Robbie Savage is going to get him on is, geez, Robbie Savage shaved the beard, man. I'm all for fellas growing beards, but Savage's beard just looks chronic. Seriously, like, I'm not joking here. He should shave it. It looks terrible. Anyway, Premier League news. Let's get back into it. Newcastle United linked with shock move for magnificent Everton star. Newcastle United have been linked with a surprising move for a Premier League defender in January. Everton defender Jared Braithwaite is the guy that Newcastle are looking at. Jaw-dropping. Newcastle United supporters slammed by ex-Man United man after Kieran Trippier incident. I need to watch that incident, actually, the Kieran Trippier one. I see he had a bit of a coming together with I see Kieran Trippier had a bit of a coming together with some Newcastle fans. Douglas Luiz and another midfielder is on television. You're really too old school. Yeah, I heard Douglas Luiz. Yeah, but I mean, we're not meant to have money. They're saying that the money is not available because the Havertz deal cost us 65 million, and we need to buy a forward. Ivan Toney, he's going to be coming back. You know what I mean? He'll be coming back. Maybe we can get him in January, but I don't know. We're not meant to have any money, yeah? That's the problem. It's the cash. You know what I mean? It's the cash and financial fair play rules we have to be careful of too, yeah? Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to watch that Kieran Trippier incident. Right, let's go. Trippier. He was getting into it with a fan. That's the word on the street. He was taking no rubbish. He was taking no crap. You wouldn't blame him, like? Here we go, the Kieran Trippier incident. I want to see this because I haven't seen it so far. I want to see what's going on with that. I heard about it, yeah. The fella mounting off of Kieran Trippier, yeah? Jesus, he's a brave boy. Yeah, he's got a point, yeah. Sometimes fans, they moan off too much. They think they know it all. They don't know nothing. I mean, the guy that's mounting off, he's never played professional football. He's not at that level. So who is he to judge? You know what I mean? Seriously, guys. I'm in serious now, yeah. Mounting off a Kieran Trippier or Newcastle because they lost 2-0 to Bournemouth, yeah. They're doing their very best out there. You know what I mean? So I don't understand. The guy that was mounting off, the fan in the stadium, he's never played professional football. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He couldn't run to the corner shop. You know what I mean? So I want to pay any attention to what he's saying. He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Seriously, it's embarrassing. If I was Trippier, I would have knocked him into the cheap seats, but he's already probably sitting in him anyway. What does he know about football? They lose one game and it's the end of the world, is it? Seriously, man. Get a grip. Playing that left-sided 8 role more often instead of playing him in an inverted left back. Nonsense. Defensively, not good. Yeah, exactly. He links the play very well, yeah. He links the play very well. He's very good at linking the play, yeah. I mean, he's excellent at it. He's like unbelievable. But defensively, he's crap. I'd rather have Ollie Watkins. Yeah, Watkins is a great player. But Ivan Toney is an animal as well. Tony's an animal. All right, Tony's got problems, yeah. I get it. But he's a bit of a bad boy, Tony, at times. He's a bit of a cheeky... he's a bit cheeky at times, I get it. He's fiery. I understand. But, yeah, brilliant player. Incredible player. All right, guys, let's take my channel to the next level. I see there's 2 of you watching. I need 200 people watching, not 2, okay? So let's change that up. It's on you, guys. It's on you. All right. 1 second. I need to see whose channel is Mani going to be on. Maybe it's this one. Just watching the Gooner gathering there, guys. I don't know if any of you pay attention to their channel, but they have a channel now. Ollie Watkins. All right, Gooner Gathering, guys. A channel I'm just watching there. Interesting. You know what I mean? Three people watching, guys, and I'm watching Gooner Gathering. Anthony. Just watching Gooner Gathering channel there, guys. Respects to them, guys. They're doing their thing, yeah. They're doing their thing. Big up themselves, man. There you go, guys. If anyone wants to come on my stream, please do. You want to come on and talk football? Let me just sit back here for a second. Rest myself. 6 people watching. Welcome along to my stream, guys. 5 people watching. Sorry, I was just out. Had to shake hands with the unemployed. Quick pit stop. You know what I mean? But yeah, Ollie Watkins, great player. I mean, fantastic player. What can I say? Anyone who wants to join the stream, guys, here is the link. Please do. You know what I mean? You're more than welcome. And let's get talking. 1 second. Let's check out the Premier League. The Premier League news stories. Huh? All right. Let's check the rest of the Premier League news. Why Mohamed Salah has beaten Haaland to 100 points. The scout compares stats of the Liverpool and Man City stars as they continue to dominate. With his 2 goals against Brentford, Mohamed Salah became the first player to reach the 100-point mark in Fantasy Premier League. The Egyptian sits at the top of the player standings on 101 points, 5 ahead of his nearest rival, Manchester City's Erling Haaland. Haaland has shown why he is the most popular player in fantasy, rewarding his 82% ownership with 13 goals. Salah, in contrast, is selected by only 46% of managers and has scored 3 fewer goals than Haaland. Yet his classification as a midfielder in fantasy has helped him keep pace with and even outscore the Norwegian for FPL points over the opening 12 game weeks. Salah earns 5 points in fantasy for every goal he scores, while Haaland as a forward earns 4 points. Midfielders are also collect 1 point for a clean sheet, whereas forwards are not rewarded. Exactly. That's the main difference. 6 people watching. All right, Scott. I knew this day would come. Dave the Rave. Yes, I am. I took down the flags behind me, guys, but I might put them up again later. You know what I mean? I had them nailed into the wall, so I took them down. I might put them up later again. I don't know, but we'll see. I've got a white screen behind me, but it's all right. You know what I mean? It's not distracting. Gunnosaurus is still there anyway. He's doing his thing. But all right, Scott, man, what's going on with you? Thoughts on the game, guys? Thoughts on the game? I'm going to go through the player ratings versus Burnley, yeah? I'm going to do the player ratings, okay? I'm going to go through that now, yeah? Player ratings time, okay? I've been meaning to do that. I keep forgetting. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to get into the player ratings. Good results, Scott. Good weekend for Arsenal, yeah? We made up a lot of ground. We made up 3 points on Tottenham. We made up 2 points on Manchester City. We can't complain, yeah? We can't complain. I'm on the morning school run, mate. Scott, no problem, man. Thanks for tuning in and dropping a couple of comments. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Maybe when you come back, I'm going to be on for a couple of hours anyway. Yeah? But yeah, it depends, man. You could be busy. It's no problem, yeah? It's no problem. Like, I'm a single guy, no kids, so I can't really kind of, you know what I mean? If you've got things on, you've got things on. It's not a problem, man. But yeah, see if we're around later. I'm going to be on for a while anyway. I'm not going anywhere. I might stay on till maybe 10, 10:30, have the time, and afterwards then watch a bit of Netflix. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be here for a while. So whatever, man. Might see you around there. Let's see. We'll be free tomorrow morning, mate. Okay. Like what time around, Scott? What time would you be free? Let me know, yeah? What time would you be free, yeah? If you want to text me as well, yeah? What time would be good for you, yeah? I mean, 8 a.m. tomorrow would be like 8 p.m. for you, right? Or 9. You know what I mean? I could get up early. We could do a stream. Would do me good anyway to get out a bit early, to be honest. You know what I mean? Do a stream. All right, let's see. From 6 p.m. your time. But that's 7 a.m. your time, right? So you're talking about 7 a.m. your time. 6 p.m. my time, but that's not tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's right. But sure, that's not tomorrow morning. That's tomorrow evening. Tomorrow morning for you. Okay, yeah, tomorrow morning for you. So from 6 p.m. Okay, I'll start the stream tomorrow at 6 p.m. Yeah, I'll start at 6 like today, and we'll see. You can join. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. That's cool. Tomorrow I'm off as well, yeah, so I'm going to do a stream as well from 6, just like today. So you can come on, man. No bother. I'll be glad to have you on, yeah, and it's the perfect time for you to come on because the evening time is when people have a chance to watch you. So it'll be entertaining. I look forward to it, Scott. That's nice, man. It's going to be good to have you. That's going to be cool. 6 p.m. my time, 7 a.m. your time is good. I'll be on from 6 p.m. anyway. So you just jump on and a lot of people will be watching. It'll be good. Thank you for the comments. Yeah, keep them coming. I'm going to do the player ratings versus Burnley now. So let me get into that. Just 1 second, guys. I'm just checking something there. See what's going on. 1 second. Then I'm going to get into the player ratings. I will glue my teeth in them. I will glue my teeth in them. I will glue my teeth in them. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's get into the player ratings anyway. Let me get on this. I'll be waiting a while now. Let me do my thing with the player ratings. Okay, I'm going to get into the player ratings versus Burnley, guys. Okay, bear with me for 1 second. I was just brainstorming. All right, player ratings, Arsenal versus Burnley. Here we go. One second, guys. Okay, there we go. Get into a proper actual player rating. All right, let's get into it. All right, let's go, guys. Player ratings. Our win against Burnley. David Raya, I gave him a 7 out of 10. Okay, goalkeeper David Raya, 7 out of 10. One of his best displays in an Arsenal shirt so far. Didn't have much to do in terms of distribution, but made some fine saves. A first half one from Gudmundsson was a particular highlight. Takahiro Tomiyasu moved over to the right-hand side. The Japan international was largely excellent. Could have been stronger for the Burnley goal, but was generally good when defending and offered plenty in the final third with his delivery and link-up play. 7 for him too, guys. 7 out of 10 for Tommy. William Saliba, 8 out of 10 for William Saliba, guys. A difference maker at both ends of the pitch. A superb defensive tackle to stop Colascio from scoring, and then a well-taken header to do it himself. Gabriel, 7 out of 10. A real threat from set pieces throughout the game. The Brazilian showed real intensity to help break the deadlock. And then excellent concentration to defend the 6-yard box when Arsenal were down to 10. Alexander Zinchenko, one superb flick to free pass for Bukayo Saka in the first half. Showed equally superb technique when firing home Arsenal's third. 8 out of 10 for him, guys. Ah, 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second now. All right, here we go. Delighted to say, guys, Mani's back.
Mr. Cole, good to see you. Or as you might say in Gaelic, Dias Madaduit. How are you?
Dias Madaduit, Kunasa Tatu.
Yeah, listen, that's probably the only
you
phrase
know, you know a bit of Irish. I'm impressed, man. I'm impressed.
It's not very much.
But you pronounced it correctly, yeah? Your pronunciation was good.
Appreciate that because like we had this little thing. It was sort of a sort of a CD based encyclopedia called Encarta. It was more
Mm,
interactive. So if we wanted to learn a little bit about a certain language, we had some phrases being used,
mm.
and that was the first thing I learned. And look, I'm English, okay? My knowledge of Gaelic is literally non-existent. So that was just one thing I said to you. It was a greeting. So please do not even think of trying to speak to me in that way.
I
And
won't. I won't.
but I wouldn't mind learning a little bit though. And
But
I don't know. I don't,
the language is called Gaeilge.
oh, nice. And it's that.
Gaeilge is
Yeah,
Irish for
you
Irish.
yeah. So you got those that sort of
Gaeilge.
I mean the way you pronounce everything, and obviously the nomenclature also is a little bit different. And you might know. I think I might have mentioned this to you. You probably know of Dara O'Brien, the comedian
Yeah, of
who hails
course.
from Bray.
Yeah, Donald Breen.
He obviously grew up speaking Gaelic with his dad, I believe, and still talks to his dad in Gaelic. And if you look up Dara O'Brien Gaelic on YouTube, you're going to find several interviews where he speaks about how he, I believe, with the O in O'Brien, there's a little um, uh, what was that? A little bit, a bit of a sort of a punct. It's not a punctuation. Some sort of a thing called what you call a fada, I think.
Fada, yeah, Fada.
Yeah, so apparently when he first moved to England, he removed that because normally, whenever you have the O before in the name like O'Connor or O'Brien or what have you, it's normally O apostrophe and then that. But he had the
Mm.
O on top of that O'Brien in his name, and obviously he removed that, and he spoke about how he regretted that. So did you learn Gaelic growing up in school? Because I know that you're from Cork.
I did, yeah. I
Maybe
did, yeah.
so. So was
It's
your school
compulsory.
get?
It's compulsory, Manny. We have three subjects that are compulsory, like the three main subjects are English, mathematics, and Irish.
So you
So
you're right.
Gaeilge, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So they're the
Nice.
three main
So
ones, yeah. 13
yeah,
years. 13 years of that.
it's amazing, really, because we see a lot of Irish YouTubers, obviously Del Boy and
Yeah.
Kyle Walsh Gunnup, then of course Niall from the Upper Tier podcast, and more than a few others. But I hardly ever hear them speaking Gaelic, and you're probably the only one who uses a few Gaelic phrases whenever you can.
Yeah.
I've seen you refer to Del Boy as Morcara. I'm assuming that that's
Yeah, my friend,
Gaelic
yeah.
for
My
yeah.
friend.
So
Mokara. Yeah.
yeah.
Mo is
So I
mum.
think so. A lot of Irishmen will have learned Gaelic in school, but I've hardly ever heard many people speak it. I think would it be fair to say that why do you think there's that disconnect between learning Gaelic in school and not being willing to speak the language as you grow older?
Well, we can only speak it amongst ourselves, to be honest. That's mainly the main problem, yeah. We can only speak it amongst ourselves. Like when I go into a social setting, when I was back in my country, when I was a younger man, and I go into the pub, that's a very good question, Manny. But when we go into the pub, we do it for our leisure and we do it for our pleasure. We speak Irish for our pleasure in the pub, and it's broken. And a lot of it has to do with going out on a night out and having a drink with friends. So you can use it in that circumstance. So it's fun, it's amusing, and it's also pleasurable to speak a bit. We call it cúpla focal, a couple of words. Yeah, so we'd say, cúpla focal. We'll speak a couple of words. And a lot of the Irish has a lot to do with, of course, drinking, because our culture is around the pub. You know what I mean? So it's
I
fun.
get that.
It's fun. It's fun. And it's a nice way to keep it
Yeah.
alive.
I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I think if you have a few pints or something like that, you sort of let your inhibitions go, and then you say
It
what's
loosens
really
the tongue,
in
yeah.
your in
Loosens the tongue.
yeah. I love that. I love that. I really do. I mean, I love a pint of Guinness. That's my favorite alcoholic drink,
Yeah, I
especially
like
among
it
the
too.
beers. I don't mind the ciders or other bitters or anything like that, but there's something about a Guinness that really, 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 warms me up inside, and
Hits the
hopefully
spot,
that
yeah.
should. You bet, you bet, you bet. So it just goes to show you don't need to be Irish to enjoy a good pint. In fact,
No,
that
two
is
pack like
actually a
it.
very
Two pack used to drink it.
Yeah, and obviously you'll know that in the northern parts of England and maybe some parts of Scotland, they enjoy a pint or two. In fact, let's not forget there's a huge Irish diaspora in Scotland. Most of them
Mm.
support Celtic anyway. And
Mm.
speaking of which, I think Del Boy was supposed to have gone up to
He
Glasgow
went
to
to the
see,
game, yeah. He went to the game.
and he will have enjoyed seeing Celtic hit Aberdeen for 6, literally.
Mm. I texted him, but he didn't reply. But he was telling me that he was going. He's very busy, I
Hey.
imagine. But he drove over, and then he took the ferry.
Yeah, but at least you can say that he got his money's worth. If he had, I know he's gone to the Emirates to watch Arsenal a few times. So sometimes they've been good, other times not so good. But
Manny, you know who got their money's worth? Manchester City and Chelsea fans as well, man. They got their money's worth yesterday. 8 goals.
I wouldn't
Manny.
say Manchester City so much, because here's the thing: they needed to win that game, and obviously they because the consequence of that, Dave, is that they're now only 1 point ahead of Liverpool, and of course Arsenal are also snapping on their heels for what it's worth. Don't forget, we're Aston Villa still in the mix, and Tottenham still in the mix, and this international break has come at a good time for all clubs, because they can sort of return to centre and refresh, although heaven forbid clubs suffer the injuries. But, I think this could very well be the season where teams might start to find out Manchester City. And I'm going to say again, if I never see Ruben Diaz wearing the light blue of Manchester City again after this season, it will be too soon. Because I'll tell you what, you imagine, the worst defender you've ever seen in Hugh Grant's voice. Double that, kick that up a notch, and you basically get the Portuguese git that Guardiola is stuck with, and he can't even see it fit to drop the poor bugger. But look, I know beggars and borrowers can't be choosers. We've had to put up with the likes of Igor Stepanovs, Pascal Segon, don't forget Shkodran Mustafi and a few others, but Diaz is something else altogether, man. I mean, that penalty he conceded was just clumsy. He was also very culpable for, I think, Sterling's go-ahead goal. And it is what it is. But I know you're talking about the Arsenal-Burnley game. I'm sorry I came on late. The stream I had went for a little bit too long. It was with Steve Jenkins, Mr. B. And
I was trying to find it on YouTube. Yeah, I don't think I'm subscribed.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Just look him up, and you can subscribe to him later. Just come in on the chat, say whatever you want to say, and all will be well. But I saw you were going through the player ratings, and you stopped at Zinchenko. Let me know what were the ratings you gave for the other players, starting with Raya.
Yeah, 1 second. I have it all written down here. Just 1 second, man. I was preparing it earlier. Okay, I said David Raya a 7.
Because I've heard you giving Zinchenko an 8. Why only a 7 for our Spanish goalkeeper?
He didn't have too much to do in terms of distribution. He made a couple of fine saves. But yeah, the one from Goodmunson was good. Yeah, he made a good save from Goodmunson. But yeah, I thought he was worthy of a 7.
I suppose I'd give him a 7.
To do in the game.
I suppose I'd give him a 7.5 if we could, because. But yeah, hopefully this will at least temporarily put to bed the debate between Raya and Ramsdale as to who should start. Although, ironically, it will be Ramsdale starting for us against Brentford once we resume duty from the international break. There's a stat on Twitter which says that with Raya in goal... Yeah? Go ahead, Dave.
Do you know Anthony, yeah? You know Anthony?
Mr. Herbert, of course.
He was on my stream there. 1 second. Yeah, that's right. He was saying that Ramsdale could be going to Chelsea in January for 60 million. That's the word on the street.
That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
He's very unhappy. Yeah, he's very unhappy in his role at the club right now. I don't know. It's in the news anyway, but you can't trust everything in the news.
It's funny because it's all the circle of life. He came in for Bernd Leno, replaced him, and ended up taking Leno's spot, and Leno had to be sent packing. And now that the shoe's on the other foot, he just doesn't seem to like it. I think it's due to the fact that obviously Southgate doesn't want to run the risk of having a goalkeeper, a goalkeeper in the squad, not play continuously for a good period of time. Bear in mind that despite the fact that Joe Hart played in all the qualifiers for the 2018 World Cup, Southgate dropped him. So if it can happen to Joe Hart, it can definitely happen to Aaron Ramsdale. And so Arteta came out and said that Ramsdale needs to really, think about his potential decision and his status and what he can do before making a decision, because apparently he should get some opportunities, like against Brentford, definitely in the FA Cup, and he will have his chances. But I do understand that he wants to leave and he wants to play. He wants to continue playing. And if he decides to leave Arsenal, then good luck to him. I'm going to say right now, Dave, I was never really that big a fan of him. I knew he could make some. I know he had the ability to make some excellent saves, but he also would balance that with some pretty poor schoolboy errors and poor positioning, what have you. And he just never struck me as the type of person who was really willing to, learn from his mistakes. Question here from Scott Kirk. Zinchenko had a good game defending. Is Burnley his level? And that is really the point I'm going to come to Zinchenko. I know you gave him an 8, and I will give him his credit. Unlike Tomiyasu, who allowed Koleosho to skin him on 1 or 2 occasions, Zinchenko never really allowed too many attacks on the right wing. The problem is that when it comes to, I think later on in the game, there was a chance where, he had a defender sort of outstrip him, sort of go around him, and then, he sort of circumvented him and then put the ball through into the box. But thankfully for us, it didn't lead to anything. And when it comes to bigger teams, he has been found wanting defensively. So if Scott, with that particular question, I think Scott might have a point. Zinchenko, like the system that Arteta uses, is perfect against teams like Burnley, but against bigger teams, it's utterly stupid. And we're still playing
Liverpool,
and we're still only capable of playing one style of football, huffing the ball up, eventually hoping that Saka or Martinelli can get the ball and try and do something with that. And it's stupid at times. It has no imagination or anything of that sort. I will say, though, that Zinchenko looked very impressive. And I suppose if you want to give him credit for that goal, it's maybe he does deserve an 8. And it was interesting also to hear the commentators compare that scissor kick goal to a nice move by, Daniel LaRusso in the Karate Kid. I don't know if you saw the film.
Yeah.
So, there's the phrase wax on, wax off. If you say wax on, Zinchenko is peerless when it comes to really, contributing to the attack and dominating in midfield and really providing that impetus. But when you wax it off, the bloke still can't defend for Toffee. And so, no. And so that really has that thing covered. Burnley is his level. And I would say that when it comes to Tomiyasu, I don't know how much you rated him. I would probably have given him maybe a 6, because there were times when he looked really uncomfortable against Koleosho. And
I gave him a 7. But yeah.
Yeah, but he was sort of forced in that position because Ben White was injured. And the thing is now, Dave, we're down to our bare bones. Once again, more and more players are getting injured at the most inopportune time, and we don't have adequate cover. And if we play another big team again very soon, like, say, a Liverpool or what have you, we could be on an absolute hiding to nothing.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest worry.
Yeah.
And forget about that. Let's not forget how Brighton creamed us at the Emirates last season. I know they're not exactly doing too well this season necessarily, but they're also playing in Europe. I think De Zerbi has the ability to really psych his team up when they play against us. And I wouldn't be surprised if they give us a good hiding the next time we play them. And this segues into that particular quote from Scott Kirk. If Eddie gets back into the team over Trossard, Arteta has no clue. And I completely agree. I think Nketiah came on as a substitute against Burnley and, as more or less expected, had nothing to offer. Mr. Herbert, good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, all. You okay?
Yeah, you?
Yeah.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Not too bad. Yeah. I
Yeah,
just
I see you. You're working the stubble right now, Anthony. It looks really good on you.
He is.
yes, yeah, I am. Yeah,
He's got something. He's like me. He's got something on his face. Bit
Yeah,
of dirt.
I've
I
got
got a bit
something
of
going
dirt.
on
I got a
too.
bit of dirt as well. You know what I mean? I got to wash that
Yeah,
off now.
so I've got the whole no shave November thing going on. So I'm going to keep
as
this.
well has got something going on. I don't know. Can you see
Yeah,
it?
so I'll be keeping my facial hair on for the entire month, and then on the 1st of December it all goes off.
see, mine's grey now. I mean, I'm 45 next year, but mine's gone all
mine
grey now.
here as well.
Two
Mine there
things
as
it
well.
does that. That's being an Arsenal fan, yeah, since 1984, and also women. That's the only two that makes a man grey. You know, that's the only two reasons. That's it. Women and Arsenal Football Club. That's it.
Women, and Arsenal Football Club.
Mate, speak for yourself. I've never been in a relationship.
Lucky you. I'm glad to hear that, man.
But that's a joke. Any women
you're the
that's
clever
watching,
one,
that's a
man.
joke.
You're the clever one.
Clever or maybe just unfortunate, really. I'm cursed
Clever.
with I'm cursed with you know, being a little bit too short for people's liking. I mean, 5'7", 5'8" is maybe not short, but compared to others who are about 6'4", I'm a literal dwarf. And maybe people just don't go for a guy like me. It's a question of appearance more than anything else.
Oh.
It is
No,
what
well,
it is.
Manny, I'm going to be honest with you. You said you're 5'8". In all fairness, I'm only 1 inch taller than you. I'm 5'9".
I'm the same height.
What-
I'm like 5'9". No.
Are you, Dave? No, you're not 5'9", are you?
Yeah, like 5'9", 5'10", maybe at a stretch.
Yeah.
I'm not that tall. I'm not like Del Boy. I'm not like Kyle. I think
Yeah,
Kyle is 6'2". Kyle is 6'3", I think. Yeah,
6'3", built like a shed house. If you cross him,
he's a
God
big
help
guy.
you.
I'm a big man myself,
Yeah.
but Kyle is he's a head and shoulders above me. You know what I mean?
Hey, no denying that.
But I'm solid. I'm all there. I'm Irish. Lots of potatoes. No, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think the height, Manny, is just bad luck, man. Women are picky, man, as well. Women are. I just do Tinder, man. Tinder, that thing. Tinder.
Hey, I can't disagree with any of that. But
Women
yeah,
are just
so we were
hard to please, man.
talking about Tomiyasu and how he ended up getting skinned, and now the worst part is that with Ben White having been injured, we're down to our bare bones practically, because we're again depending on players to come back fit from their injury hiatus, if that's the correct use of the word. And with that sort of squad depth, we are not going to challenge for the top honours. So all the euphoria from our win over City, I just think you know, it's misplaced now, unless we really make it count. And we're still able to. Yes, we're getting results against teams like Burnley. Yes, we are still 1 point behind City, thanks to that absolute that absolute thriller at Stamford Bridge. But I'll tell you what, there's a saying: BS might get you to the top, it won't keep you there. And we were BSing it, we were winging it for a long period of time, and eventually we were found out. And it could be history repeating itself unless we're, you know, smart and wise about the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've been okay recently. I mean, we got the win against Sevilla in the Champions League. We did the business against Burnley, but it has to be said, Burnley are rock bottom of the league. I mean, they lost the last 5. I was speaking to a couple of Burnley fans after the game because they were actually staying in the hotel where I work. They actually saw my old School Gunner business card, which was up on top of the bar, because I'm leaving them everywhere. And I'm trying to force people to subscribe to my channel, you know. If they have sleeping problems, it's good for that, you know.
Forcing or coercing? Coercing is a much nicer word, I'd like to think.
But if you can't sleep at night, guys, if you have a problem sleeping, watch a bit of my content. You'll be sound asleep within 5 or 10 minutes. That's what I tell people. I'm being serious. It's so boring. I'm joking, guys. No, but listen, I had the card up on the bar, yeah. The boys came in, they saw the card, one of them picked it up, and I thought they were Arsenal fans. Obviously, their accents they're from Burnley, but I thought they were also saying, oh no, we're Burnley fans. I was like, yeah, that's me. You know what I mean? They said, oh, well, in the first half, we were in the game, but in the second half, you know, we lost our way. I don't know. You've got to put into perspective, yeah, the Burnley are rock bottom. They've lost the last 5. in the first half, I don't know, we're like perennial. I don't know, we play safety first almost. I don't know, we play with the brake on, whereas really we should just go for it. I mean, look, when you compare us to Manchester United right now, I mean, United have got so many problems. We seem light years ahead of them, but I think if we played them in Old Trafford, there's a chance we could lose. But then when you look at the way United are playing, you think they're nowhere near our level, but they're only 5 points off us now. Is it 6 points behind us? Thing is with United, they played 12, they won 7, they lost 5. Whereas we've played 12, won 8. It's all or nothing with United. They win or they lose. You know what I mean? They're only 6 points behind us now. I don't know.
As Katy Perry would say, they're hot and they're cold. They're yes and they're no. They're in and they're out. They're up and they're down. I don't want to
Don't get me thinking about Katy Perry. No, I can't. I won't be able to concentrate. I don't want to be thinking about her. I mean, she is all woman. I mean, there is nothing at all wrong with her. Anyway.
No, there's only one person who's all woman, and she has the song to prove it. Lisa Stansfield.
Oh,
don't even go there.
Yeah,
don't even go there.
Her and Beyonce. All right. So look, just watched Henry Wright TV. Henry Wright TV. Who's that?
Yes.
Oh no,
Henry Wright. Yeah,
he's a Spurs fan. He had to do the one chip challenge wearing an Arsenal shirt because Tottenham lost at home first before Arsenal. Oh no!
A wonderful name. He's sort of effectively named after 2 of our greatest strikers, and he's a Tottenham fan. The irony of it all, eh?
Yeah,
that's funny. I must check out his channel. I didn't hear of his channel, but I must check it out. At least he's done.
He does quite a few streams with Lee Gunner. So, I mean, obviously, he's passionate about his club, but he's also a little bit. He's grounded, I would say. He's grounded a bit.
He's a realist. He's a realist.
That one chip challenge must have sounded painful, Henry, mate. If you're watching this, I feel for you.
At least he followed through on it, though. Yeah, he actually wore the jersey and he stood by his principles. He did it. I never make bets like that or anything, and I never would. Anthony, how did you get on with your bet? How did your bet work out?
Oh yeah. My bet. I won on my bet.
You won?
Yeah, I won. Yeah, well, I think some of the misses though, because the misses go, "Well, what are you going to get me?" And I think, "Well, hang on, it's my money. I got the. I might treat
it quiet as much as you can. You know, there's no bet; it doesn't exist."
Yeah, I know. I might probably treat the family, go out for a nice meal or something like that with it, and the rest of it.
Sounds good. If you have a chance, guys, check out the Paul Merson documentary on Netflix, about gambling. It's like an hour. It's like an hour long. Have you seen it?
No, but that is on my to-do list.
Excellent, man. It's excellent. I didn't realize Paul Merson had such a problem. Yeah, he's like in the 95 percentile. He's like extreme. I mean, the people at 65%, they did like a CAT scan of him. Yeah, I won't tell you the whole thing, because you want to watch. But they did a CAT scan of him, and when he's watching normal things, his brain activity is just normal. But then, as soon as they showed like the casinos and stuff, and he was watching the images in the CAT scan, the area of the brain linked to pleasure went through the roof. He's like a mad addict. He'd bet on 2 cockroaches running across the floor. Who comes first? You know what I mean? He's all or nothing. He goes all in the whole time. Merson has no kind of break. He goes all in, all on black, all on red. He's one of these people. Yeah, he's just, he's like 30% worse than like a person that is a chronic gambler. That's what they said. That's why his problem has been so profound. It's incredible. Anyway, watch it. I won't say anymore. You need to watch it.
I think his wife steps in. I think she handles all the finances in that now.
He has no access to money.
No.
Believe it or not. You can't. Yeah.
It's a shame because I mean, when you look at him now and you look at the performances years ago that he used to put on the pitch for Arsenal, I mean, what?
You should hit him up on Instagram, though, Anthony. Maybe he could give you some gambling advice. You know what I mean? Some tips.
Well, no, I don't.
No, Dave, don't go there. The one thing you do not want to do, the one thing you do not do with a reformed gambler is talk to him about gambling. It's like asking a reformed alcoholic who's now sober, enjoying sobriety, about the best brands of wine or how to conduct yourself when you go on a night out. No, people get triggered. Don't think about it, man. I'm sorry. It
That's
doesn't.
a bad idea. What the hell was that?
No,
Don't even think about it. If you
bad
love
idea.
Paul, if you love Paul Merson as much as the next man, don't disrespect him like that. Sorry.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
Yeah,
Merson's a
no,
good man.
I only spent it. I do have a bet, but I only bet 1 day a week, and that's the maximum of £5, and that is it. No more, and that's it.
Look, what you do with your own money is your business. But if you want to bet on Arsenal to win the league, to win the treble, that's fine. You know what I mean? League,
No.
FA Cup, and Champions League. Think about it.
No, because it's
No.
not. Well, it's not going to happen. I won't bet on it anyway. But it's not safe. It's not. That's to me. That's my opinions of our football club. But it's not just the opinions of our football club. It's the opinions of our manager and Edu as well.
Yeah.
I don't think they're. I got my own. Opinions on our manager. I don't think he's the right manager to aim us. I think he's got us where he can get Arsenal Football Club, which is second and a trophy. That's the most he can do with that. We need somebody else, and I think at the end of this season, it might happen. It might prove that if we don't win anything at the end of this season, I mean a trophy. Dare I say top 4, but we finished the league second last season. Should really be aiming for that now. We should really be aiming for now for the Premier League. But unfortunately, I can't see it. I think if I had to predict how the league's going to finish at the end of this season, this is just my prediction. I'm going to put Man City first, Liverpool second, Arsenal third, and fourth. It's going to be at Newcastle, Villa, or Tottenham for fourth. Unfortunately, that's who I'm.
Early doors. Good evening to you, mate. Thank you for joining. And the thing is, though, Anthony, the way I take a look at the Chelsea City 4-4 thriller, it reminded me and many of us, many people in my age group, in a way, of the classic Merseyside 4-4 draw between Everton and Liverpool in the 1991 FA Cup. Of course, you remember how that game went. I mean, it was a titanic encounter with the pendulum swinging one way or the other. And I think when Liverpool went 4-3 up, I think it might have been Beardsley who scored. I don't remember. It might have been Beardsley or Rush. Beardsley, Rush, and Barnes scored, but it might have been Beardsley who got the fourth goal. Yeah. And even the Everton fans were saying, you know what, we gave it everything we could, but that's pretty much it for us. No hope. And then up steps Tony Cottee to, somehow find the nerve to go past Glenn Hussein and then stick it between the legs of Bruce Grobbelaar. Yeah. And it was complete bedlam at Goodison, and the fans were jubilant. And inexplicably, Kenny Dalglish resigned after that game. I'm not saying that Pep Guardiola will resign immediately after this. Of course, he won't. And he knows better. But this could very well be the season where City do start to get found out. And Guardiola might end up actually deciding to call it a day as City boss with his legacy secure. Especially if they aren't able to continue with their Champions League defense. Then that could be it for him, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, he's done everything at Man City now. He's won everything there is to be won. I mean, knowing Pep, he most probably, if he leaves, you wish him all the best, and he goes on to another club, trying to, get the spark like, in the other team. Which personally, it won't surprise me if it's a top team that he goes to. Maybe someone like, I know they got a new manager, but maybe someone like a PSG. That could most probably go on and win the Champions League. They're always winning the, their cups over there in their league, but they haven't won the Champions League as far as I can remember anyway, PSG. So, I think that might be in Pep's next step, to go on with a team like that to get them more Champions League, maybe.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Laptop is unplugged.
You've always got to have your charger, man, when you're using a
Yeah,
laptop. No excuses.
exactly.
Your fellow Corkman, Roy Keane, said it best. If you fail to
He
prepare,
did.
you prepare to fail.
He did.
I always charge mine an hour or an hour and a half before I go live.
That's the way, Mr. Herbert. That's the way. Good on you, mate.
Streaming though, yeah, the streaming kind of knocks it out a little bit. Yeah. What was I going to say? Did you hear the story about Edu and about signing Mudrick? Did you hear that story? Supposedly he saved us 60 million. He's been credited with saving us over 60 million because instead of getting Mudrick, we actually got Trossard, and Trossard has proven to be a great player. But look at the 65 that we wasted on Havertz. I mean, people are praising Edu at the moment. There's a big thing in the news about it at the moment. I mean, I don't know what you think about that. I mean, he's saying we saved 60 million because we got Trossard instead of Mudryk, and Trossard is doing well right now. But look at the money that we spent on Havertz. I mean, you can't really kind of, I wouldn't be crediting Edu too much with that because it was kind of like
Edu deserves no credit. One swallow does not a summer make.
Kissing his ass. I met the man. He's a nice enough guy, but I mean, it's business. I don't know. I don't know. But
yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
he's a nice enough person if you want to have a nice churrasco with him. Churrasco, of course, is Portuguese for barbecue, and Brazilian barbecue, as both of you gentlemen will know, is very, very famous indeed.
Is it?
But as far
I never heard of it.
You've never had a Brazilian barbecue?
No, I never
Dave,
even heard of it. I never even heard of it. I heard of caipirinha, but I never heard of the barbecue. Brazilian football.
Come on.
Samba.
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I'm being serious. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
One of the best restaurants in London to go to is Preto. Look up Preto restaurant.
There's one here. There's one up the road from me, yeah.
You've got to try it. You've got to try it. And especially you've got to try the cupim, or the hump of the Brazilian zebu bull. Extremely fatty meat, but very, very tender. Melt in your mouth. Delicious.
No, I prefer
as
Five
I said,
Guys. I prefer to go to Five Guys.
Look at you, all rustic, for want of a better word.
Americanized.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Edu deserves no credit for the Mudrak thing because, again, you're only as good as your next transfer dealing, and obviously the Havertz deal was a waste of money. But in addition, I think it's quite fair to say, if you take a look at Mudrak based on some of his performances, he's actually got a much higher ceiling than Trossard, and Pochettino has actually started to encourage him to fulfill some of that potential. Yeah. So, yes, he might have cost him an arm and a leg at the time, but I'll tell you what, he could end up repaying that in many ways.
He's at a different level, I think. Yeah, but Trossard has been fantastic. Obviously, we leave Edu out of this, yeah, but Trossard has been fantastic for us recently. I mean, it's like people are saying, if Nketiah comes back in ahead of Trossard, Arteta does not know what he's doing. I mean, he's been on it. I'm glad we have a little bit of an international break now for the players to recover, though. I understand maybe at the internationals, maybe a few players might pick up injuries also, but I really hope that Saka gets a rest. I mean, for me, the player that needs to rest is Bukayo Saka. I mean, every time I look at him, he looks to be a bit gassed. I don't know. We're playing him too much. Yeah. Comment here about some good Brazilian grills in London. Thank you to Yazzie for that. There's Cabanas Brazilian Grill as well in Angel and Westfield in Bush. So obviously Westfield in Shepherd's Bush, I think he's talking about it as a place. I wouldn't go near Westfield though in Shepherd's Bush because the ex-wife might bump into me. She's working there, so I'll stay away from there. You know what I mean? So last thing I want to be seeing is her walking through the shopping centre with some fella, and then I just turn around and I just do what the Irish do best. You know what I mean? Scrap. But that's a joke, guys. But I won't be going anywhere near Westfield. Next time I'm in Westfield, I want a woman on my arm. You know what I mean? And then I go there. Brave. You know what I mean? Brave. I'll have a woman on my arm just to show. I'll get one of the girls in work to come by with me. You know what I mean? And we'll stroll through Westfield. You know what I mean? Very much in love. Yeah, just for fun. Why not? You know what I mean? That's how I roll, guys. You want to know what I do in my free time? That's what I do. All right. Yeah, I got nothing else to do. You know what I mean? It's all right. Gunnosaurus put me up to it. Guys, it's called revenge. It's a dish best served cold. You know what I mean? Call it immature, but look, it's fun. Now, let's talk about Guinness. So, Marnie likes a pint. I like a pint. Do you like a pint? Anthony?
I don't mind a pint of Guinness.
Like a pint of Guinness, huh? You like that,
We
yeah?
went through a phase where it was I don't know what it was called, Guinness and black. You used to have a shot of blackcurrant on
Oh
the
yeah.
top of it. Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's against the rules, though. You're not allowed to do that. That
no,
is
no, no. That was the start of it, and then
sacrilege.
I went on and drank a bit of Guinness, and do you know what? I haven't drank Guinness for ages. I haven't drunk it for years. So
You're going to have one, though. I know it because I said it.
I,
Now you'll put that in your mind.
I most probably would have one. You know, I most probably do a little video and raise a pint of Guinness to you at Christmas time all school. So you know, that'd be one. Now we're on the subject of Guinness. Years ago, and this is true, when Alex Ferguson was the manager of Manchester United, he said to his players, if you go out and you want to enjoy yourself and you drink, right? You go to a pub or whatever it is you drink Guinness. That is the only drink you're allowed to drink. And you know what? That was what the Man United players did. They used to drink Guinness because it was obviously full of iron and stuff like that. So
Yeah, if you're doing
it was,
sport, if you're training, if you're doing any kind of fitness, it does.
yeah,
Not if you have 20 of them, obviously, because that is
no,
just. But if you have 2 or 3, it has benefits. Obviously, if you're doing 25, it's going to be very unhealthy. But if you
yeah,
have 2 or 3, there are like the Munster rugby team. They also do that. Yeah, they
yeah.
drink Guinness when they're out. You ever see the rugby players? They drink stout, and it obviously they're, you know what I mean. They're
Oh,
training
I was
hard as
going to
well,
say,
then, and they're
they're
eating proper.
animals. They're
But yeah, it
animals.
does put. There's a couple of guys in my country that I used to be out with, and they were like
Yeah,
Bulmers as well. But you'd see them drinking, and people were thinking, what would they be doing? They weren't doing
yeah,
anything. They were just
no,
drinking and having a good proper roast dinner. And these guys, I mean, they were like Popeye. They had arms like Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm not
yeah,
joking. One
yeah.
slap and it was good night Vienna. These guys were, and they were just literally drinking stout. But they were
Well,
good fellas, like very
yeah.
strong.
I mean,
Yeah, it
a
does
couple of
do
my
something for
cousins, yeah, a couple of my cousins, they're like rugby players. And
them.
I've gone out drinking with them. And I tell you what, the jokes and the stunts that they pull when you're out there, and you know, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's like a yard, but when they say like a yard of L, and I mean, it ain't just L. It is everything that you can put into it
Yeah.
makes that jump. And I think we was in there, we all, because they were rugby players. And in all fairness, I was a footballer. I was a football player. And I thought we used to do bad things, like, you know, like get up to and stuff, but then
Mm.
they take it to the next level, or the next level above that, and blimey. And I drank one, and I had he put a blindfold on me, and I was sort of like drinking it, and I'm thinking, and I'm drinking it, and I'm thinking, right, this don't taste right. It's got funny textures to it, and it's God knows what else. And as I finished it, I literally took my blindfold off, and it had, you know what, in it. It had, back then, you was allowed to smoke in pubs, and I must have had a dirty ashtray with a few fag butts in it, and God knows what else.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
mate.
fucking
And I
that no buy is crossing the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it was like, no, I'm not doing that again. And yeah, I've been out with them a few times after that, but now,
And
I mean,
it was soggy inside of it, and all the badness from the cigarette like came out
yes,
in the liquid of the pint. You know what I mean? It just
yes,
oh my
yeah, it
god.
was
Mate, that
wild.
is anyone,
Oh,
anyone who
if
does
anyone
that,
ever does that to me,
anyone,
by they're gonna get I'm telling you.
anyone who does that to you, you should never ever consider going out with them again. And they're
No,
certainly not friends of yours, believe you me.
no,
And the worst part is, of course, all the bar. Everyone looks around and said Guinness, says early doors football, and yeah, you just can't go wrong with it. One thing I do notice is that there seems to be a little bit of a complex, really, among a lot of Englishmen. If you go to the south, for instance, I mean, Southerners, and of course I'm a Southerner. I was born in Eastbourne and I grew up in Kent, and they seem to have a little bit more of a bias against Guinness, because I wouldn't say against necessarily, but they prefer the sort of lighter lager drinks more than anything else. And Guinness is normally seen as something partaken by people coming from the north, maybe from places like Yorkshire or somewhere else.
Yeah.
But you kind of see that in America, for instance. One thing which I remember very well is that Americans have these really, I wouldn't say vulgar, but definitely awkward things to do with a Guinness. They sometimes serve a half and half with a Guinness and an Irish lager. But one thing which they've really famous for, and I don't think you get this in Ireland, you might concur with me on this, Dave, is something called an Irish car bomb. The name itself doesn't really, appeal. And what it is effectively, you get a pint of Guinness, yeah, but you also have a shot glass which is full of Bailey's Irish.
A chaser, yeah.
And so the idea is that you just hang it over the pint, drop it in, and so you get some of the stout splashing everywhere, and then you've got to try and chug it as fast as you can, because apparently if you don't chug it quickly enough, the cream in the Irish cream starts to curdle a little bit. And I'm the type of person who is very, I wouldn't say traditional, but certainly respectful with my Guinness. And, they have that master brewer, Fergal O'Brien, who conducts tutorials on how to enjoy your Guinness. Apparently, you drink with your elbow. Stick your elbow out, and then you take a long sip. And, of course, the head of foam has got to be a certain height. Height.
Yeah, the shtick.
Yeah, but on the other side of the pond, they sort of tend to make fun of that. And there is an Irish diaspora over there. A lot of people of Irish descent, of course, are Americans and Canadians, and they don't really seem to mind it. But if you are a proper Irishman and you see people doing that, you're not really going to enjoy it that much. And it's you can never allow yourself to get addicted to it, but whenever I would go out, that's always one thing I'd have, because I was never really skilled at buying Guinness in the bottle and pouring it into a cup, because you've got to have that specific glass to do it with, and I didn't have that. So I'd always go out and have it. But I think now, of course, some things have evolved so much with the with managers saying drinking isn't allowed at all. You've got Harry Redknapp banning alcohol in the in these bars or lounges associated with the club. Players aren't allowed to have drinks at all. Even Sam Allardyce has laid down the law, as have a few others. And it's such a shame, really, because it has to be done, though, because you don't want to see another George Best or a Paul Merson or a Paul Gascoigne who, end up allowing alcohol to be effectively, I wouldn't say the death of them, but certainly the thing which really stunts their careers from reaching their full potential. And although George Best will always be remembered as one of the greatest players to ever kick a ball, you have to take a look at his overall career and say, in as much as people might want to say that he earned the right to do whatever he wanted, given that he began playing at 16 and had 11 great years at Manchester United, at the end of the day, people will say that as beautiful as he was to watch, his Manchester United days were the best of him, and his better days when he left Manchester United, they were all gone. So you don't want to see alcohol really affecting players' careers, and the sad part is you just can't even trust players these days to be responsible with their alcohol consumption. It's all the more saddening.
Thing is with him as well, though, Manny, they're like they're at such a health level and a fitness level as a professional football player. When they tend to have a couple of pints, they get drunk quicker than we say I would, because they are very healthy and they are very fit and they abstain from drink a lot. So you see these terrible headlines about them then, because when they go out and they have a couple of pints and they're with the lads, okay, they're being egged on, they get wasted because they're not used to drinking like that. Like they get more drunk than I would, for example, because they're just fitter, they're healthier, their body is rejecting it. They get in an awful state. I mean, you see the headlines about them, man. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what time of day it is. That's one thing I would say, why they have to be careful as well, because it's bad press for them, and they do get wasted. I mean, it's different when City won the treble and Grealish was there and he was giving it the big unlook. Yeah, that's deserving. But I mean, sometimes, like, what was his name? What's the man that plays for United? He's a terrible defender. Harry Maguire, like some of the headlines that he had, fighting outside the club with the boys. I mean, what on earth was he doing? I mean, the Spanish police arrested him.
Don't talk to me about Harry Maguire, the man who's most infamous for taking his own food to an Italian restaurant and having baked beans and toast
Is that what he
with
does?
soldiers.
No wonder he's crap.
Cristiano Ronaldo told it all in his interview with Piers Morgan, apparently. Yeah, you go to an Italian restaurant, for heaven's sake, you do not bring your own food, for heaven's sake.
No,
I know that
that's very insulting to the Italians, huh? Very insulting.
I know that Alan Shearer loved his baked beans, and I think in some cases they are quite nutritious because they're slow releasing starches, which are good for athletic performance. But you don't bring that to an Italian restaurant when once in a while you're going out with your mates, you want to enjoy the food and be respectful to the people.
It's an insult.
It's insulting and it's disgusting.
Italian restaurant is insulting.
Agreed. And if you aren't, let's say you aren't allowed to eat that food because you're on a special diet, as some people will claim, just don't go to the restaurant. Yeah. Say, lads, I can't do that. And at least they'll understand. But I mean, Harry Maguire's another awkward sort of case. I think he strikes you when you take a look at the way he plays and the way he conducts himself at times. You just think the first word you think of is awkward.
Oh my God, yeah,
seriously.
He gets himself in an awful muddle, man. He just looks pure ungamely. Like he can't turn, he can't move. Everything about the man. I was actually outside Jamie Oliver's new restaurant in London.
Ah, beautiful.
I was actually there like
Jamie.
Tuesday last week because the chef with us, one of the chefs that works with us, she trained with him like 10 years ago. So what he did was he sent out RSVPs to everyone, and she was invited to come to the opening of his new restaurant. And it's literally called Jamie Oliver. You know what I mean? So I was outside there, the building that it's in, I was outside waiting for her to come out. The building, the way it is inside, he was long gone by then when I turned up, otherwise I would have went in to see him. But the building that it's in is absolutely incredible. And it's by Aldwych, if you know Aldwych in London, the theatre district.
Yeah.
It's there. And by Wellington Street. Man, the building that they have, there's like chandeliers and you name it, man. It's really, really upmarket. Yeah, very plush, I have to say. Who is this person here? Yazzie, who is that? I love the Guinness extra cold. I think you served that to me before, David. So I think this person has been into where I work. Who are you? I think I have a feeling who that is because one of the guys I work with, he's got a big connection to friends in London and he was getting them all to kind of sub to my channel. But I don't know who that is exactly. Who is that? Who are you? I have a feeling who it is. Yeah. It's a friend of one of the guys I work with, but I can't quite put my finger on who that is. But he knows me.
He'll reveal himself to you in due course. Don't worry about it, man.
Pour McGuinness, and do what you normally do.
Stick the crisp in it. Stick my nose into it. Just stick my nose into it. I'm like, like the little bird that dips his head into the water.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like. You know what I mean? I just dip my nose into it. It's luck. It brings luck, actually.
Does it?
Yeah, it brings luck. It's a very lucky thing. I did it 3 times. That means Arsenal are going to win the treble this year. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Who remembers Carling Premier? Smooth as anything, had a head like a Guinness. You had to be careful. Got smashed in no time. Lethal, but a nice pint. Shame they stopped making it. I remember that. Yeah, I was like paint stripper.
I remember. Yeah.
You throw it on the wall. Ah, that's who it is. Ah, I know you now. That's who you are, man. Yeah, cool. I know who you are. Yeah, how are you getting on? I hope you're keeping well, eh? I hope you're keeping well. I didn't recognize you in the photo. Sorry, man. I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, I know who that is. He's a cool guy, a friendly guy. He was staying at the hotel once and he had the full Arsenal gear on. Like, he looked, the part, and I walked up. I was like, you know what I mean? And then we just struck off. A good conversation. We had a good conversation. You know what I mean? Small world, man. But people in London, you're bound to bump into loads of Arsenal fans at the hotel. I mean, it's natural. I didn't recognize you in the photo, man. Because there's another guy that I work with. He's actually got like loads of guys around London. So whenever they come in, they're Arsenal fans too. He's like, sub to his channel. They could have been one of them too, Early doors football TV. It's nice to see Tony back anyway, man. Tony's been kind of a bit quiet recently for reasons I'm not going to go into, but personal reasons. But it's nice to see Tony back around again a little bit, We had a little
it's like each other. Back,
yeah, we were each other the other day, and it's nice to see him back actually again, man. Really.
Yeah, I wish that because I'm on a Instagram group chat with him, and he hasn't been on for a while. I noticed that, and so I went out and personally messaged him myself and said, "Look,
Yeah.
I'm stuck for a while. I hope it's all playing, hope all is okay and that." And he said, "Yeah, not going into too much detail, but he was, he's back. He seems to be all right." And I tell you what, if obviously if he's still watching, I'd like to get him because I've been on a couple of a few shows with him. I hope to get on with some more shows with him as well. So big up pretty doors, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, Tony's a nice guy, man. Tony's a nice guy. I kind of knew, I'm not going to go into it cover on air, but I kind of gave him as well like a bit of leeway the last couple of weeks because he needed to kind of, I think he just needed that time. You know what I mean? It's best that he was kind of, have that time to yourself, to kind of get your head straight. I don't know. But yeah, it's good to see him back, man. It's good to see him back. I think he's coaching a football team, but I think they had a bit of a bad result yesterday. I think they were beaten like 8-1.
Oh, really?
So, Tony's actually coaching a football team. Yeah, he's coaching a football team, but they got well beaten yesterday, unfortunately. But it is what it is. We're too old to play, guys. That's the problem. We can't play because we're too old. I think it's like a boys' team, Otherwise, we could play and help out. You know what I mean? I could be defender, Anthony could be striker, and Manny could be wing back. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'd be a good team, man. We'd score a lot of goals.
The ironic thing is I used to be a goalkeeper when I was much younger and I was pretty good, but when I stopped growing, I had to stop playing. You can't be less than 6 foot and be a good keeper, you see. Unless, of course, you're playing indoor football.
Yeah. Indoor is different. Yeah, indoor is different rules. Like the goal is.
It is, yeah. Especially when you play, I don't know if you've ever played it, but 5-a-side. Blimey, the ball is always in play, it's never out of play. I can remember the first game that I played, I did 5-a-side. Jeez, I can't, and I had this massive stitch in the side of my, and I'm like, blimey, and I'm sweating. He goes, yeah, but you didn't stop for the game. I goes, yeah, I know I didn't, but I didn't know it was going to be that bad. And that was my first ever experience of 5-a-side. I played it a few times, but I knew to calm down a little bit. Just like after I'd spend my time running around, and then I'd spend half my time just sort of like roughly stood still, just picking pass. And, do you know what I mean?
Let the ball do the work.
You've got to. You've got to. Point, yeah, and it was where I live in Bristol. It was a new 5-a-side. They opened up new 5-a-side pitches, and they got a Premier League footballer that opened it. And I spoke to him. I thought, what a lovely guy. And that guy was the ex-QPR and Newcastle striker Les Ferdinand. So I met him, and he was the one that opened up the 5-a-side pitches and that. So yeah, he was a really, really, really nice guy to talk to.
He comes across as being a nice guy. Yeah, he comes across as being a nice guy. He does. Yeah. You know what I mean? You can tell by looking at the guy. He's probably grateful for the luck he's had in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's grateful. He's grateful.
Yeah, he'd be left back in the changing rooms.
Left in the changing rooms. Me too.
That's what I might say.
The hamstring, just thinking about it there. I actually pulled a hammy. My hamstring went just thinking about it. I'm not joking. But I used to play a bit of indoor before, like 5-a-side, but it was indoor. Yeah, indoor is ferocity, the ferocious. But I was fit then because I was doing karate. So I already had the fitness level where it should be. The trainer saw to that. I mean, he used to really make us do a lot of hard physical training. Yeah. So when I went into indoor, it was easy enough for me. I'm not going to, I don't want to sound arrogant when I say that, but I already had the fitness level where it should be before I went in. So it was fine for me. Obviously there were some nights were hard, but it was good fun. Yeah. I did it to build up stamina. I did it to build up the legs. You know what I mean? Because that's important with karate. It was something different. And it's a team sport rather than individual. So it was good for me. Yeah. And I enjoyed it. But when we went to do it, when we went out to play, it was like at the hall was used by like a rugby team, It was like at a rugby team, but it was indoors. And we went out to play. They were all kind of like, because one of the guys was connected to the rugby club and he was training with us. And all the other guys played the football were like, are the guys okay that you're bringing out? Because they're karate guys, right? I mean, they're not going to be flying kicks at people. He was like, no. They come to play football. I surely thought we were going to be going out like actually hurting people. You know what I mean? A couple of karate guys turn up playing football. I think he thought we were going to be kicking guys around the place, but nah. We're nice guys. But the games were fun, I remember. The games were fun. I mean, it was a bit of a laugh. You know what I mean? A bit of a laugh. I never got injured, so it was good.
Well, I was going to say, talking about injuries, I mean, it always comes back. I always thought it'd come back to haunt me because, I mean, when I play football, I'm not blowing my own trumpet here, but I was told that I was quite fast, quite pasty. So I used to play right wing, and I remember playing, and when I was still on the obviously on the pitch, and the guy that was marking me, he hated it because he couldn't sort of like tackle me or anything like that. And I heard the manager say in his ear at the time, he said, "Take him out." He said, "The best thing to do is just take him out." And so I caught that in my head, and he was putting the tackles in, and I was quite wary of it. But at one time when he put the tackle in, I didn't think he was going to do it, but he did. And as he did, he connected to my leg. I flew up in the air. I can remember that, and I landed down. And as I landed down awkwardly, I thought, "Blimey, what is that?" And I heard this snap, and basically from your kneecap down to your ankle, I I I ripped every ligament in my knee, and I was in
Oh
middle of a
no, that's
lie.
so
Yeah,
painful, so painful, so painful.
I was I was in plaster for. I got to be honest with you, it went for 4 months being in plaster.
Yeah.
I missed probably pretty much all the season in that, and then I came back the following season, and the guy we played the same team on the same pitch. We was away, and the guy came up to me and he said, "Look, I'm really sorry for what I did. I heard that it was bad and that." And he said, "I was open to meet you." He said there was no one done sort of thing. And I wanted to give him I just wanted to punch the guy out there and then. So I thought, no, I'll be a man of my word. I shake his hand and said, "All right, not a problem." And I'm so proud to say we won that game 8-1, and I scored an hat trick. And I shook his hand at the end of the game. I said, "There you go, have that." And then I walked off. So I thought I was the bigger man for doing that than wanting to do obviously something else,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Hurting
So
him, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so that was it.
Even hurting him when the game took place. Yeah, you just focused on what you were doing, yeah. And when you
Yeah,
actually do that, you realize that you're better than you were. Like, even as a player, you're like, when his tackle went in, of course, that was the end of it for you for a couple of months. But when you came back,
yeah,
you realize that you were actually better than him, maybe as a player. I don't know. You know what I mean? He wasn't as good as all that. You know what I mean? And you were
yeah,
completely focused on playing the game.
yeah.
But
I was
to go back,
25
you
at
were
the
brave
time.
to go back and play again, and especially with him there, because
Yeah,
be honest, the thought in your mind had to be, what if he does it again? I mean, some people are like that. They would go out to hurt you intentionally again now. I mean, what if he did it a second time? I mean, you were brave, man. You were brave because he could have hurt you a
yeah.
second time. What would have happened then? I mean, the same thing again. I mean, it would have been way worse then. You were brave.
It would have been really worse, yeah. Because I mean, trouble is with people I don't get me wrong. I don't want to be injured, but I would
Mm,
rather have a break. I'd rather have a broken bone than a torn ligament because your ligaments they never heal. They only heal about 85%. They never heal 100%. So obviously you always have that weakness there for years. And
yeah,
I
yeah,
find it now. I know this is a bit sad and whatever, but I mean when the winter months come and especially January, February, I find those months the real coolest because obviously working out in the building trade as well because that's what I do for a living and
mm,
I always feel the pain in my knee, and I'm
yeah,
like, and I'm limping around a little bit, and he goes, "What's wrong with you? You want that?" I goes, "No, it's just a normal football injury I've had." So it was quite bad, but I mean, I was 25 when that happened, and
mm,
that was 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago now. So it's one of those that was it, and I hung my boots up when I was 36,
mm,
and I knew I couldn't do it anymore. And not that you've got a family and life and all
mm,
that sort of thing. So that comes first. So
mm.
yeah, so that's it.
The injuries can be bad in football, though. Like, I used to
Yeah,
fight, I did karate, but the
yeah,
injuries in football are worse, in my opinion, than you find in karate. I mean, in karate, we can break bones, we can really hurt each other. I mean, we're fighting hard. Yeah, we just have gum shields and we just have gloves on, and that's about it. There's nothing to protect your body as such. It's just a gum shield and the gloves, so you don't break the skin when you strike someone. But the injuries in football are way worse, in my experience. The injuries are way worse because I don't know. You don't see the tackle coming, or you could just run and hurt yourself as well. Karate's a bit more. We're looking at the opponent when we're fighting them, so we kind of cover up. But in football, it's
and that's the word.
22 guys out there. There's 22 players on the field, and they got boots on, and they're strong. They're strong when they tackle. It's hard.
It's like what you said as well, Dave. The worst thing is about it is when you don't see that coming. When you don't see it coming, that's what hurts more. Is when you don't see it coming. But unfortunately, it happened, and that was it. But I couldn't believe it because my brother played on. I played right because we always played old-fashioned 4-4-2. I played right wing, and my brother played right back. He was behind me, and he said to me, I'm really surprised you didn't do anything on that. I said, no. I said, I'm just going to be the bigger person, mate. I can't really be, and I'm glad I was. And that was
you
it.
You did the right thing, though, man. You did the right thing. What's the point? The point? You did the right thing.
Yeah, beat him 8-1. And I said, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
You played a stormer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I scored an hat-trick. Yeah, I was.
Maybe if you had lost 8-1, then you could fight him at the end of the game. You know what I mean? That was probably your plan anyway, right? To fight him after the game if you lost. But because you won, you just walked off.
It was there at the back of the head. It was there at the back of the head. I'm not going to lie. It was there at the back of the head.
I'm just going to all or nothing. Go for quits.
But yeah, it was there at the back of the head. I was fine with it. We won 8-1. That was it. But I think what it was, I admired him even more when he come up to me and what he said, and we shook hands. Because if that was anybody else that didn't care, they could have turned around and said, "Look, I've done it once. Watch this. I might do it again."
But did you spit at him when he walked away? Did you do like Holland against Germany? Did you spit in the back of his hair when he walked off? Did you do like
that was
Rudy Waller and a Frank card?
Rudy Waller and Rich with it. No, that was 1990 World Cup.
You remember that though? He's in the back of his hair. He was like that.
Yes.
Waller was like.
Yeah, and he's going like that to the referee, and the referee didn't do anything. But only if they had VAR back in those days, that would have been slightly different.
Yeah, VAR. Which direction was the offside or was the onside?
Yeah, but
that was crazy. But they don't get on. They don't get on anyway. Like Germany and Holland, they have a real rivalry. Those two countries, they do not get on. Yeah. There's real animosity between those two countries back in the day. Like in football, it just boiled over. And two good footballing nations. I mean, the games were keenly contested. The games were really, really tight. You know what I mean?
Yes, they were.
Tight games. They were looking for every advantage. I remember that. And Rijkaard and Vollerman. I mean, crazy times, man. Football was better than I think. I'd know more enjoyable. Well, it was an 8. There was a 4-4 game yesterday, but I don't know. Anyway, where do you think Arsenal are going to finish this season? I mean, seriously, what league position and Champions League? How far do you think we can go? That's what I've been thinking of the last couple of days because we're almost into January now. The new year. We're moving on.
I think Arsenal finished 3rd. And regarding the Champions League, I think quarterfinals. And but anything above more than the quarterfinals.
Think we can win a trophy, like maybe the FA Cup? No. I think
we could. I think we could, but the key to that is most probably in the January transfer window, because it's like what Man said earlier, and he touched on it as well. I mean, obviously we've got players that's injured, players that's got to come back, but in certain positions and certain roles, we're a bit thin, in our team, and we are obviously definitely the right side where Saka is. We got no one. There, to play or rotate with Saka. I think that can be an option. Everybody's saying, "Oh, we need a striker." Yes, I do agree with that. But listen, this is Arsenal Football Club. We're not getting a striker. If you've got Eddie Nketiah fit and Jesus comes back, he comes back before Jesus, and we got Trossard there that could do a job. Arteta's not going to concentrate on that. It's going to be, I think it's going to be in the midfield area where Arteta is most probably his next buy.
He doesn't think we
he is
need
going
to
to buy
buy anyone. He doesn't think we need to buy a striker. I'll just read
Yeah.
out this comment here from AFC Always. Anthony, you have to get Dave and Manny on your channel. Well, I'm going to try to come on the Thursday one, yeah? But maybe I come on the Sunday. I'm up for it. I need to do more collaborating anyway to get my channel kind of out there, you know. I need to do more
you need to,
collaborations.
Dave.
I need to step out of the comfort zone a little bit, you know. I was talking to True Gunner earlier, Josh. So I'm going to come on his channel at some point, yeah. But yeah, I need to step out of the comfort zone a bit and just kind of put my channel out there. Early Doors Football TV, 4th, last 16.
Question: do you know Josh? Do you reckon he looks a bit like Mikel Arteta?
A little bit.
He does, doesn't he? I've said that to him. We have a little joke.
He does. He does. His younger brother.
Yeah, he's definitely his younger brother. Yeah.
Josh Arteta. That's what I'm going to call him, actually. Josh Arteta. This is our year. We're going to be champions or second at worst. Wow. Here's hoping, huh? Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Here's hoping, guys. I don't know. Man City is still there looking, you know, I don't know. Anyone outside of Man City? Do you think any team outside of Man City are capable of winning the league?
Liverpool.
Yeah, I agree with that. Liverpool. The only reason being they were very poor last year because they were very weak in midfield. But if you notice now this season, the players they bought is actually midfielders. I mean, one of them stands out for me is McAllister, which is a bargain buy. A World Cup win for 35 million. That was the player who I want. That was the player I wanted Arsenal to get if we couldn't got Declan Rice. But yeah, their midfield to me is absolutely brilliant. And Salah, come on! I mean, let's be honest. Liverpool won't be where they are without him.
No.
Seriously, they won't be where they are without him.
Incredible
he's the one. Yeah, he's the one that could win Liverpool the league. He's the kid.
Well, here's a question for you, right? I know this might be obvious, but why can Liverpool get a player like Salah and we can't? Now let's have it right there. He is world class. He is better than every player we have at Arsenal. Why can they get a player like that and we can't? I mean, we have a reputation as a club, right? We're a big club. Okay, we haven't won any Champions League like Liverpool. I get it. Is it the manager or is it why can they get a player like him and we can't? Let's face it, he is world class. Why can't we sign Mohamed Salah? You know what I mean? We always seem to be...
It goes down to the manager. I mean, I'm not being funny, but we've got Mikel. I know Mikel Arteta. I think he was at Man City or something like that. But you've got when he was Pep's number 2. Sorry, but you've got to think now he's our manager. He's not an elite world class manager. A manager like Mikel Arteta can't attract world class players. In my opinion, he can't. So we've got to settle for the next best thing. So instead of spending like 80 million to 100 million on world-class players, right, we've done it with Declan Rice. But what I'm saying is, with top world-class players, we ain't going to get that. So we've got a second best. Spending between the 50, 60 million mark and hoping that when they come in, they can improve to become top quality players. For me, a world-class player, and this is my own opinion, a world-class player is a player that goes on to plays for his club. That can, let's go striker. I'm going to go for the striker role, right? Okay, in the position, scoring goals, right? And I mean 20 goals plus a season. Well, if you score over 100 goals, you become a legend at the club anyway, right? And also, what makes you world class is winning trophies. And when I say trophies, I mean top trophies like the Premier League and the Champions League. They're the 2 trophies. If you've won those in your career and you score 20 goals a season, yeah, you are world class, in my opinion. But if you don't do any of that, you're a good player, but you're not world class. But then again, I have heard on the other hand that now some people are saying on streams, is strikers' jobs is not necessary to score goals. Well, in my way, I think that's the first thing a striker should be doing.
Yeah, that's your primary objective. So, that's your role. You're there to score goals.
Yeah, but I don't get it. I mean,
Yeah.
Manny most probably, he'll have obviously he's going to have his say on it. I don't know if you agree with me, Manny, but I've always said if you're a striker, your job is to score goals. That's
First and
now,
foremost,
Absolutely.
yeah. First and
yeah,
Absolutely,
foremost.
absolutely. There are no two ways about it. You've got to get the ball in the back of the net. Simple as that.
yeah. And that, to me, it's like when Ethan Rank goes, oh, well, it's not really a striker's job to score goals now because obviously football different is being played different to how we know it from years ago when we grew up, when we was watching it. But now, to me, when somebody says, I said it on the stream the other night, actually, and I said to someone, I said, so you're telling me it's not a striker's job to score goals? I said, so that means that's like telling me a defender's job is not to defend. And the guy couldn't get it. He was like, literally, he was gobsmacked. He was like, I said, well, it's the same.
But
Classifies
you
as the
what is
same.
the striker's role if it's not to score goals? You
Yeah,
know what I
he
mean?
reckons. Yeah, I mean, a lot of strikers now are scoring less goals. Some strikers are struggling to score around about 12,
That's
15
not by
goals a
choice.
season. Yeah, no, it's true. But you've seen
They're
it in
not
the Premier
choosing to do
League.
that, I think, though.
Yeah, and it's like Eddie Nketiah. Eddie Nketiah can't score 20 goals. He can't score 15 goals a season. And then I'm
Hit a
not being
barn door.
funny. There's people praising there's people praising up Eddie Nketiah, saying that he's an excellent player. I'm sorry, but what do you mean by an excellent player? Because I can't see nothing in him, and he's not the player that can take Arsenal to the next level.
Yeah.
He's not that player at all.
All due respect to Eddie, but he's a limited player, yeah. Like he's not going to get you 20 goals a season just in the Premier League. With all due
Yeah,
respect to Nketiah, yeah, he's not at that level. He's not Sheffield United. With all due respect to Sheffield United, yeah, I don't want to rubbish them. He looked good against them when he got the hat trick. Yeah, I think it was Sheffield United, right? But I mean, other
That's
games
his
after
level,
that,
man. That's his level.
he got completely outclassed.
That's the thing. Burnley is Zinchenko's level. Sheffield United is Nketiah's level.
Mm.
You will seldom see those players really turn it on in the big games when it matters the most, and that's the problem with them.
Mm.
yeah. He's right. AFC always. Oh, I got a friend called Billy on there, and he's called
Billy.
Billy Talks Ball. That's what he called. And the last bit of the word, I won't say it because Manny didn't like swearing that much, but that was what I said on my show last night. And I said, well, Billy Talks Ball. Does that mean Billy Talks Ball? That and that other
Yeah.
word I did say. Yeah, but he's right. But he's a good guy, Billy. I like him, and he's my sidekick on the on my Sunday night show as well. So
Mm.
he's a good lad. But he's a Chelsea fan. Listen, we've got to give him some credit.
Nobody's
And,
perfect.
nobody's
We all
perfect.
have our
That's right.
crosses to bear. We all have our crosses
That's
to
right.
bear. Strikers defend in the front, but their job is to score goals, pure and simple. Yeah, they put pressure on the defenders. They don't let them come out easy. Like Nunes yesterday for Liverpool. He's been heralded at the moment. I don't know did you read that article today, but he's been heralded for his pressing yesterday against Brentford. He was putting them under all kinds of pressure. You know what I mean? So yeah, Nunes is very good for Liverpool at that at the moment. But of course, his main objective is to score goals. You know what I mean? Obviously, you don't give the defenders a moment's peace. Drogba is the player that I always mention. Yeah, I always mention Didier Drogba. He never gave the defense a moment's peace. He was like the archetypal just predator. You know what I mean?
Oh
Drogba
yeah.
was. Man, what a player! Champions League final, last minute, header into the top corner, no problem. Top player.
Yeah.
AFC always was just discussing that strikers shouldn't be captains.
Do you know
Shearer
what?
was captain back in the day, wasn't he, for Newcastle? But then again, he was the real leader as well.
He was, but do you know what? That comment, I can adapt that comment. I really can because, I mean, I always say, how could you be a captain from a striking point of view? I mean, a good captain to me is either with centre backs or a centre midfielder. So in those two positions, you can actually see you've got the whole view of the pitch in the game and how your players are playing.
Better
But in all
viewpoint.
fairness, when you're a striker, if you're constantly attacking, you can't see what's going on behind you roughly. So this is what I'm saying. I feel for a captain, personally, this is my own opinion. I'd rather a captain be a defender or a midfielder. I don't really like strikers as captains. I mean, for instance, a midfielder, a captain. I know our captain at Arsenal is Odegaard, but to me, I don't think he's captain material. And
Rice,
again, this is my
Rice all the
opinion.
way.
The guy that's captain material in our squad at the minute is Declan Rice.
Declan Rice all
That
the
is
way.
the guy we want to be captain.
All
Our
day and
other
all night.
captain, he's gone out on loan to Real Sociedad, Kieran Tierney. That
Yeah.
was another perfect captain. Yeah. So unfortunately, Odegaard, no, he's not captain material. I like a captain that likes to get behind the team, gel the team on, and give them a bit of inspiration, like sort of thing. I don't see that with Odegaard. I don't see that at all.
Just going to look at this comment here. Can I just say off topic? I went to see a specialist yesterday and I've got to go back. They want to do 2 biopsy. I'm worried I can't lie. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that really.
All we can say is
I'm really, really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and if I can just say something to you, it's like please be strong, and no matter what happens, you've got people who are willing to support you in any case scenario. But have some faith; things will turn out well. Even if they don't, you've got people who've got your back, and you're not going through this alone.
Yeah, like what Manny's just said. Yeah, and we hope it's whatever results come through. We just hope it's the right results and everything could be okay. All right, NFC.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he's a down of that. Yeah.
Oh. All the best, bro. Hope it's not the nasty C. Took my dad early. Ugh. Be strong, AFC always hopes gets well, remain positive. Yeah, thank you for sharing that with us anyway. Yeah, you're brave. That was a brave move, because you didn't need to, yeah. A problem shared is a problem halved.
Yeah.
Agreed. Rice, baby. Rice is going to be the captain, guys. On a lighter note, not to take away from AFC always. I hope everything will work out. Rice, baby. Jeez, remember that was going to do rounds there for a couple of months when he signed with us. Yeah, it was like Rice, baby. Every looked, I was like that. Then I was doing this. Rice, baby. Everyone was doing it. It was the mother Rice at the bus stops.
They did it on the game show, didn't they? What was the what was it called? Snippy used to do it. The League of Their Own.
Oh yeah.
And they had him on there, and he's rapping to the Vanilla Ice song, but he's calling it Rice Baby. And Michael Richards, he's busting the moves, isn't he? He's really doing it.
Michael Richards is a funny guy.
That song did get on my nerves a bit. It did. After a while, it did get on my nerves. Baby song. Of course,
it would drive you nuts. So it would drive you bonkers. Yeah. Let me just check 1 second. I had another. What do you think of the rumors linking us with Douglas Luiz? Do you think there's any Douglas Luiz at Aston Villa, the midfielder to replace
Emery is going to shut that down. See, here's the thing: we tried getting Douglas Luiz last season, and we were supposed to get him. And in preparation for losing him, Aston Villa went and got Jan Bednarek and Leander Dendoncker, but it fell through. So if it fell through, then there's no way that Villa are going to allow us to try and, go for him again, especially given that he's the linchpin for their good season so far. It's another reason why they're not willing to, let us consider letting us have Ollie Watkins. So I'm not really into these rumors. We're going to have to look somewhere else. And Douglas Luiz himself will make it pretty much clear that he's not interested in swapping Birmingham for London. So that's out of the question.
Especially when Villa are building a good team. They have a good manager. They're on the up. They can do something, in my opinion. They're looking very sharp. Yeah, they're improving.
Well, me and Manny touched on that before on one of my shows. We literally on Douglas Luiz, we wasted a whole transfer window on trying to get him. We with all fairness, we did, and
we lost
out. Like what I said. Yeah, and he's the key to. Listen, you've got 11 players to a team. If Unai Emery has got 5 good players, he didn't want them to go. but he wants to build a team like any other manager is try to build a team around your 5 best players, and to get yourself going. And that's what Unai Emery's there to do. And I think you've got to say, with Ollie Watkins, he's one of those. If it is 5 players, he's one of the. Well, that's 2 of the 5 players, technically. So I really can't see anything, any depart people leaving Aston Villa, especially if you're one of those top 5 players for Aston Villa. No, can't see it.
Yeah, those top 5 players would be Ollie Watkins, John McGinn, Musa Diaby, Douglas Luiz, and of course Emi Martinez. Now Martinez is a difficult one because if a big club were to come in for him, it would be difficult to say no. But he has been quoted on record as saying that he wants to stay at Birmingham no matter what and take the club to bigger heights. You could also potentially have added Tyrone Mings to that list, but that poor fellow is out injured. And the biggest problem with Villa is that they need to strengthen defensively and also improve their bench strength. Because we saw in the League Cup when they lost at home to Everton that their bench strength is anything but strong. They've got a similar problem to us. But you just know that because Villa are a serious club, they're going to do something about it. And we're just going to, faff around. It's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say as well, there's always like a bit of focus on the men's team with me. I don't tend to kind of look to the women's team too much, but I'm just going to bring the attention to the fantastic win that they had yesterday. Away to Leicester, 6-2, a very good comeback. So congratulations to the ladies team. A fantastic, Idival is doing well. But yeah, they had a fantastic victory yesterday. 6-2, away to Leicester. I mean, they've obviously got something going on, They're doing well there. I don't bring too much focus on it, but I just they deserve the credit for that. Yeah, that was a fantastic performance away from home against Leicester. I mean, and a comeback win 6-2. I mean, respect to the ladies team, You know what I mean? I don't tend to bring much reflection or much attention onto them, but yeah, we also have a ladies team. So there you go. That's my bit for the ladies football. But they are a decent team, They are a decent team. I saw a Champions League game once, but when I was living in Switzerland, I actually saw a Champions League game, and I was well impressed. A live game. I was in the stadium, of course. I was not just on TV. I was impressed with the level. It was FC Zurich ladies against Barcelona. Now, Barcelona won, I think, 2-0 in the end, but their midfield was absolutely incredible, the Barcelona ladies team. And it opened my eyes because the actual speed of the play, it was just electrifying. I mean, they were not slouches. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Let's support the ladies' football a bit too, And they're cute. They're better looking than the men. Let's be honest about it. You know what I mean? More pleasing on the eye. I got to get banned off YouTube for that. That's sexism.
Exactly. I mean,
sexism in sport.
Yeah, listen, you are entitled to feel. You are entitled to feel the way you feel, but just don't publicize it, okay? And you've got to appreciate them as athletes first and foremost.
They are athletes. They are athletes. I respect them as athletes.
Yeah, I mean, what I wish I could say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. I mean, I know this is stereotypical, David, but you're Irish. You've got that bit of a mischievous side in you, that twinkle in your eye. It's the stuff of legend. But come on, man, you should do better than that.
I let myself down there big time. I let myself down. It was embarrassing. I apologize for my unprofessionalism on air.
Yeah, good man. At least you are big enough to.
As you can, tough times there. The way Emery has got Villa playing, I can see them doing a job on us. I think if we played them any day this week, they would beat us. That's what I say.
Especially
they would beat us.
We'll be playing them at Villa Park very soon. They've been flawless at Villa Park. We'll always have a chance against them at the Emirates. But I'll tell you what, the way Emery's proved himself to be so tactically flexible, moving from a 4-4-2 to a 3-4-2-1 with alacrity. He knows how to get the best out of his players against a certain system. And obviously, when we played them at Villa Park last season, Zinchenko was having a poor game. He somehow recovered and went on to score the equaliser. We all know what happened. But if Emery hadn't have gotten so defensive, we would have lost that game. Now I think he's decided to get rid of that defensiveness, and it's reaping rewards in terms of earning more points. The team is still learning; it's still evolving in many ways. They are going to have a few dodgy results, but they are really a team on the up, and we cannot take them for granted. Early doors football TV. Take care. Been great chatting with you.
Take it easy, Tony, man. Thanks for joining the stream, yeah. And
always, Tony.
When you get back to doing a bit of content on your own channel, if you want to invite me on, I'll come on, no problem, yeah. You know what I mean? Create a little bit of content on your channel, Tony. It would be good, you know what I mean, from both sides. I remember when Tony started out, yeah, I gave him a little bit of support, and then he started having, like, obviously being a Hammer, yeah, being a West Ham fan, being an Iron. He started having other West Ham fans on the stream, yeah? And I was going on and I was commentating. Yeah, I was in the comment section, and I'd imagine some Arsenal fans are maybe not as welcoming as me or not as down to earth. Whereas I was honestly like supporting another YouTuber's channel, whether it was Arsenal or West Ham, I couldn't care less. So I was writing comments. One of the other guys on the panel, yeah, he honestly was a bit unsure about me. Yeah, I think he has had a lot of experience with Arsenal fans. He lives in London that were maybe a little bit, we're Arsenal, you're West Ham. I wasn't like that at all. But Tony set the guy straight. He said, "No, Dave is a good one. Dave's one of the, Dave's a good one." All this. So the guy was a bit more lighthearted and opened up to me a bit. But yeah, at the start he was kind of like the other guy on the panel was a bit kind of, suspicious or untrusting of me. You know what I mean? Oh, an Arsenal fan coming on, talking, thinking that I'm in the ascendancy. I mean, we won nothing last season. So what had I got to be what had I got to be gloating about? We won nothing. We fell apart to Man City, and I'm going to come on acting the man as oh yeah, I'm an Arsenal fan. Jeez, why we won nothing? Anyway, it is what it is. But Tony's a good guy. Yeah. It's good to see he's kind of back around doing the rounds again.
Yeah.
And he's got a channel. West Ham, they have a following. They have a good history. They're a strong club. They have a following. There's thousands and thousands of West Ham fans out there. Every time I turn around, I see West Ham fans. There's a lot of them.
But there's some West Ham fans that want David Moyes out. Did you know that? There's some of the West Ham fans, they don't want David Moyes there as manager. I know a few West Ham fans, like obviously from the obviously going from one stream to another, and they some of them are not happy with Moyes. But I thought to myself, with David Moyes, he's more of he's doing well. Obviously, like last you think of it last season, they just survived in the Premier League, but they did really good in the Europa. They got really far.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But he's more of a cup kind of guy to me. He's more of a cup kind of guy. To get a team further into a cup. I mean, don't get me wrong. He did a fantastic job when he was at Everton. And he was at Everton for blimey, I think he was at Everton for the best part of 12 years or more. Like,
he was at United as well, wasn't he? Didn't he have the United job for a while?
He had the United job, and it didn't go well for him.
That's a tough job. That's a tough job.
Yeah, he went to West Ham. It didn't work out there the first time. And I think he managed. I think when did he manage Sunderland when they were in the Premier League for a little bit?
He did. He's coming to Arsenal, is what I heard. He's going to come to Arsenal.
That was years ago. That was years ago. He was approached for the job, but at that time he was still happy at Everton. So but I mean, it's like we're talking about. With Villa and that. And I always said if Unai Emery was our manager, he would have won us the league last season. There's no question about it. He would have won us.
He would have had the wherewithal to get us over the line. Yeah. And every game, you have to take it on its. It's like Arteta. It's like Arteta got into a kind of a malaise when the game started to rack up. He didn't vary his tactics to each individual team we were playing, and that's what you had to do. Okay, we have our own tactics and we have our own formations and setup, but you have to doctor that to the teams that you're playing. Like when Brighton came to the Emirates and wiped the floor with us, you have to ask questions. When Southampton went 2-0 up against us and we managed to salvage a 3-3 draw at the end, you have to ask questions. This is when we were going for the league. And no disrespect to Southampton, but they were rock bottom. They were low in confidence and they were on their knees. And we still looked dominant against us, and we were meant to be going for the league. Okay, they were fighting for their lives. I get it. They were in the relegation zone. But Emery would not, I agree with you, he would not have let that happen. Results like that at the Emirates, they would have been, okay, Brighton are a serious team now. Let's not kid ourselves. Last season, they were on it. I mean, they did that to a lot of teams, not just us. But the Southampton game, to find ourselves 2-0 down, to find ourselves 3-1 down, and then to salvage a draw, people celebrating it.
Yeah.
Not good enough, man. Unai Emery would not have let that happen. Yeah. That's what nailed.
Exactly.
That was, it wasn't the games away against West Ham and Anfield which disappointed me. It was the games at home that disappointed me. The Southampton match. Stick in my mind forever. 3-1 down to them and we're celebrating, salvaging the draw. Odegaard jumping around the place like we won the World Cup. Come on, man.
We
should have wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, we drew with West Ham, and if you remember correctly, we lost
one's at home,
and then we lost 1-0. We lost 1-0 to Everton, and that was Sean's first game in charge.
Yeah,
and that was poor. So you look on those sort of games. If we would have won those games, we would have won the league. I mean, that's facts. But I mean, you look at Unai Emery, who we had. I mean, not being funny. I mean, we played Carl Jenkinson at right back. We still had what's his name, Holding at centre back. Mustafi was there at centre back. You know, and he was there to change that team around. He wasn't given time. The other thing as well, you look at it now. There's 3 players that Unai Emery brought in for Arsenal and still playing for him. All right, I know Kieran Tierney's on them, but he's still on the Arsenal books, right? Saliba. £27 million buy. He was one of Unai Emery's, and also Martinelli. So that's 3 players that Unai Emery brought into Arsenal, and 3 players are still on the Arsenal books.
Yeah.
So
they're 2 very good points that cannot be denied. The players he brought in, and the players before that he actually had to work with in defense, for example. I mean, compared to the riches we have now, we have much better players compared to that now. I mean, and one of them, like you said, Saliba, he brought in himself, one of the defenders. If he had the players at his disposal now that Arteta does, he showed in the Europa League, man, against Arteta when we played them. Was it Sevilla? I think he was coaching. He showed, man.
Villarreal, not Sevilla. Villarreal.
He showed what they're the Yellow Submarine. He showed what they're capable of. And he won it several times. And they also beat United in the game after that. They went all the way. Incredible team. And they mashed us up in that game. We were hopeless in that game against them. It was like men against boys out there. They absolutely trashed us in that game. We were completely ineffective against them. They tore us apart. We weren't actually competing. We just couldn't compete for the 50-50s even. They were just they were just mopping everything up. They were like. He's a good coach, man. He's a good coach.
Yeah, I'm just going to answer this question from AFC Always. And listen, fellas, I'm going to have to, go to bed because it's getting a bit late for me. But I will answer this question. AFC Always asking, can you see Havertz going out on loan in January? And we might be lucky to get 10 million bob for him if we sold him. Listen, he's not going out on loan, mate, because Arteta is pretty much, hedged all his bets on Havertz coming good, just like he did with Willian a long time ago, and he's still going to find a way to shoehorn him into the team, even though his performances and his actual output will dictate that he doesn't deserve to be in the team. If Willian didn't go out on loan in January that season, Havertz isn't going anywhere. If we sold him, we would be lucky to get any kind of money for him. I do believe that his performances will be honestly reevaluated, and hopefully the club will see better sense and say, you know what, Kai? Well, it's time to say bye-bye. But you just never know what's going to happen with this club, the way it's being run, and unfortunately that's the way it is. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, and I'm going to have to, sign off because it's getting a bit late. Anthony, I'll definitely see you on Thursday, mate. Thank you very much for the invitation. Looking forward to catching you there. And Mr. Cole, as always, a pleasure.
Thank you for coming on, yeah. A pleasure. Thank you, yeah.
Always. You take care of yourself, and you too, because I look a little bit knackered, and I sometimes have a tendency to get knackered very quickly, especially if I haven't had too much in terms of water. Yeah, it's also it's also a little bit late, but I will definitely catch up with you both soon. AFC, you take care of yourself, mate. And as always, as I told you, stay strong and hope for the best. We're all with you. Cheers, guys. Take care, everyone in the
man,
chat,
yeah.
and
Sleep well.
adieu to all of you. Cheers, everyone.
Sleep
Cheers,
well,
Bye.
man. See you later.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. He's gone. It's just you, me, and Gunnosaurus. anytime you need to head off now, man, you let me know, yeah, because the streams can kind of, anytime you need to be somewhere or do something, you let me know, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're probably going out into the club in an hour or two now, so you'll be out heading into the nightclub, you know what I mean? So, yeah. If you like that in the club, which are Arsenal jersey on, is it? Which are Arsenal jersey on? Burkamp 10.
Burkamp 10, yeah, that's quality, yeah.
At least people will go like, I've actually an interesting story, something like that, about a jersey I had and the number and the name. Well, I used to live in Budapest, in Hungary. And of course, their most famous player is Ferenc Puskás. So I was going into the club one night when I was living there, and all the doormen were Ferencváros. And Puskás used to play for, I think, Újpest in Budapest, yeah. So he played for Újpest, but Ferencváros is like the dominant team, yeah. But the best ever Hungarian player, the hero, was Puskás. So I was walking up to the door, and they could see the Újpest top, yeah. It was an original jersey, yeah, and they could see it, and they were all Ferencváros hooligans, doormen, yeah. These guys now they'd rip your head off in 2 seconds. Even a man like you, yeah. I'm not joking. No, these guys were big lads, yeah. Never ending. So they saw me coming and they were like, Újpest. They were all this, you know, and they were hooligans, yeah. I turned around anyway. I tell you, I turned around, right, faced my back, and I had the 10 and Puskás on the back, and I went like that. And they were like, okay, Puskás. And they were shaking my hand and hugging me. I still had to pay, but I got in. But they respected it straight away, yeah, because he's like a national treasure. You know what I mean? Like he was part of the big Real Madrid team with the Di Stepanovs, Puskás. Like they won a couple of Champions League, I think, in the 60s, 50s, 60s. So yeah, you know, he's renowned, yeah. But yeah, that was funny. If you've seen the size of the guys I was talking to, I was brave, man, I'm telling you. Only I would pull that off. But they're nice guys. They're nice guys.
Yeah.
You
think if you're in that situation, you're like, oh, what do I do now? And you think, oh, stop it. I'll just go and see what happens. If I get a slap, I get a slap. But it's not the end of the world.
They're all right fellas, you know?
Yeah.
If you're nice to them, they'd be nice to you. Obviously, they were wrecking machines. I mean, they're not like bouncers these days. Yeah, this was like 10 years ago. These guys were old school. They'll strike you. They'll give you an old crack into the face just to, you know, and then they'll take you out. They're not like these days with like the license on the arm. This is Hungary. You know what I mean? Different story in the clubs, man. You know what I mean? Someone's causing trouble. I always went in there and watched my P's and Q's. I was a nice guy. I just had a beer, bit of a dance, go home. It's not a place you want to cause trouble, not with them in there, because they will hit you full force into the face and then take you out. Seriously, they put manners on you. They're, you know what I mean? They're big lads. They're tough boys. It's not like arm behind the back and I'm fully licensed, let's take you out. No. They'll mean out a bit of punishment. But yeah, they were cool guys, friendly, you know? Friendly guys.
Yeah.
I make it sound like they're not friendly, but they actually were. Okay, Scott's back. Jeez. Scott's back in the house, but yeah, but AFC always. I don't want to get too personal with you, man. It's brave of you to kind of put that in the comments about your situation. Yeah, look, the one thing I would say to you, man, is like my own perspective. Obviously, I'm not going to compare my situation to yours. I'm only going through a divorce. That's small chips compared to what you're talking about. Being realistic. Not to make you feel bad about it and not to worry you further, but, you know, I can't really talk when you come up and say something like that. A divorce is, you know, it's neither here nor there compared to what you're going through, my friend. So my thoughts are with you, but what I would say is that from my perspective, what I've realized over the last 12 months is I couldn't feel sorry for myself, because since I've been in London and working where I am, it's a very social job. You see that everyone has got something going on in their lives. And it's, you know, like, not be negative, but a lot of people have problems in their lives that you don't know about. So I wasn't really feeling sorry for myself because I could see people that were also having a tough time in life, if that makes sense, and going through difficulties. Not that it made me feel better when I saw someone in a worse position, the opposite. It made me realize that everyone has something going on in their life, and we have to be a bit more. You don't know, yeah? You don't know beneath the surface what's going on in someone's life. It kind of, it made me wake up and it made me realize a few things. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's all I'm going to
Just
say about that. You know what I mean? Everyone's on
no,
a journey.
yeah. I just want to say, it's horrible and thank you for sharing your problem, AFC. But listen, all the best. I hope everything works out for you, and
Mm.
hopefully you get the right results. Do you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And then
Faith. Have faith.
just have faith and just big up. It's like what Manny said. We're all there for people, whether you come on shoes, whether you don't come on
Mm.
shoes, but you sort of watch us, you put the comments in and all that. You can still chat
Yeah.
live and wish you all the best
Yeah. Yeah.
and that sort of thing. I
Yeah.
mean,
Happy.
we're
Yeah.
all on certain social medias. You
Yeah.
can chat, you can send me a message, whoever. But listen, I've never met the guy, but he watches my
Yeah.
shows,
Me neither.
put
Me
the
neither.
comments, and listen, big up to yourself for that, Elaine.
He's
And
a
I
decent,
really hope,
decent guy,
yeah,
a decent
yeah,
person, supportive, and when he comes on a channel, he brings like he talks football. You know, he's engaging. You know what I mean? He engages
yeah,
people, and he brings the conversation into places where maybe like you do too, and like Manny does. But like what I'd say to you as well, AFC always is be kind to yourself, yeah. Because if you feel
yeah,
like you're stressed and you're angry, you have every right to feel that way. You don't need to apologize. And if you
no,
feel like one day you want to have a cry, then you do that. You know what I mean? Be kind to
mm,
yourself. Yeah, you owe that to yourself to, you know, embrace the feelings and don't block them out. That's what
mm,
I would say to you. And be kind to yourself. You know what I mean? Because yeah, I think you have every right maybe to feel angry or to feel sad or to feel this or to feel that. No one can no one can say anything to you about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that you're in this position at the moment, yeah, and I really hope that everything goes well for you. You'll be in my
yeah,
thoughts. You know what I mean? And yeah, I was sorry to hear that news. Yeah, like I said, I was taken aback when I saw the message, and I didn't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I really hope that things go well for you. Scott, I'm back. I've been chocolate shopping. Just a little bit of lightheartedness, guys. I've been chocolate shopping. Scott, you and your chocolate, I swear to. Did you get me any? Yeah, he's over in New Zealand. He's lucky because if he was here in England, I'd be going to his door right now getting some chocolate off him. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I've been chocolate shopping the diet life. I got a load of chocolate as well, actually, because you know why? I took weight. It's like the bite-sized ones. In work, they had like an appreciation day for the staff members that work in the restaurant and the bar. So they had front of house appreciation. I got like a notebook, I got a pen, I got a nice card. They had loads of chocolates, Ferrero Rocher. I went in and I took, you know what I mean? I took my share.
yeah,
Ferrero Rocher. So yeah,
yeah,
I got free chocolate, guys. You want chocolates? It's old school chocolate. That's my
yeah.
business. That's my company. For the
They
next
did,
week, put in your
yeah,
orders. I'll send it out. It's old school chocolate. And look, if it's good enough for Gunnosaurus, it's good enough for all of you, okay? All
yeah.
right. There we
They
go. I'm
did that
feeding my
last time.
dinosaur as well when I'm at it.
He did that last week in work, and I think it was Rose's or Cornish. It was one of them, and
Yeah.
I do like my chocolate, and it was the Nutcracker, and all the Nutcrackers were gone, and I said, well, and I'm a joking kind of guy. I turned around and I said, what bastard, that all the fucking Nutcrackers. They turned around and they all laughed. I said, well, you're all wankers, a lot of you. Go away. Right? And then turned around, I was spoiling them up. And then that was it, look. And then I was just taking the other ones, sort of like, but yeah, they I hate that when people they always pick out the nutcrackers, and you always
Yeah.
get that certain one that got like 5 or 6 of them in their hand and they're
Yeah.
unwrapping them. Yeah, especially when you bought them as well, that pisses you off even more. Right? You're like, well, I bought them. I would have liked to at least one fucking nutcracker. So it was just like it was one of those. And the other ones, the celebrations, I
Mm.
bought, and everybody was digging into them. And I don't like them. I mean, I might not be the only one that don't like them. The only ones that was left was the bounties. And I was like, oh, what? All the good ones were gone. I was just left with the bangers. I thought, no, you just might as well have them. So, I'm kind at heart, but I do like at least one or two of my favorites. That's all I ask.
Yeah, sure, sure. But I was pleasantly surprised in work that they went to that trouble and did some nice things. So it's the little pen and the notebook as well. I
Yeah.
have to hide some, else the kids have it all. Scott has to hide the chocolate. That makes sense, though. Hide it. You know what I mean? And hide it in places that they haven't. You should make like it like you're. I know you're making a music studio at the moment, Scott, because you have a couple of months off work. You should also make like a kind of a secret compartment. Like a professional one. Maybe with like a sensor or something. You know what I mean? That only you can activate it. Or maybe like a little safe. Behind the picture or something.
Yeah.
If you do anyway,
Yeah.
don't tell us because obviously all your wife and kids have to do is look at my stream and they'll know where it is. So don't mention it if you do, yeah.
I mean, my missus likes her chocolate. She's got her stash, and I always find her stash, and I'm there laughing. And she goes, "You better not be out there with my bloody chocolate." I
You
go,
can
"No,
smell it,
no,
right?
it's fine."
Like
I said,
you can smell it.
"Yeah, yeah."
Smell
I
it.
said, "I said, I said, you're so shit in hiding things. Is unreal. I can find it just like that." And I turn around, and she goes, "All right," but she goes, "You haven't had any, have you?" I goes, "No, I haven't had any. I may have taken about
Because
two
you're
or
a
three."
nice guy. Because you're a nice guy. You're
Yes,
respectful.
because I'm
You
like,
could have. You could have if you wanted. And she knows that now. You could have if you wanted. Yeah, you're painting
yeah,
yourself up to be a nice guy. You know what I mean? I found it, but I didn't. You know what I mean? She just respects you then. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do.
yeah,
Play the mind
yeah.
games. What you got to do. Keep
Play
them
the back
guessing.
there. That's it.
Like Mr.
Yeah,
and Mrs. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. You know what I mean? Mr. and Mrs. That's a good
yeah,
movie. You know that one.
yeah.
They're both
I want
special
that. Yeah,
agents.
yeah.
They demolish the house. He's like, "Hey, honey," and he's loading the gun.
Yeah,
How was your day? Oh, it's okay, sweetheart. He's loading up the gun. That's such a
yeah.
funny movie, man. That is
I like
seriously.
the
Okay, what is that say? Oh yeah.
I like the movie. Do you know that film Armageddon with Bruce Willis?
Oh yeah.
And they meet that meteor,
They're
that
drilling into the
meteor right
meteor. Yeah.
coming to Earth. Yeah, and the guy with the massive binocular, he's there with the telescope. Sorry, he's there
Yeah.
looking, and he reports it, saying he's going to come to Earth. And then he goes, "But whoever spots it, gets the right to name it." He said, "Yeah," and he's on the phone to him. He goes, "Oh, I just want to name it. I want to name that meteor after my wife Dottie. She's the most big, arrogant son of a bitch I've ever met in my life." and the camera goes to her, and she goes at that.
That's so funny. Yeah. Classic. That is a good movie. That's actually a good
Yeah,
movie. Poor Bruce Willis, man.
yeah,
He's sickening about poor Bruce. Anyway,
yeah,
I have no job to go back to, mate. I gave it all up. Yeah, you had a tough. Scott's job was very mentally taxing. Yeah, it was a difficult job. Yeah, he's a.
yeah.
I hope he doesn't mind saying you probably know, but he's a prison warden now.
Yeah,
And
we've all gone through life like that with jobs, and at the
yeah,
end of the day,
it's not worth it.
I look here. If you let a job get to you,
Mm,
do you know what I mean? It just doesn't
mm,
cause problems for you in work. It causes problems for you in your own life as well.
yeah,
Sometimes people say, try and keep your private life and your work life separate. But with some people, including myself, I could put myself in that category. Sometimes it's slightly hard to do that, you know. And I sort of like sometimes I
yeah.
bring
You're
like
an open person. You're a friendly person.
yeah. And I say to them, I say, look, if the job's getting to you that bad,
Mm,
I'm not the one that would just quit and say, oh, fuck it, and just walk out. I'd rather hand in my notice, work my notice, and then
mm,
just leave. At least you've left on a good note. That's
yeah,
my advice to anybody.
yeah, yeah.
And that's what I've always done.
Mm, mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Some people as well that you work with can be completely the opposite of the people you want to have contact with in your life. I mean, some of the people you work with also can, not just the job, the people you're working with can influence, they can make it untenable. You know what I mean?
They can do. But there's something else with that
Some
as well,
people are very
Dave.
mean, yeah. Mean people out there, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that person that you might not get on well with in work, but if you
Mm,
have like a party or a work stew you go to, that
mm,
person could be the absolutely sound person that, do you know what I mean? You get on with,
yeah,
socializing
yeah,
with, having a ball, more so at work. I find that I've discovered that with people as well. So,
yeah.
that's another thing. So it's all
Mm,
not that bad. It's not all gloom and doom at the end of the day. Just
mm.
just keep your bubble. My advice is just keep your bubble small.
The
And
older you get, though, the smarter you get with these things. But when you're young and you're stuck in maybe like a job like that, you tend to kind of maybe be a little bit, naive with what you can actually achieve in life and just go beyond it. When you get a bit older, you get a bit smarter. Yeah, I mean, when you realize it's
yeah,
not working out for you, you look for something else, and that's what I did when I came to London. When I realized the job wasn't working out for me,
yeah,
and I didn't get on with the management for one reason or another. Yeah, I'm a decent guy, but we just didn't see eye to eye on things. I had to
yeah.
go. So I started looking for another job, and luckily I landed on my feet. But you have to be brave in those situations because,
You're not
yeah,
you're not
this.
a manager, are you, Dave? You're not a manager or a supervisor, are you?
No, 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 no.
Oh, that's good.
Mm,
That's good because this leads on to my next. Years ago, people always said to me, right, you can't get the staff, right?
mm,
That's what they've always said. With me, from the age of 16, when I left school and started work, I
mm.
always said it the other way. I always said you can't get the management, and I've
Yeah,
always stuck by that. No, no, no. I don't mean anything wrong. If you're a manager, if you're a boss at work, and you're watching
mm,
this, and you're a football fan, great. But trouble is, though, we all need that management. Whereas, like, how the hell did you get this rule, mate?
yeah.
It's like, seriously, it is true. But
They have
um,
no people skills a lot of the time, I find. I mean, it's true what you say, you can't get the management because the
yeah,
management are the ones that will dictate a lot more than just the employee. Like the
mm,
management than the actual worker. They're workers too, but their management. They will be the ones that can
yeah,
actually dictate more. If you've got a good manager or two managers, like in my job, luckily we do, then you're
mm,
on the pig's back. And one of them particularly,
mm,
I won't go too much into it where I work exactly or this employee, but one manager came in and she was very, very nice. And she actually protected us against other employees that were coming in from different branches, from different, same company, but from different
yeah,
places. And
yeah,
she protected us from them when she saw their behavior and how irrational they were. They didn't last 5 minutes because she
no,
realized that they were a completely negative situation and that they had to be removed. And she did that accordingly. And she had not been at the company herself. So I would always be grateful to her. She moved on to a different place now, but I will always be grateful to her for actually, in her role, she was in a position to actually deal with this. And she did.
yeah,
And she protected us from management that were coming in that were just going to just steamroller us. They were just,
yeah,
you know what I mean? You could be reprimanded for nothing. You know what I mean? They weren't human. They were just, and one of them I hate to say was from my own country. So there you go. You know what I mean? It's not like as soon as two Irish people meet, things are rosy in the garden. It doesn't matter
no,
the nationality. It's the person. I get on
yeah,
with people from Iraq, from Morocco better than I would with a fella from Dublin at times.
yeah,
It's a mixed bag. You don't know just because we're from the same place doesn't mean that we're the same people. We were like chalk and cheese. You
yeah,
know what I mean? It's like that.
yeah,
But I'll be grateful to her for protecting us in the workplace. Because she was the one that was in a position to actually affect the situation and to change the course of the way things were going. And the person
mm,
left. It saved us. It saved everyone because it was definitely unpleasant. And
yeah,
it would have got worse, not better.
yeah. That's right. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I've been
She
there
saved
before.
us. Yeah. Yep. As soon as she saw the way the person was acting in the office, she kind of froze and was actually shocked. Then she
Mm,
put into motion a certain that person has to leave. You know what I mean? She
yeah,
realized they're no good.
yeah,
So I was happy, grateful for that. My problem is they just wanted me to be a meathead, and I could not be that person. No. There you go. I think I actually need to start up another channel, like Talk to Dave. You know what I mean? I think it would be popular. You know what I mean? I can be like an agony uncle. I can be like Dr. Phil. I'm not taking
yeah,
the piss out of you now, Scott. Yeah, don't
yeah,
misunderstand me. Yeah, I mean
yeah.
in general,
I
I'm
can
not
picture
winding
it
you up,
now.
Scott. But I think I'd be like
Yeah,
Dr. Phil.
I could picture it now. It'd be Welcome to Friday Night Show, where it's just called Ask Dave, and
Yeah,
Dave will give you advice, and hopefully all your problems
yeah.
will be resolved.
And my advice would be absolutely the worst thing ever. Like you like everything I say, you should do the opposite. You know what I mean? If you want to be a success. But you never know.
Yeah,
One night I might get a call in from Mikkel. You know what I mean? He'd only have the
yeah,
first name. Mikkel. Definitely our 10,
yeah,
man. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Mikkel could ring me up. And maybe then like Aaron And of course, that's Ramsdale. Aaron would ring up. Yeah, there's this Spanish guy, and he's like ahead of me in work. I don't know what to do. Raya, I'd give him some advice then. Yeah, sabotage him in training. You know what I mean? That would be my thing. I'm just evil. Like, I'm just pure evil. You know what I mean? I'd be giving bad advice. If I ever give you advice, right? I'll be honest with you now, right? If I ever give you advice, Anthony, you know what you got to do with that advice? Do the opposite.
Do the opposite.
You'll be a success. Whatever I say, do the opposite. You know what I mean?
There's one thing
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not evil. I just don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Clueless.
And I've noticed. Yeah, no, it's true.
It's like, look at me. I can't even take care of myself. Look, state of my beard. You know what I mean? Look at me like.
Yeah. No, it's
At
true.
least I'm not Will Smith. At least I'm not Will Smith. What happened to Will Smith, man? What happened to him? What happened to Will Smith, man? Seriously, Anthony, what happened to Will, man?
Yeah. I don't know.
He was one of these guys, man, that was just women, by. I swear to God, she just decimated him, man.
Yeah.
He's a different person now. What happened to that poor guy? He was the most relaxed, polite, friendly, you know what I mean? Non-violent. He's in the news a lot at the moment. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm saying that. But whatever happened to him, man? That woman, I swear, she's the devil, man. Dear Dave. Yeah, that could be my channel, Dear Dave. I'm actually going to start another one. I'm going to like Agony Uncle.
Yeah.
And I can do some ASMR as well as I'm doing it. I can be like that. And then I can like fart. You know what I mean? And maybe people will find that relaxing. So you're not going to smell it, you're just going to hear it. That could be okay. What do you think of my ideas? I mean, you've heard worse on the building site, yeah, Anthony. You've heard worse on the building site.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? You work on building sites. I mean, I'm not going to, you know what I mean? I'm not going to offend you. You work on building sites. You know what I mean?
Definitely. We've done stuff on building sites that you would then
disgraceful. Disgraceful.
Yeah. I mean, I can remember one of the guys in the he went to the toilet in the Portaloo, and some of the guys, they 3 of the guys, because he was a big guy in all fairness, but he was a softie, and he had a good heart. And 3 guys literally ran up and they pushed the Portaloo over when he was in it. And as he unlocked the door and opened the door, you should have seen it. He was covered in blue dye. Do you know the dye comes from the toilet?
Yeah, that's inside it.
Yeah, inside the toilet. He was covered in that, and he didn't smell too great. And all you hear, he come out, and all you hear was, "You fucking bastards!" It's just like, it was one of those. But seriously, it was one of my mates recorded it, and he stuck it on a WhatsApp chat group that we was on. And we were just all laughing in fits, and obviously it went round the local pub and all this and that, and he just had a bit of stick, and he just took it on the chin. That was the best thing for him to do, and then but he got his own back in some ways. He got his own back. So that was it. One of them, he chucked his he put a mix on in a mixer, and he was mixing concrete. So what he did was got one of the boys' packed lunches in his flask. This was during the winter time, and he threw it in the mixer. He thought, well, he's not having nothing to eat and drink. And I was like, oh, you're messing about with people's food. And so he had to. That was mixing around in the mixer, and as he poured it, the guy that was tapping the concrete was tapping the concrete down, and he thought, what's that? And he looked. He went, that's my fucking packed lunchbox.
Nice.
There's me. But yeah. Yeah, there has been things done like that, but it's been done in good fun. It's not done as in angry.
Yeah, they would never set out to actually seriously hurt somebody.
No, that's right.
Work sites can be construction sites can be dangerous places. I mean, they would never set out to actually physically seriously hurt someone. Yeah. Arsenal Alex has joined us in with a comment. Yo, I think he's becoming a rapper. I think that's basically the whole thing. Yeah, he's like rapping out of Charlton or something. He's in the new rap. Yeah, I think he's becoming a rapper.
It's the cap, isn't it? He wears and that, when he goes on stream.
I think he's into drill. He's getting into drill music.
Yeah.
He'd be out and talking like that. I mean, rapping about Arsenal. Probably not the safest thing to do. But yeah.
So he's going to do his own rap. We'll watch him on stream. He'll rap on his own stream then. Do his own Arsenal song.
Yeah, it's, to be honest, you can't listen to it. It's just not. It hurts my ears. Dear Dave, I've always liked Arteta's hairline. Please advise.
But
Yeah,
he
they could do
does
that
it.
in
That's for a
Turkey. They
fact.
could do that in Turkey in an hour. Just head to Turkey and get the whole pin cushion thing.
Yeah. He dyed his
You know,
hair.
the
That hurts.
Turkish
That
thing,
makes
yeah.
no
There's
sense.
one
He
in
was
Turkey, yeah.
dying.
The old pin cushion.
Yeah.
When I came back from South America, it's actually funny. It's hilarious. When I came back from South America, I flew through Istanbul airport. So I was at the new airport in Istanbul, yeah, and I had the ex-wife in tow. So we were there. There was at least four fellas. Now we were getting a flight from Istanbul to Dublin, yeah? So I was heading back to my own country. There was at least four fellas waiting, yeah, for the connection to Dublin, and they all had this hair thing done, the hair transplant. I swear to God, man. Okay, it looks good now, I'd imagine, but when they do it, it looks like the most angry, aggressive. You've probably seen it a million times, Anthony. I'm sure. Yeah, you've seen it on fellas around the way, around by you,
Yeah.
because everyone is going there to get it done now. But it's all happening in Turkey. It looks so painful after it's done.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my God, man. Okay,
It's like
after
somebody's
it's
gone over
great.
your head with a blowtorch. That's what
Yeah,
it looks like.
it looks just shocking just after it's done. I mean, it looks obviously they have it like a surgical cover on it as well. Yeah? They have something on top yet to protect the scalp, but you can like the new follicles, but you can see it looks incredibly angry and painful. Oi, man. Yeah, there was loads of them waiting, and I was kind of like, every fella was walking past, and I was just looking and looking, and there was like four of them. I was like, it's like an apocalypse. I was looking around me going, Jesus, I've only been gone 6 months. What's been going on? Like I was in South America 6 months. I came back and it's like the whole world was just gone like it's like what the hell? They were all on the same plane then on the way over. I was like I could see their heads above the, when they were sitting down. It was like, wow, man. No, seriously, they must be
Yeah.
making serious money doing that over there, huh? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, guys go ball care a lot about that, but geez, I don't know, man. Put things into perspective.
I'm not far off. I'm not far off. I got
I'm
the
going
old
like myself at the back, yeah,
it's
but
starting at the back. It's going a bit thin.
yeah, mine too here, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
easy does it.
yeah.
I
We've
always
got
say
a
that
guy
when it
who
gets very
looks
bad, I'll just shave it off. I'll just shave it to
Yeah,
the bone, man. Shave it to the
yeah,
bone,
yeah,
keep the beard.
yeah.
Canto
I mean, a mate of
198.
mine that does it. A mate of mine does it, who I work with. I can remember it was on a hot day, sun, and he forgot his cap. And I was coming round the corner. And I was just joking because we used to rip the piss out of one another, basically. And I came round the corner. I was carrying some underground pipe around to where he was working, and the sun was beating down on his head. And I turned round, I come round, I'm like, oh, jeez. I said, fuck no, I'm blind. He went, what? I said, that's sunshine off your head, mate. And he was like, that, you cheeky bastard. He said, my missus sees us. That's the same thing with Mariah.
A big mad shine, off
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
Canto 198. I think I remember you, Canto 198. I remember your comments from the last time. This is a mild one, in fairness. Rice overrated, scored an open goal against Chelsea. Rice is overrated.
No,
I'd have to
right.
disagree.
Declan Rice is not overrated
I'd
at
have to
all.
disagree with that. Even if he wasn't playing for Arsenal at West Ham, I thought he was the business. I don't agree with the fact that he's overrated, Kanto. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Next. All right. Yeah, this guy was on, like Kanto 198 was on about a month or 6 weeks ago again, and the comments got gradually worse as it went on, yeah, so hopefully that won't happen again.
Dave, I just got to nip off for a sec. I think the
Yeah, no
dog wants
problem.
to go.
I have to use the bathroom anyway. No problem, man.
All right.
No problem, man. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Just a pit stop. Dave moving to Switzerland because he misses Shaka so much since he left Arsenal. That's it, That's it, man. Canto198, welcome along to my stream. I hope you're keeping well. Please smash the like in this. Smash the like in this for me anyway. I'd appreciate it, if you could just hit the like. He's all right, but he's nowhere near 100 million. I'd agree with you. I don't think he's worth 100 million. It's just that in the market these days, we kind of had to pay that, because West Ham, they valued him at 100 million, and they obviously wanted to get back more than they paid for him. So we had to kind of put up the cash, because that's the value that West Ham had. He was their captain, their best player, and they wanted to make sure that if they lost him, that they would at least get the correct amount of money back for him, that they could actually invest it in the squad. And we had to kind of match with their valuation of him. That was the whole problem, Canto. But I agree. He's not 100 million as such. He's not that good a player, like to be 100 million rated. It's just the market pushed everything up, man. Welcome back.
Oh God,
You okay?
Yeah, not too bad. The dog wanted to go out, so I let the dog out, and then obviously
you have a dog. I'm jealous, man.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
I had to shake hands with the vicar, as the saying goes.
Shake hands with the unemployed. Yeah. You have a dog. I'm jealous, man. I like dogs. I'm an animal lover. I love animals, man. I love dogs.
Yeah, this one I got. She's a crossbreed. She's a border terrier cross between a Lakeland terrier as well. But she's a lovely dog. She's a brilliant family dog. You can't go wrong. The only thing that that winds me up is too much barking. Like when the postman comes in and posts his letters through the doors and stuff like that. It's constantly there barking at the front door. It's like because she's young. She's only a 2-year-old pup sort of thing. So but she's brilliant. She's absolutely good. I prefer her to the missus, but don't. I hope she's not watching this because she said that you still on the stream about this.
Wow,
So,
what a revelation, dear Dave. We'll keep that for dear Dave. That's from my other channel.
No, not that way, Dave. Not that way, Dave.
Yeah. So we have a football-related comment. Declan Rice is all right, but he's nowhere near 100 million.
Well, I think Declan Rice, don't get me wrong, he's a good quality player. He's the hardest working player in that Arsenal team, I feel. I mean, you've seen it when he walks off that pitch, when that full-time whistle's went, he's literally sweating. That's because he's playing out to his heart's content.
Yeah.
But I thought the 100 million price tag is a little bit expensive. But listen, this is the world of football today, and also
the market is like that.
Yeah, and English players, as we know, they do cost quite a lot. They always have done in the world of football, but that's the way how it is at the minute. But
he was West Ham's captain. He's their best player. Yeah. They wanted to make sure if they're resigned to losing him, they want to make sure that they get, adequately compensated, and they need to put the money back into the squad because they're losing a player. You know what I mean? Of course, they were going to hold out for their valuation because we were in the position where the need was greater. We needed him. They didn't need to sell him as such. You know what I mean? It was like, they had us over a barrel, but it is what it is, man. He's a very good player. I agree he's not worth 100 million, but when you consider that we played 7.5 million for Dennis Bergkamp, I know back in 1995, but we played 7.5 million for Bergkamp. Now think of the player that Dennis Bergkamp is, one of the greatest, as Pele voted him one of the greatest 100 living players, was Bergkamp,
Yeah.
7.5 million to 100 million. Now, that tells you all you need to know, what has happened in between. Like, how long was that? That's 28 years ago. But it's gone from a player like Bergkamp for 7.5 million. What would you be paying for him now? So the market has become completely, and we had to pay West Ham what they valued him at because, like I said, he's their captain and their star player. They were obviously going to hold out to get what they could. Did you see the picture of the dog win when it was 29's turn to take him home? The dog looked so unhappy.
Yes, I saw that. Havertz, he took a picture of Win on his. He put it on his Twitter account, and I actually saw the picture of the win. Yeah, he did look unhappy.
I never saw that. No, let me have a look. Here we go. It can only happen to Havertz, but okay, Havertz and win. I don't think the Google doesn't know Havertz and win, yeah, because Havertz and the word win do not go together. It's win
No,
the dog.
no.
It's Havertz and lose.
Havertz and lose. Yeah,
Google didn't reckon. Ah, here we go.
he's
The
thinking I'm
dog
going in
was
with that. By the front.
certainly a bit down, yeah. Kind of a bit, yeah, for obvious reasons, huh? Jesus almighty. It's just bad. But the dogs can sense it, yeah? They have different senses, like, to us. They can
Well,
sense there's a problem. You know what I mean? He's
if
probably
the
got a
dog
dog can smell the injury.
if the dog can sense he's rubbish and he's not happy with it, then surely why can't Mikel Arteta?
Yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Seriously, I mean,
Yeah,
take note. Take note. You know what I mean? They should get like an animal doctor or something, like to talk to the dog and to find out what's happening. You know, and then the dog will
yeah,
tell everything. And then we can kind of just cut our losses. No other club in world football would have a dog called Win. This is not the Arsenal I grew up to love since supporting since 1987. Yeah,
yeah,
they could have at least called the dog like Bottle It or something in memory of last season. You know what I mean? Bottle It. The dog called Bottle. The dog is called Bottle because we need a bit of bottle. No, but seriously, the team did their best last season, yeah. And I think that a player, look, the team did their best. Yeah. They ran themselves into the ground, the young guns. But I think that a fella that got unfairly criticised last season because of his defensive performances was Rob Holding when Saliba got injured. Yeah. The wheels came off. I get it. But Holding did his utmost. He did his best. If the manager picks who you're going to play, Holding played to his level. He played to his potential. Holding played his best. That's what he's capable of. He didn't
yeah,
capitulate. A lot of players did actually, and he was one of the ones that put in a performance. I remember in some of the tougher games, Holding actually he manned up. We still got exposed, but he actually did better than most in that critical
yeah,
phase there. Yeah, a bit unfair on Holding, I thought, because he actually played to his potential. You can't expect him to, you know, be Saliba. He's not as good as Saliba, but
no,
he played to his level. He did not shirk responsibility. He played as good as he can play. That's all you can ask. I mean, Arteta's the one that picked him. Arteta's the one that put him in there. We had no cover, so it's a management problem, man. But big up the Holding, man. He got a bit of stick there for some of his performances. I thought he did his very best, though. He did his very best. He wants to win the league too. I mean, let's have it right. The dog win eyes says it all. His eyes, yeah, he recognizes a loser. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He
yeah.
recognizes someone that's a bit shy.
Oh, yeah.
Poor Havertz, man. We're awful to him.
It's
Jesus, I feel
yeah.
poor
If a
Havertz.
dog can sense it, but that's why it makes sense with Tottenham because obviously we've got a dog that can sense it, and they've got a bloody goldfish. So
They have a
that's
and they have some kind of cockerel or something on their badge, like a chicken.
yeah, it's a cockerel, but we call it. I mean, a mate of mine's a
Chicken on
Tottenham
the
fan.
ball.
I said, fancy having that as on your top. Yeah, what's that? I said, a cock on the ball. I said, but then again, you got 11 of them when they're on the pitch, don't you? And he turns around and he goes, oh, shut up. Yeah, and he just walks off.
Yeah. Troops calls it the chicken on the ball.
Yeah,
Troops. He calls it the chicken on the ball. We're playing the chicken on the ball. Jesus, I
yeah,
tell you, if we play them now, they're going to beat us. But anyway,
yeah.
I think they're having a good season. Though if Madison is injured for as long as they think it's bad, but really they were very unlucky against Chelsea. They've had a bit of bad luck recently. I know they were unlucky against Wolves
Yeah.
as well. Wolves are a dangerous team, and when Wolves sense blood, they go for the kill. I've noticed that
Oh,
about them.
definitely,
When Wolves
definitely.
get the goal, yeah, like even against us, when Wolves get the bit between their teeth, they're actually quite the. And the equaliser was. Did you ever see a goal? That is the best goal I've seen so far this season. One
Yeah,
foot
it was
with the
absolutely
right, and
brilliant.
then finished with the left, and
Yeah,
he took it just like Bergkamp would. He just
yeah,
caressed it onto the left foot and buried it. He went right leg, left leg, and it was in.
yeah.
What a goal! What a
Yeah.
goal! That
I
was
mean,
brilliant.
Yeah, 2 goals in 6 minutes. I mean, the last the last two kicks of the game and
Yeah.
winning that game against Tottenham. I'll be honest with you now. I think what it was that Tottenham and Chelsea game, because you think of it, they had two of their best defenders sent off.
Mm,
So I think
mm,
they got to do it three. They're out for 3 games now, aren't they? I think
mm.
they are. They're out for seeing because it's red carded, and also the injury to Madison as well. So do you know what I mean? I'm sorry to say this, but I feel with Tottenham now they're in a spiral, and that spiral is just gradually just going to go down.
Yeah.
So they're not going to win the league or anything like that. They might get top four, but
Mm,
if Ange can do that, then that's a good season for Tottenham if they can qualify for Champions League. That's all I'm going to
mm.
say.
Yeah, they've been kind of riding on the crest of a wave since the beginning of the season, and definitely the last 6 weeks or so they've been. Yeah, they were like top, I think, for 3 weeks. I mean, they've
Yeah,
been. Look, they have a very good manager, yeah? And I mean, since Harry Kane left, he has been doing very well at Bayern, but the team have been doing well also without him. I
yeah,
rate their manager. I rate him very highly, but they definitely need to invest in the team. And I mean, Madison. I mean, people like look. There's a lot of transfer news going on in the summer. Yeah? There's a lot of transfer activity, and you have Chelsea, Liverpool, Spurs, Arsenal, United, Newcastle. The amount of stuff that was going on in the transfer window, but people kind of didn't realize what Madison signing for Spurs was going to do. He is an absolute baller. This guy is what a player. He has been instrumental. Madison
yeah.
is Anthony. He's a serious player, man. This guy is.
I would have loved him at my
He's made
club.
some
I would
difference
have
to
loved
them.
him. Yeah, I would have loved him at
Incredible
Arsenal, to
player.
be honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he is absolute. There's nothing the guy can't do. He's like a magician out there. I'm not
yeah,
exaggerating. The guy is a magician. Technically, he takes the ball on and he gets the moves going. Yeah, it's a 1-2. It's a 1-2. You know what I mean? He plays a 1-2. He
yeah,
gets it back. He spots the run. He plays the pass. I hate
yeah.
the guy. He's magic.
But
He makes it look
it,
easy. It's not easy, man.
I get what you're saying, Dave, and I totally agree with you. But there's another manager I don't know who agrees with that, and that's Gareth Southgate. Because in all fairness, of late you haven't really seen Madison in the England team, have you?
No.
Not playing like, from the start, and I don't understand it.
Mm,
So do you know what I mean?
that's
I don't
true.
know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
They have a wealth of talent. Yeah, the England squad has a wealth of talent at their disposal. Yeah, they have cover in every position.
yeah,
But not to find a position like a place for him is criminal now, because
yeah,
he can do things like he's not playing. I get it. He's not playing for Manchester City. He's not playing for Arsenal. Now Spurs are a big club in their own right. Yeah, professional
mm,
team. They've been in the top division for a long, long time. But he's not. I don't know. He's not playing for Chelsea, for United, for Arsenal, for Liverpool, or for Man City. I know, like a lot of the Man City players get. I'm not saying they play for England on the merit of playing for City, but they do get noticed more. You know, where
yeah. You
Spurs is
do.
kind
Yeah,
of a club where, like Madison is. I don't know. I don't know. Does Southgate think that he's second rate? He's not second rate at all, man. He's top class. He's top
yeah,
drawer. Surely they can find a place for him. I mean, and time is running out for Southgate as well. I saw he was at Bobby Charlton's funeral today, but I mean, time is running out for Southgate. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I honestly think people were looking at me funny, but a few of them agreed with me. But I was saying to people in work, for example, that like English lads coming into the bar and restaurant, I was saying to them, maybe it's time for the women's coach to be given the men's job. People were looking at me, but I'm serious because she did all right with the women's team. With the
yeah,
quality that the England, this is coming from an Irishman, yeah? With the quality that the English team has, they should be winning a major trophy now because they will never have players like that. Seriously, look at the players he have. Look at the
yeah,
players he have.
yeah. I think the
Mention some of
closest
their names, man. Think of the names of
was
some
the
of the
Euros.
players. Incredible.
That was the closest we could have won our next trophy was the Euros, the last
Mm,
Euro.
mm.
We lost to Italy in the final. That was the closest we could
Yeah,
have
I saw
come.
that. I was in Venezuela that time, yeah. I seen it.
Yeah,
Mm. I was in South America then, but I saw that, yeah. But honestly, like, I mean, like, the problem I had as well was, like, when you played against France, and unfortunately England were beaten, yeah, Southgate was too slow to kind of change his hand. It's like a game of poker, man. He wasn't changing the cards quick enough. He just wasn't doing anything. He didn't react. I don't know what the rules are exactly anymore, but the goalkeeper for England was obsolete in the last 15 minutes because you were piling the pressure on. Put another outfield player on. I mean, do something. Throw caution to the wind because you weren't batter. You weren't knocking on the door. You were getting close to their goal, but you weren't actually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to throw caution to the wind. You need to desperate times, desperate measures. It was how many years to get to that stage, and he was just kind of like too passive about things. How long did it take to get to that stage, man? All the qualification, then to get to the finals, then to get to the semi-final against France, and to what? To lose like that? Throw caution to the wind. You have to try something. You have to upset them because France's defense and midfield were, you could see they were just soaking up the pressure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. And like, this was the World Cup we're talking about. You were going out. You were done. You had like 6 minutes to save yourselves. And what was he doing? Honestly, man, seriously, I was like shouting, like, I was like, and all the English people watching, like, said, I'm Irish. You know what I mean? It wasn't my country, but I was looking, I was going, this is everything right here.
Yeah.
It's going to define him. What was he doing? He was just, okay, he made some subs, but yeah, go for it. I mean, seriously, throw caution to the wind. Take a risk. Forget about defending. Go forward and pin them back and put the pressure on and try to smash one in. Man, it could be a free kick, it could be a penalty, it could be deflection, but actually put them under. France were just, the pace of their defense and their midfield are so pacey. They were just soaking up the pressure and just running down the clock. I was like, do something, man, because they're comfortable enough. They were comfortable. They were comfortable. A couple of balls in, they maybe looked a little bit, but keeper fell on it. He took it, and it was.
That was it. Yeah,
it needs to be a bit more.
I think he said that when, if you cast your mind back in the World Cup of '94 when he was in America, and I got to be honest with you, even though England didn't qualify for that World Cup, and I was rooting for Ireland in that World Cup. To me, the goal that stood out for me in that World Cup for Ireland was that Ray Oughton when it went over Paluca when you played Italy.
Pure lucky, though, man.
Oh, that was but I was watching
lucky, that. Though, right?
Yeah, and I thought to myself, flipping heck, what a goal by Ray Oughton.
And then he chipped it.
Yeah. But I think that was when, because who did you go out to? You went out in the 16th.
We went out to Holland. Yeah.
Holland. But
2-0.
At that time, Jack Charlton, he was trying to and that Jack Charlton, he threw caution to the wind. He was trying to change things. And if you remember, he had a problem. I think it might have been that game, but he had a problem in bringing John Aldridge on as a substitute
against Mexico.
Yes, that was the one. And he said,
"Well, we lost 2-1."
Lost 2-1, and he said, "Look, I want to bring him on now." But instead of that, he didn't come on until 10 minutes after he wanted to bring him on.
They wanted like a slip of paper.
Yeah.
The UEFA official, the FIFA official wanted a piece of paper, and he was like, "I need the docket," And they were like, "Where is it?" We put it somewhere. They couldn't find it then.
No.
And the Americans were like, "Your man was like, I need the paper, man. You can't go on. He can't go on." And like, it was just, and then in the end, Aldridge called your man he effed your man out of it, and it was live. But Aldridge went on. He was so pumped up. 5 minutes later, he cracked one in with the head, and we were back in it.
Yeah.
We lost, but we were back in it momentarily. Aldridge was fired up, man, for that. He was so fired up when he went on. He was ripping.
No, he was, and that was when you were saying throw caution. Yeah, when you said throw caution to the wind, that was what they were trying to do in that game against Mexico. But I mean, obviously, you scored the goal. You were sort of back into it, but unfortunately, you lost. But I mean, you went to the next stage, the round of 16, and I got to be honest with you. I felt that was, from what I've seen, that World Cup, and what was the other World Cup, was the best that I saw the Irish play. Do you know what I mean?
1990 maybe. Well, 2002 we weren't too bad either.
2006, 2002 you weren't too bad.
We'd Robbie Keane and Damien Duff on the wing. Dangerous.
Oh yeah, Damien Duff, Robbie Keane. Yeah,
Duff was destroying Spain. in that game. We mangled them in extra time, but then we
Yeah.
lost on penalties.
Yeah.
But we tore them
Well,
apart in extra time, yeah, because we had a team of like 20-year-olds and they had a team of like 30-somethings. That was the difference I saw anyway in extra
Yeah.
time. Like you had
Yeah.
Duff against Hierro. Hierro didn't have the legs. You know what I mean? We
Yeah.
exposed them. We exposed them because they didn't have the legs. They had an older
Yeah.
team than us, and Duff was just, and Keane was just, they were marauding. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what I saw
definitely.
anyway in extra time. But then it went to penalties and we lost.
We
And
lost.
Keane was gone home. Yeah, Roy was gone home at that point because he had the fight with.
Mick McCarthy, wasn't it?
Yeah, like if Roy had been
Yeah.
there, his skills, it was a pity that happened. Yeah, that Roy left.
Yeah.
I understand
Yeah,
Roy.
yeah.
I understand where he's coming from. I mean, he's got his principles, but he never liked Mick McCarthy anyway. He never got on with him.
No.
You know,
He was ashamed of me. He was
they don't
ashamed
get
of
on.
me.
They don't get on at all. They don't
No.
see eye to eye. Yeah, but the strange thing was that obviously Roy is Irish, and I'm from my city. So I'd be like, Roy's all right, even though I'm an Arsenal fan. He was United. But the thing is that he was leveling criticism at Mick McCarthy. That was very unfair because Mick McCarthy came from a working class environment and his parents dragged him up by his bootlaces. He wasn't treated with a silver spoon. He came from the exact same kind of livelihood that Roy Keane endured, even harder. It was a harder time to be alive. So then Keane was kind of like leveling at Mick McCarthy. Like Mick McCarthy was kind of somehow given everything in life, where it was exactly the opposite. Mick McCarthy had to fight for every little bit of fortune he had in life. You know what I mean? So Keane was he was a bit misguided, I think, as well. Because Mick was given nothing. You know what I mean? But they didn't get on. They didn't, Mick was an awful player, whereas Roy was a fantastic player. But that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? Maybe Roy found out later, I think, when Roy became a manager, he found out later. He kind of had more of an insight into where Mick was coming from. And then I think like maybe a few years later when they met, Roy actually went out of his way to shake his hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, managing is difficult, man. And Roy is a handful. Roy is a handful. You know what I mean? Roy's a difficult. He is explosive. He is a lunatic. When he gets now, you see him when he's a bit older. Yeah, he's a bit more mellow. You see him laughing and joking. But when he was a player, let's be honest, he was a law unto himself. You know what I mean? He was. And even Ferguson had to at one point put his foot down and send him packing because Roy was actually speaking over him. Roy's a handful. Roy is a handful. He is like a real handful.
He's quite intense. But I tell you what, I seen him when he's like he's doing the punditry on like Monday Night Football or whatever. The more I see of him and hear and get when he gets his opinions across, I'm there and I'm listening to Roy Keane, and I think, do you know what? That man's absolutely right in what he says, and I like Roy Keane, and I prefer him now. Don't get me wrong. I knew he was a good player, and I always said he was a good player. But I prefer him now compared to when he was a player, because a lot of people was like saying that he was arrogant. I goes, yeah. But then when he talks about his playing days, and he said, look, I was the captain of one of the biggest teams in the world. He said, you've got to be a bit vicious. You've got to get behind your players. You've got to say this. You've got to say that. And I thought to myself, do you know what? He's absolutely spot on. He's hit the nail on the head, basically. And the more I see of Roy Keane, the more I'm starting to like him.
He's all right, though. He's all right. But like I said, he is like, it was a pity what happened in Saipan because we had a really good chance that year, and it was just a pity that he felt his hand was forced. I remember the whole situation was he was unhappy with the facilities and the situation at training. Nothing had been there when the squad arrived. Everything had been ordered for the training, but when the squad arrived, none of the things that had been ordered for training, like bandages, this and that, the pitch was like a car park. It hadn't been watered down. It hadn't been, and this was the World Cup. It was very unprofessional, and he was used to the standards at Man United, so he snapped. But what annoyed him was that he was brought out in front of the media, unbeknownst, and accused of being a liar, and he just lost it then. Like Mick brought him
Yeah.
out in front of the world with all the cameras and the media watching, and they picked on him, and he absolutely hit the roof. He went
Mm.
bananas. Well, that was not the right way to handle it. Yeah. The right way would have been to talk to him privately. Yeah. Not bring him
Yeah.
out in front of the world and accuse him of, and he just absolutely lost it then. But what started it all was that, like, he can have a laugh and a joke, like I said, yeah, like Jason McAteer at the time was at Liverpool, Phil Babb. These boys were having a laugh and a joke about the facilities, yeah, that nothing had turned up on time and that nothing was ready for the training. But Roy took that very seriously because he said, this is the World Cup we're talking about. We have one shot.
Yeah.
Roy took that really, to heart, and he really thought, this isn't done. You know what I mean? He lost the plot. I mean, a lot of guys got a lot to say for themselves. McAteer had a lot to say for himself. I remember they clashed then, like after that, I think United played Middlesbrough maybe a year later, and I think McAteer was at Middlesbrough, and they actually got into it physically on the pitch in the Premier League. Himself and
Yeah.
Keane were going at it in the centre circle, and McAteer was telling him to, McAteer's from Liverpool. I mean, he's no shrinking violet. He told Keane what he could do with himself, and Keane told him as well. I mean, it got rough, but there you go. It's a pity Roy went home, though, because we needed him, That was a year when we could have, and he's the greatest player we ever had.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a pity. It's a shame because he was he was at his peak of his powers.
Mm. I mean, just not
Real shame.
not just. I mean, you had a few good players playing for your country.
Yeah, we had David O'Leary,
David O'Leary, Paul
Liam Gray,
McGrath, Steve
Dennis
Staunton,
Irwin.
Dennis Irwin. Now we said this, didn't we, on the last stream we was on, and Manny was saying about Steve Staunton. I said Jay he was a good player. I said but
Staunton,
you're not
the donkey of the team.
Dennis Irwin. No.
Oh, but we had Robbie Keane. Robbie Keane as well would be up to Roy and Damien Duff. I mean, these guys. Robbie was absolute goal machine. Oliver Kahn stood in his way, made no difference. It could have been you, me, or Oliver Kahn. He still put the ball in. He was very good, yeah. Like when he got the chance, he was good with Niall Quinn. They linked well together, yeah. You had the big guy and the small guy. Complemented each other.
You had, was it Tony Cascarino as well? He was
Yeah. Tough guy.
He was a tough guy. Yeah,
God. Yeah.
He scored good. He didn't score for loads and loads of goals. But I mean, he was the guy that put a shiver. He has come up with the odd goal here and there, Tony Cascarino. But that man, he did put a shift in. I got to be honest with you. He did put a shift in.
But Robbie was like, okay, Roy is the most talented player we ever had. But Robbie as a forward was world class in my opinion. Yeah, like Robbie has like a transfer record. He switched so many different clubs, and the money he made in each transfer, I think it's like still a record. But Robbie he was at a lot of clubs, but he was a goal machine. I mean, that guy could score. I mean, he's from Tara in Dublin. Very good player.
I mean, he scored a few goals when he went to Italy, when he played for Inter Milan as well. He
was always scoring throughout his career, no matter what club he was at. He was a real diamond there.
Yeah, I think Coventry made him though. Yeah, Coventry City made him the player that he was. That was the that was the foundations of him. That was set, and then obviously he had to go on to produce more things, like which he did. So yeah, I did like Robbie Keane, and then obviously go into our enemy as well. He went to Tottenham. So
brilliant player. He's a brilliant player. He took us to like another level. And Damien Duff as a winger, like I said, he was incredible as well. Yeah, Damien Duff, man. It's just a pity Roy went back, yeah, because we could have done with him, like he got us there in the first place. Roy got us there in the first place. His performances against Holland in Dublin, that got us a point, that got us the qualification we needed. If we did not have him in the midfield against Holland that day, I mean, his first act that day against Holland was to clatter into Mark Overmars. You know what I mean? Overmars was like the emperor. You know what I mean? Overmars was taking touches on the ball. Keane came in and just put him on his ass. And you could see Overmars kind of shirked after he was looking around. Like, who was that? He announced himself. That was Keane. You know what I mean? He just went straight into Overmars, saw him getting a lot of the ball, saw him having all the time in the world, and Keane just announced himself, I'm here. Bang. Hit him. You know what I mean? Didn't injure him, but let him know he's around. That was Keane. If we didn't have him in Dublin that time against Holland, we would not have got the point we needed. They would have overwhelmed us in midfield. He was just, he set out his stall to contain. You know what I mean? And that's what he did all game. He made sure he got enough of the ball to keep the pressure off the defence. And he was very good, man. And this was Holland we're talking about. They can play. You know what I mean? They can play. They've got a couple of players themselves. They had a couple of boys themselves that could meet out a couple of tackles, but Keane was on it, man. But after that game, if you see, when they went to shake hands, Keane had taken off his top at that point. They went to shake hands. It's like a famous photo of him and Mick, but they're both looking like that. They're both looking away. It was like for the media. They shook hands, but they were both looking away from each other. They did not get on. Yeah, they did not get on. It's like Keane said to him, the only thing, my misfortune that we have in common is that you are the manager of my country.
Yeah.
That's Keane, man. Come on, you've seen him. You remember the tackle he made on Haaland?
Yeah.
Erling Haaland's father, Alfinga. You see that tackle?
Yeah.
Like after what happened before, Keane was out for a year. He did his cruciate. He was doing all gym work. When he came back, he was absolutely ripped. The ball broke and he went straight for the guy's knee. I mean, and he went in like with everything he had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think did he get his own back after? I think
got his own back, King got his own back. That was the one, The ball broke.
And then he was that because King was injured first, wasn't he?
And he went in on
him.
Then
he come.
Well, Keane did his cruciate in that game, Like it looked innocuous, but he actually did the cruciate. And when he was on the ground in absolute agony, Haaland was over him like, you cheat, you're faking injury.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was on for life. But Haaland was a cheeky boy himself. He was a saucy fucker. Of course, no, but
he was almost like for a season for that. Roy Keane. He was like for pretty much just Roy Keane when he got that injury. First of all, he was up. He was like for almost a season. Yeah.
When he came back, he was like the Terminator because he had just been like building up the remaining muscle that he could use with the personal trainer. He got very taut. He was very ripped. He was just muscle. And when he went into the tackle on Haaland, it was just, he almost killed him. Like, I mean, it was a bad tackle. If you did that on the road, you'd be locked up. He went straight for his leg. There was no such thing as the ball was even there. The ball wasn't even around. The ball was just there somewhere. He just went in on it. The ball was inconsequential. When he took the red, he was like, yeah. And he even said something to Haaland when he was coming off, like, you think next now before you sneer at me when I have an injury. And he was saying in his ear, then he went up and he took the red and he walked off. And he was happy. He was content. Look at it. He was content. He didn't mind.
Yeah.
Lunatic, man. He launched himself into it. His legs, when he landed after connecting with his knee, his legs were like solid muscle because all he was doing for the year, like I said, was building himself up again after that injury. He was building up the legs to, he had to play a different way. You know what I mean? Because the injury was kind of curtailing him, so he kind of had to develop, had to become stronger. He was like pure muscle, man.
Yeah, anyway, pure muscle,
it's a complete animal. That was Keane, That was Keane, a complete animal. But anyway, like we were saying we were talking about international football. It's now or never for England, man. It's now or never for Southgate.
Yeah.
Seriously,
definitely.
the players they have. Come on.
Yeah.
Man.
I personally think, talking from an England side of things, I think this would be Gareth Southgate's last campaign, personally. I reckon it definitely will be. I don't know who they're going to bring in when Southgate leaves. I don't know whether it be someone like an Eddie Howe from Newcastle. I don't know. There is talks like now, even though he's 60, there were some people that said they would like Jose Mourinho as the manager of England.
Jose Mourinho?
That was going back a while ago, obviously before Southgate got the job. So people were saying they would like Mourinho in charge of England. But whether that happens, we
what about Carlo Ancelotti?
Yeah,
He's a
but
winner.
I
He's a
feel
winner.
he's a winner. He's definitely a winner. I
Yeah,
mean,
man.
his son never played football, did he? His son, but his son is his number two.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like it's one of those things like whether I mean, but then Carlo Ancelotti, I think we'll see now. He's about 60. He's got to be about 65
He's a
almost now.
fair age, yeah. He's a fair age.
Yeah, because he was the one. He got injured, and I think that was going to be his last campaign. He was supposed to be in that Italy team in the
Mm.
1990 World Cup, but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got injured. So and that was it. Like, but I mean, yeah, because I mean, Carlo Ancelotti, yeah, you could say, but it depends how many campaigns he's got in him. I mean, if you're going to be a national manager, you at least want to do at least two, maybe three campaigns. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you just
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to do one and then that's it. He's done.
But he can't speak English, right? Like he was at Chelsea,
Yeah,
he can't speak English.
yeah,
Because you
yeah.
remember we had who did Ireland get the Italian manager and he couldn't speak English. He needed a translator. The cat is in the bag. That was his World Cup thing. What was his name?
Oh,
We had an
yeah.
Italian manager, yeah. Let me see. But he couldn't speak English at all.
Who was this? Your manager?
Yeah. And he was
Oh,
very
the
old, is
Italian
what I'm saying.
Is it Trapattoni?
Trapattoni, yeah. Trapattoni.
That's
And he
it.
was very
Yeah,
old, yeah. He was 70 at that point, I think.
yeah,
66. But he
yeah,
needed a translator and everything. And he was like, when we were qualifying, he was like, you cannot say the cat is in the bag. Only when we win is the cat in the bag. I was like, what the God almighty, man. Would you go and win the game? What's he talking about? And the translator was like, she was a good looking
yeah.
Italian boy. Then he came on national TV and he went on like a big talk show. It's called the Late Late Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the one in America, no, the Irish version in Dublin. So he came on that show and the translator was with him. And he was,
Yeah,
oh my God. Like, imagine him giving instructions to the lads. I mean,
yeah,
Robbie, just put the ball in the net. No instruction. Robbie, play your game. You know what I mean? Come on. Like,
yeah.
he couldn't even speak English, but look, he was a good coach, but in the end, we failed anyway. Because
Yeah,
Henri's
but
double
yeah,
handball, I think. It was the Henri double handball did us. But
yeah,
look, that was not a
yeah.
good time to
But
be an Henri fan, man, to be an Arsenal fan in Ireland.
no.
Yeah. They took the song, Aha, Take On Me.
Yeah.
They took that song in the clubs in my city, yeah, and it was Hate Henri.
Oh,
So it was like Hate Henri, and the DJ was like that, and all the Irish scumbags. Now we have a lot of scumbags in my country, yeah, like different level.
yeah.
All the Irish boys were like that, yeah, and the women like covered in tattoos, bleach blonde hair. They were like that. Jesus, it was a rough time to be an Arsenal fan. I was walking past the pub like, oh fuck, there was that song again. Oh God, but it was right. I mean, Henri did shaft us, yeah. But look, it is what it is. A double handball. And then he played in for William Gallas. I mean, it was just Arsenal. I mean, we were just getting hated on, man. Henri to Gallas, and it was a double handball before he passed it.
Yeah.
I mean, he touched it twice with his hand before he passed it in for Gallas. I mean, that was. And then they went there and they lost all 3 games and they came home, France.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think the country were ashamed. Yeah, they were ashamed to get to the tournament under those circumstances because the French like to do things with style and with panache. You know, they want to qualify with style, and to qualify like that, you
He
know what
was
I mean.
wrong.
The,
Yeah.
the French just were embarrassed, but the team they went there and they lost all 3 games, and then they went home. That
Yeah.
tells you all you need to know, why what was going on up here. Yeah? They were like, and the
Yeah.
manager was like, and the players
Definitely.
were like, yeah, everyone was just out to beat them. So they lost all 3 games and they went home, and that was their tournament. I mean, in the end, I'm glad Ireland didn't get there anyway because we weren't good enough. Yeah, we would have been destroyed. We weren't good
Yeah.
enough to qualify. Yeah, so it was a blessing. Seriously,
Yeah.
it would have been embarrassing, man, because we weren't at the level to actually be there. Do you know what I mean? It was like
Yeah.
we were bouncing along, kind of. We weren't strong enough. It would have been embarrassing, man. We would have just got stuffed. Like, what's the point of going there and what is the point of going there and losing all those games? Do
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I
right.
mean?
Yeah,
What is it? What does it do you? Where do you get the benefit? It's like when Liechtenstein and Latvia play in a group with Portugal and Germany. They're the whipping boys. What do they actually? What development comes in when they just get beaten 7-1 or like San Marino 12-0?
yeah,
They're not developing at all. I mean, the groups should be a bit more, for the smaller teams, for the minnows. What do they get out of that? Like their development has been completely. They're never going to. You don't learn anything from a 12-0 loss. You just get
no,
obliterated. You get obliterated. Do you know what I mean? You don't. Like, you don't. You
no,
don't. It's a pointless exercise, yeah, because it's part-timers against full-timers. Do you know what I mean? It's pointless. It
yeah,
does not
definitely,
does nothing for the team, right? It does nothing for them. So what's the point? But I was glad Ireland didn't qualify because we weren't good enough. It would have been just we would have been just come on, like we wouldn't have even won a game.
no,
Awful, man.
no,
The team was crap. The manager was past it.
He was rubbish. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was rubbish at that time underneath him. Yeah,
yeah. But
definitely.
Southgate, man, he's got to do the business.
Well, he's got to, but
Pressure on him, yeah. I get it. He's under pressure, yeah, but he's got
yeah,
the players. He's got the players.
he's got the players. He got the players to win it.
Christ,
He's
man.
got the players
Got
to win any
Bellingham, though.
competition.
Bellingham. What?
Yeah,
They have to do it. They have to.
exactly. And he's the I
They
think
have
he's
to.
with Bellingham. He's the top goal scorer now in the Champions League. So
He's
still, I mean,
he's the best young player in the world. He got the award for it, yeah, the Ballon
yeah.
d'Or, yeah.
I mean,
Young
and
player, yeah.
coming from Birmingham City, going to there, unbelievable. His brother now plays for Birmingham,
Yeah.
Jade, I think it is, and I think some top clubs are trying to snap him up now.
Mhm. Yeah.
But,
They had a picture of them recently. They were both pictured with Zidane over in Miami.
yeah, yeah,
But the thing is that, like, when I first saw Bellingham, okay, I was aware of Stones and like all the Man City players, Grealish. Of course, then we have Stones, Grealish. What's the other guy's name? The small guy. He's a brilliant player. Man City, England player. Brilliant player. Anyway, you had all of the Man City guys. You have Saka. Jesus.
not Phillips. Is that the one you're on about?
No. The forward. But he's
Oh,
not called.
Foden.
Yeah, Foden. You had Foden, Grealish, Stones. I mean, just that Man City alone, yeah. Saka, I mean, the talent. But when I saw, when I first started hearing about, man, I'm terrible for names. What's his name again? Bellingham. When I first started hearing about Bellingham, the name was unusual. I seen the player, heard a bit about him, but when I saw his performances, I mean, for England now, this is before he started flourishing at Real, but I was literally like this. Who is that? Who is that? Because he was just dictating everything. I mean, the older players around him were like playing a supporting role. He was the conductor. Seriously, man. He was zipping the ball all over the place, and he's unstoppable. He is unstoppable. Like when he gets a run on, big, rangy, a bit like Vieira. Craft. He has a lot of craft, a lot of skill. I was like, 2 seconds. They have all these players, and now they have this guy too. I said they're a shoe-in. They have to win. But he's getting mature, yeah. If it's not in the next 2 years or so, man, then it never will be. For Southgate, anyway. But he's got to drill into the players that they are better than the opposition, because look, Anthony, I'm 43 years of age, man. I've lived there. He's got to drill into the players that they are better than the opposition, because they are. Be confident. Play in the ascendancy. You know what I mean? He's not drilling that into them. He's not drilling that in. They were the better team against France. They had a better team than France. They should have beaten them. He should have drilled that into their heads. Not to go out and take anything for granted, but to play from the beginning in the ascendancy, because they have a better team. Southgate is responsible for their mentality. Yeah? I don't know, do they need a coach, but they have the talent. It's up here now. They can win.
Yeah.
Southgate,
no, it's true.
Southgate's responsible for that. Them going out there like that, he's responsible for them up here. When it going gets tough, that they keep their heads up. They're in the ascendant. Then they will win. The Germans, how many years do the Germans come out with this and they play like in the ascendancy? They dominate the ball and they play the passes and they win the games. That's what they got to do. That's what Southgate has to do. That's his job. He has the players. He's got to drill it into them. You're better than them. Go out and prove it.
That's what has been said for years. Never underestimate the Germans.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Southgate's just got to ingrain it in the players' minds that they are actually better because they are better. They have the better players. So go out there and just play with the break off. You're better than them. Go out there and do it.
Yeah.
Every training session, he's got to build them up mentally till they get to the point where they, like Pep does with Man City. It's up here, man. Sports psychology. You've got to get them out there, believe in it. They have the talent. All you have to do is just press the other team back and dominate. They'll win. It's not all about luck, man. They're not unlucky. They're just not grabbing teams by the scruff of the neck. They're not strangling them, which they should be doing. Like ruthless. Like look at United back in the day under Ferguson. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? They're not like that. They need to be.
No.
Then they'll win. Spain, when Spain won. Remember? Spain were very dominant. Euros, World Cup. That's what they need to do, man.
Definitely, yeah.
That's Southgate's job as manager because there's a lot of young players there. It's up here. You know what I mean? That's his job. They have the talent. He doesn't need to coach them. He doesn't need to show Rashford how to hit the goal. He doesn't need to show Bellingham. Bellingham knows. He needs to just instill in their mind that they are the better team.
Yeah. He's just like what you're saying, but understands what you're saying. But it's like the Southgate as a manager, it's like he's holding something back from these players. And these players are not performing to the potential they should be. Or they know the potential that they got, but they should be performing more, like, do you know what I mean, to their potential. But it just looks like Southgate, he's just holding them back.
He doesn't look like the guy as well that will actually go in and actually give them a bollocking if they make a mistake.
No.
He's too refined and he's there with the notebook and pen. I get it, organization. But you have to go in there sometimes and actually the air has to go blue. You need to show it a bit, man. Shock him into a bit of a shock him, give him a jump, give him a shock.
Yeah. I think the only manager that came in, the only manager that came in and managed England and had a bit of fire, passion, and charisma about him, but the players couldn't adapt to him, was when we had Fabio Capello.
Yeah. Oh, he was tough,
Yeah.
He was
but
tough,
the players
told
didn't
David Beckham he should mind his own business, So Beckham did.
We didn't perform well. We did not perform well at all.
Yeah.
I think he was the one. I don't know if you've seen the David Beckham thing on Netflix about his personal life. Him and Fabio Capello and Beckham didn't get on, and that was the reason why his England career came roughly to an end. Was because of Fabio Capello.
Because he didn't get on with him,
No, he didn't get on with him. He didn't like his philosophy, his style of play, and that.
He told him as well that Joe Cole should play, and Capello told him to fuck off.
Yeah.
Literally told him to F off,
Yeah, and I think
said, I really feel Joe Cole should be in the team, and Capello told him to.
Yeah.
Move on.
What started this all off is, if you remember, when David Beckham played for AC Milan, right? Fabio Capello was the manager then, and that was how it all stemmed from. So, there
was already like the seed of a problem there between them, and I'm sure that like, what do they call it? Like subconsciously they already started acting like, when you don't like someone, you start behaving a certain way to them without. I'm not saying it's out of your control, but subconsciously you revert to type. It's like a default setting. They just disliked each other, and it just went from there. They were kind of not in control of it fully. They just couldn't get on.
No.
Ah, man. But he was a tough disciplinarian, Capello. He was really like, my way or the highway. This is how it's going to be done. I wouldn't say you need to be that tough, but they definitely but Southgate needs to instill in the man that they are the better team. They have the best players, which they do. They are the best team in the world right now, in my opinion. Argentina have won the World Cup. Yeah, they're satisfied. Just need to instill in them a little bit of, you are the best. Go out there and do it. Do your stuff. Play your football, because they are.
Yeah.
That's Southgate's job, man. That's what he's got to do. It's not all tactics and this. He needs to build them up, make them ruthless.
Yeah, definitely.
That's all that
Yeah.
matters. They need to just be a bit more ruthless when they don't have the ball as well. When they have the ball, it's all well and good playing pretty football. When you don't have it, you need to be a little bit nasty. And they're not a nasty team. They need to be like Argentina, where you remember last year when they won or whatever against Holland in that close game, they were vicious. That's what you need. They were nasty. There was some nasty stuff going on there. There was some of the tackles there was yellow cards. Like, was it 8 players or 6 players were carded? There was a mass brawl. I mean, they need to be like that, a little bit. Don't kick out like David Beckham against Simeone. I wouldn't advise that, but that was in the Beckham thing too. Yeah, you see that Beckham kicking out, and Simeone agreed to be interviewed for the program. Yeah, and Beckham thanked him for actually giving his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was an excellent documentary, though. I thought
that was an excellent.
I really enjoyed it.
It was, but unfortunately, because he's got Messi for his team now, hasn't he? David Beckham.
That's right. That's right.
Inter
Miami.
Inter Miami, but I didn't realise that they're actually bottom of the league.
Yeah.
Inter Miami,
and to be bottom of that is like, because they're not exactly. It's nowhere near the Premier League. Yeah? Like any Premier League team would, like Burnley would destroy them. Yeah,
yeah, they would.
Their football is. I mean, I've watched it like 2 years ago, like regularly. Their football, the pace is absolutely. It's like amateur. The pace, the pace is completely lacking.
Definitely.
They're really just going through the motions. They're not at that level where they can. Oh my God, it's a retirement league. Yeah, retirement.
It is a retirement league. I mean, I don't know if you can remember. Do you know Landon Donovan? Yeah, that Landon Donovan. He used to play for Everton.
Yeah.
He went back over to America and played, and he was the top goal scorer in that division with like 35 goals. And he struggled to score 5 goals for Everton.
And he was bang average. Average. But he didn't get on with Beckham, you saw that.
Yeah. He didn't get on with Beckham.
Landon spoke out about him, but when they came back, they both realized, we're both pushing in the right direction for the team to be successful, and they buried the hatchet.
That's right, yeah.
But only after Landon cut his throat. Yeah. These things happen, but at least he outed it. At least he actually said what he thought, instead of just keeping it to himself and having that resentment. He it probably wasn't the right way to do it, but he actually spoke his mind, and in the end, they came to a kind of an agreement. In the end, when it all cooled down, we're both on the same side, and which Landon was outspoken. Yeah, well, Beckham was the one that came in from, into the team from this big team. You know what I mean? He was the one that kind of the star that came in, and of course, Landon then wanted to make sure that things were done fairly. I think Beckham was being treated a bit, like royalty.
Yeah,
I think that was the problem. Yeah, and some of the players, like they weren't. Beckham wasn't really putting in a shift, I think, whereas some of the players like Landon, that was the pinnacle of their careers, and they wanted him to care as much as they did. That was the problem. Yeah. But that wasn't Beckham's fault, because he came from the Galacticos. He came from a different world. So when he came there, he was like just a superstar, and he was, being treated with, well, David's not going to train today, So the other boys were training. That's what annoyed Landon, I think, because for a lot of the players in that team, that was the pinnacle of their careers. They would never hit the heights that he had. So he just wanted him to respect that. You know? Yeah, look, that's exactly what the thing was. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah. I think
it's not Beckham's fault either, because it's a natural thing for him to be like that, though.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even know. I mean, when he played over there in America, then he went back to Milan, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then they said, well, no, hang on a second. You're still contracted to us. We want you back.
Legally, they were very bullish about it, though.
Yeah. And when he went back and played for Milan, I didn't even realise he was still contracted to Inter Miami. I didn't realise that.
Yeah. It was interesting, and his wife loved America compared to, for example, compared to Spain. She loved America.
Same. Yeah. Yeah, she
Victoria
did.
loved,
Yeah.
she loved it compared to like LA Galaxy, wasn't it? She loved Los Angeles compared to Madrid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Madrid was like, yeah, you know, playing for Real, you're like under the microscope the whole time, and it was like her life wasn't her own, and the language barrier, and the kids and the family were much happier in the US. You know what I mean?
Mm.
She had more kind of freedom, and she felt more, you know. But of course, Beckham then, he wanted to go back over to AC, and then he came back, and yeah, they wouldn't let him leave, yeah, because he was still under contract. But he's
Oh, I
actually a
understand.
genuinely nice guy, Beckham. He's actually genuinely,
Well,
yeah.
he come from a working background, didn't he, with his family? Then when he were interviewing his wife, he turned around, she went, "Oh, when I went to school," and he opened the door and he stuck his head behind the door and went, "Yeah, what did you arrive at school with?"
He called her
Your
on it,
father
her dad's
Yeah,
car, a
fucking
Bentley
Rolls
or
Royce
something.
or a
Yeah,
Bentley or
Rolls
something
Royce,
like that. And he was like, she went,
she
"Oh,
was
all
trying to
right,
paint
yeah,
herself out to be like him. Yeah, he was like, no.
yeah,
What was her dad driving when he dropped you off? You know what I mean? Yeah, he was a funny
yeah,
guy. Funny guy. He's
yeah,
likable though. I actually like the guy. He's likable.
yeah, yeah, I do, yeah,
And the mistake he made against Argentina, and then like when he got the qualification against Greece, the free kick, you know, he felt like the actual hate that he received after that with Argentina, yeah, like with the sending off and the hate that he received was
mm,
just, I mean, the abuse. It was dog's abuse. He was
yeah,
getting it like even before the league had restarted, yeah, before he had to go to all the different grounds in England as a United player. That was
yeah,
hell. Even before that, it was just the hate he got, yeah, was just incredible. Seriously, it was enough to break anyone, yeah, like to break them in two mentally.
it was, yeah,
Everybody was just, the whole country just, not everyone, yeah, but a lot of people just, they were really annoyed about that, yeah. And he got it full throttle, man, for like, it was never ending, the abuse he got.
mm,
He had it tough, but then when he scored the goal against Greece, you see that it, you know what I mean? He felt a bit
yeah,
more, he felt he repaid, you know, it was the perfect setting, the free kick. This was to put them through, and all of what went before it then just in a moment just disappeared.
yeah,
It was interesting, man. It was a great documentary. Seriously, one of the best ones I've seen. Way better than Conor McGregor's. Conor McGregor's was a lot of "oh my toe." You know what I mean?
mm,
Beckham's was way
definitely.
better, man. It was good.
Yeah, yeah, no, it was good. I did enjoy that one, but it's like what I said on my to-do list. I've got to watch the Paul Merson one. You know,
Yeah,
that's
do.
supposed
It's not going to hit the
to
heights of the Beckham one, but you'll see the level of his addiction is just off the rails, off the charts.
Yeah, definitely.
I understand him a bit more now, you know, because he was just a victim completely. He couldn't actually fight against it because it's like he says in it. I'm not going to give the whole thing away, but like he was also drinking drugs, but he said you take this and you put it into you. He said so I could battle that by just abstaining from the drink and the drugs, but he said the addiction is hardwired into your brain. It's already inside of me, and that's why I couldn't
Yeah,
fight it because it was inside of
yeah,
him already there. The addiction
mm,
was him. He didn't have to drink or take drugs to feel like that. It was always there, and he just couldn't combat that then because it was a
mm,
part of him, and it was always present in his brain. He just
yeah.
yeah, Jesus, the amount of money that oh my god, and the amount of money he lost. Anyway, you're going to watch it, so I won't say anymore.
No, no,
Right, I
I
think
can't
I'm I
go.
think I'm going to keep this stream going until 8 in the morning. Oh, yeah, let's do this. That's a joke. We were like
Yeah,
that.
5%. It come up 5%. Do you know what? My phone was literally on 100% when I was on air. It's pinged up on my phone now. I've got 5% battery left. It's just
Are
pinged
you,
up.
are you using your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my mobile phone. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no problem. We can wrap up the stream anyway, man. It's cool. You've only got
No,
5%.
I just thought I'll let you know in case I cut off. I
Yeah,
haven't.
no problem.
You know
No
what I mean?
problem. No
Yeah.
problem, man. It's a good picture for the phone. I'm using a laptop, yeah, like a MacBook. It's a good picture for the
Yeah.
phone.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Good picture quality, man.
Samsung. I can't get on with Apple. So
No,
I'm just a
I
big Android.
have an iPhone
Yeah.
as well, but like 4 years old. But have to keep them compatible because I can send stuff from the iPhone to the Mac easier, yeah, because it's like, you know, it has its
Yeah.
own what's it called? Let me see, where the hell is it? Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, but it has its own thing anyway to send things. Yeah, you can do it. You know what I mean? You can send things through. It goes through easier via Bluetooth. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah. So
But
your
yeah,
phone connects up to the MacBook, and I can send like thumbnails for my uploads with my YouTube directly to my laptop, and then I can do like YouTube Studio, and I can place them, so I can pick it up with the phone and send it like in a second. So that's
yeah.
good. Yeah, they have their own connections, like Apple, so you can just
No,
send it
yeah,
like that. It's very easy
yeah,
for me then to go to get a good thumbnail for the game, send it to my laptop, YouTube Studio, drop it in. You know, I just
yeah,
drag and drop from my desktop straight onto it.
yeah,
Easy. You know,
yeah.
because they're the same. Yeah, it's like having a Samsung laptop and a Samsung phone. The connection then is they have their own operating system that is instant. So it's helpful for me. Helpful. Yeah.
I
It
suppose
makes it easier. Yeah. People think, where did you get that thumbnail from? Yeah, it's the phone. It's not me.
yeah,
People think I'm like the greatest thumbnail. No, but it's just technology. I'm like,
yeah.
that
But yeah,
thumbnail is
I can
unreal.
remember. Yeah, I can remember when I first started streaming, and when because what it was, I used to come on as like panels, like guests, like how I am now.
Yeah.
And the guy called Matt, who runs the show, and he said to me, he messaged me, he got my number, and he messaged me, and he said, "Do you fancy hosting a show?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I now." He said to me, "How are your thumbnails?" And I looked, and I went, "Well, yeah, they're all right." So I'm looking at my thumbnails, and I went, "Yeah, they're cool, yeah, nice and clean." And he
Mhm.
turned around and went, "Not those thumbnails, you doobie sod. The thumbnails." I goes, "I don't know what you're on about. What's a thumbnail within the stream?" So
You were like
I,
that, yeah.
yeah, I was like that. I was like, yeah, they're cool, they're all right, they're nice and clean. And he he started laughing. He went, "Not those." But yeah, I'm no good at that stuff. I mean, I can go onto the show and I can do the banners, bring all the
Mm,
comments that post the show, do the background and all that, and
mm.
send out the links to people. I could do all that. But with thumbnails, I'm no good at sending out thumbnails and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's just practice as well. Yeah, but some people are better. Like I am not so, I don't know, I'm not that good at like photoshopping and stuff like that. You know, like if you use like yeah, if you Photoshop or use Adobe PowerPoint or Photoshop or this. I mean, my ex-wife was much better at that because she used to use it in college as part of her career. So she got used to doing things like that, so it was easier for her. But I wasn't so good at that. You know what I mean, I'm good at certain things. I'm not good at others. But it's a learning curve. You know, you learn. It's a learning curve.
Yeah,
Definitely know if you live stream is the way forward because you kind of reach more people as you're live.
yeah,
It's more entertaining. And like with people like you coming on or Manny, like my stream is immediately, you know, like I have a lot of people that like watch my channel, but you know, a lot of them have like everyone has obligations, but yeah, a lot of them recently, the last 2 or 3 months, they are busy with other things, which I understand completely.
mm,
So it's nice to have your support anyway and Manny's, you know what I mean? Because I have other people
yeah,
involved and they can't give their time as readily as other people can, maybe, you know. So it's good to have a mix. And they're all good people, it's just that they're busy. They're just busy.
yeah, yeah.
Life.
His thing is not busy. His life, with family
Yeah.
life as well. Because my son, he's only 8. And it's like what I said, I do my show, I stream to my
He's
school.
8 years old, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I've got people messaging me, "Oh, Ant, can you come on the show? Can you do this? Can you do?" And I'm
Mm.
like, I can't. I'm busy at the minute. You don't mean to. You don't want to come across rude or nasty or anything like that. But when you've got like a private life as well, you try and jumble it up, sort of thing.
You've
So with work,
responsibilities,
and, yeah, work, home life, and then streaming.
and you've people
I
relying on you, yeah? You've people relying on you.
yeah,
You know what I mean? You have people
yeah,
relying on you at the end of the day, yeah? So of
yeah,
course, that is your priority. You know what I mean? Your flesh and blood. You
yeah,
can't be as much as you'd like to be. You're curtailed, yeah. I understand.
yeah.
Yeah, I
That's why
understand.
sometimes I jump on a stream around about 8, 8:30, that sort of time.
Mm,
It's like by then
mm.
it's like my sort of time is my free time. I mean, the boy's bed and that he's asleep, so I feel like there's nothing on the telly. So it's like I just see who's live, and if they put the link in, sometimes I pop on, and sometimes I don't. But
Mm.
you know, it's just one of these things, like you know.
Yeah,
So
you have to kind of, it's kind of like short notice maybe that you'll join the stream, because you
yeah,
don't know until the day comes itself. Will you have that extra half an hour? Will you have that hour? You don't
yeah,
know. You know, you can't plan as. That's why you do the Thursday, yeah, because it's, it's not so flexible. I understand that. Yeah,
yeah,
because
and
you have
also
other
the Sunday as
responsibilities.
well. Yeah, I do the Thursday and the Sunday because I mean the
Mm,
Sunday the Thursday is Gunners from all corners. Well, I just get on Arsenal fans. We just talk all things Arsenal. But
mm,
I like to bring it up. So on a Sunday, around about my show goes off about 7 at 7. It's called
mm,
the Premier League Weekend Show. So I
mm,
pick out what I feel is the best games of
mm,
that weekend. We talk about them, and then we pick like what I put a message in the show earlier. I pick the best team and the worst team of the weekend, and
mm,
the best player and the worst player of the
mm,
weekend as well. And then we go into because we go into predictions for the following week games for the
mm,
following game. We do a score
mm.
prediction. So we do all of that in one, which normally is around about an hour and 20 minutes. But because there's not a show next week because the internationals, my show yesterday it went on for 2 hours. So it was just one of these things really.
Yeah, I could kind of see that you were. Yeah, I would say like at a different level to my stream, a higher level to mine. I'm gonna speak openly now, yeah. I could see that
Mm.
like when you came on like a couple of times, even when you just dropped comments, not live like now, I could see that experience you had from being on YouTube, from
Yeah,
creating content. I'm speaking openly now, yeah. I could see that you had that experience from creating content, because when you came on mine, you were kind of productive, you were kind of like proactive, you were like, yeah, let's do the player ratings, Dave. Let's do this. I kind of just tend to just float along. I'm not
yeah,
so good at. I'm learning as I go, yeah, but I'm not. You know, with ideas and stuff. I'm a little bit. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. You're a bit more kind of not organized, but yeah, you're kind of thinking, okay, well, yeah, like you said, the game of the round. You know, like yesterday, maybe like Chelsea, Man City. Well, let's talk about that and player ratings and you
yeah,
know who's injured, who's not. You're a bit more kind of structured, maybe is the word. You know what I mean? Money as well.
yeah.
But I'm getting there. It takes time. It's not. You know,
Everybody likes doing their
it
own
takes time.
content. In other words, I
Do things
with,
differently.
with this,
Definitely a bit
I
more
like to come on. Yeah, I
structured.
like to come on and talk football, and then from football, from Arsenal, it can lead to something else we were talking about. I
Yeah,
mean, for instance,
you're relaxed.
in,
Yeah, you're relaxed.
yeah, and I just go with the flow. I love
Yeah, yeah,
talking about football. That football to me is a passion. I just love
yeah,
to
yeah,
talk about it, and that's it. And all fairness, I could really go on for hours and hours and
yeah, yeah.
hours talking about
But you're
football.
polite as well, Anthony. Yourself and Manny are very polite, because
Yeah,
like some other people, they might not be as like, I know sometimes that my channel at the start, it's a little bit, it takes a while for me to get going, yeah. Whereas you and
yeah,
Manny, you're patient. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And I'm patient with other people when I go on their
yeah.
channels. I'm when I go on someone else's channel, I'm different because I'm a bit more laid back and relaxed and taking part. I'm not the one that's. But you and
Yeah.
Manny are nice because you're supportive and you come in and you kind of guide it in certain ways, but you're patient, because I know mine is a little bit. I know we're on air now, yeah, by the way, and everyone can hear me saying this, but I know mine is a little bit. It takes me a while to kind of warm up. I know it's not the most entertaining stream
Yeah,
ever, but
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
reactionary. You see, that's the thing. I'm not reactionary. I'm not shouting
yeah,
for Arteta's head when we lose to Newcastle. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? I'm not a
yeah,
reactionary YouTuber, and a lot of YouTubers are, and that's all well and good. Each
yeah.
to his own, but I'm not quite like that. I will just come on and
I'm
chat.
like that. To be honest with
I'm
you,
not
Dave, I'm
reactionary. Yeah, I don't flip out.
yeah. I sort of like it's like what you're saying is like a build up. You start off, and then when you go into 20 minutes, you think, right,
Yeah.
I've done 20 minutes. I'm building myself up now, and you
Mm,
gradually build yourself up. as long as the string goes on, you gradually build yourself up through
Yeah,
it. That's what I tend to do. I
but
normally
it's
tend to
relaxed.
build my
It's relaxed.
yeah, yeah,
Like I said, you and
and that's
Manny
what
are
I do.
polite as well. Yeah, it's like it
Yeah,
doesn't have to be all in 30 minutes and crammed in and like, like reactionary. It's more,
yeah,
and you give your time. You and
yeah.
Manny are a bit more, yeah, you're civilized. You're more polite with things. You're like, I know my channel at the times is, I'm not setting the world on fire. I get that, but it's okay. It's going along on its own way.
Well, yeah, it's each their own. I mean, everybody does things. Everybody does it different
Yeah.
context and things like this and
And
that.
everyone is allowed to have different opinions too. Yeah, like I mean, if anyone came on and had a different opinion to me, like you and me and Manny were a bit like-minded. Yeah, I think we're drawn to each other. But even if someone came on and like Kyle Walsh, he's explosive, he's reactionary, and I respect him completely.
Yeah,
Not just because he's Irish, because I respect him because he's an Arsenal fan and I respect his opinion. And when he comes on and he might have a differing opinion to me, I'm going to respect it. That's the main
yeah,
thing for me. Yeah, if someone comes on with an opinion, they deserve to be heard. If they're good enough to give their time,
yeah,
everyone's opinions are valid on mine, and I will
yeah,
sit back and make sure that things run. That everyone gets a chance to speak and give their opinion, whether it's the same as mine or
yeah,
different. It makes it because we're all Arsenal fans. We all
yeah.
can't agree on everything. You know what I mean? We're all Arsenal fans. At the end of the day, we're all Arsenal fans. So
Yeah.
even Liverpool or
It's
United
no,
come on, it's fine. I will respect that. They're
do you know what?
they're welcome.
I've never been on Del Boy show.
Me either.
Never been on it. But I tend to go. I tend to go on it, and I always have a laugh with Del Boy in the comments.
Mm, mm.
Do you know what I mean? So I normally I take the mick out of him
He's
sometimes
got a
in the
good sense
comments.
of humor. He's fun.
Yeah. And I do like Del Boy, and I've been meaning to go on
He's
there.
fun.
Sort of thing.
He
But
doesn't take
yeah,
life too seriously, I think, yeah. He's
yeah,
chilled.
yeah.
Laid back.
Chilled. Yeah, he sees it how it is, but that's what I like about people. You say it how it is. It's your opinion, and it's your opinion what counts.
Mm,
But it's like
mm.
when I tell people when the first time they come on my show, I say to them, "Look, what you got to say is your opinion, and that's it. But your opinion will be listened to, and it will be respected." And I always say
Yeah.
that
It's
to
not
new
going to become a
people.
shouting match, shouting over each other.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. That's
I
where
did
I
that.
can.
I did that once. I did that once, and I had some guys from South America. I think I told you they had their
Yeah,
own like channels, and then they had their own channel together. So they were individuals and also a collective. So they came on and they were just literally their English was atrocious, but that's beside the point. It led to maybe misunderstandings, but they were definitely being very forthright and direct, and it pissed off a lot of people on the stream. I was
yeah,
one of the calmer people, but it drove a couple of people on the stream up the walls. And after that, I decided, all right, the three of them were not coming on anymore because they weren't
yeah,
hearing anybody out. They were trying to force their beliefs and their opinions on other people and trying to outshout them. And after
yeah,
that, they never came on again because I told them straight, it's not going to run. I didn't like it because it wasn't what I wanted on my channel. I did not want people shouting above other people and muting other people's opinions by raising their voices above them. I did
yeah,
not want that. And that's what the three of them were doing. I
yeah,
didn't like it.
yeah,
It was very aggressive, yeah? And I could be the
yeah,
worst in the world if I wanted. My God, I'm Irish for God's sake. But I choose to be nice to
yeah,
people, and the least they could do
yeah,
is respect other people. I am what I am, they are what they are. But the way they
yeah,
were behaving, it was completely unnecessary. And I said, right, that's it.
yeah,
That's not going to run,
yeah.
lads. They're done.
I mean,
Gone.
you said it. Yeah, I can
It
understand
was
it because you said
horrible. It
that.
was just it was just disgusting, man. It was just everything was
Yeah,
wrong about it.
yeah,
And we
yeah,
weren't being nice to each other. They weren't being nice to everyone else. They were just being
yeah. No,
pig-headed. And I just couldn't. And
you said yourself.
they were being directly challenging and too much. It was like a debate.
Yeah, is
A debating channel. If you want to debate, go off and do that somewhere else. It was horrible.
I don't mind a debate, but
Mm.
let's keep it to a certain
Constructive.
level.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you know what I mean? Keep it to a
Yeah,
certain level.
yeah, yeah.
And what you said when you said you were Irish and this, I get it. My missus, I've told you
Mm.
before, her family from County Cork,
Yeah, yeah.
and it is I get it. I get all that, and yeah, I mean, lovely people, but like sort of like when you piss them off in one
Or
way,
brash. Can be
yeah,
brash, yeah.
yeah,
Direct. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Without knowing it, we come across as being a bit, a little bit
yeah,
full on. Yeah. direct.
Yeah.
But yeah, like these guys anyway, they were, and I was like, I was the person it was my channel, so I felt then like for the other people I felt bad because the way they had been spoken to was like the boys were just trying to get one over everyone else and accept my point, about Arteta. Some people liked him, some didn't, but they were just being, it was too much in the end. I just couldn't stomach it, man. Seriously. And I was nice, right? But I just told them, look, you're done. You know what I mean? Can't be coming on like that. Like, can't be coming on like that. I had to pull them to one side then as well a few times, like on the stream, and kind of be a bit like, guys, would you let the man speak? Yeah, you had yours say, let him as his. And I'm not there to do that. Like, they were just too much, man. So I told him then off camera, off air at the end that, look, thanks for coming on and see you next time. Yeah, there was no next time. But I was polite. That's how I handled it.
Yeah.
They were being offensive, man. They were offending people on the channel and they just couldn't. I felt responsible because I set up the stream. I invited them on. I felt some way kind of they were being too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They weren't being polite. I said, you and Manny are polite, man. You're polite. You're patient.
I'm just going to say, in literally, is going to be any second now. My phone is just going to go.
See you, man. See you later.
Honestly, I got 1%.
I'm going to close my eyes. Might as well just laugh.
I'm still here.
Gonosaurus is going to say goodbye to you anyway. He'll see you later.
All right. Bye, Gonosaurus.
Goodbye. He'll see you
This
later.
Could have been a Guinness. This could have been a Guinness.
Go off and clean his boots for the next game. He's going to take Nketiah's place.
Oh,
he's definitely better than him.
Oh, he's definitely better than him. Anything's better than Eddie Nketiah.
That's it, boy. Anything's better. All right, the countdown is on. Anthony's going to be leaving us, guys, any second now.
Any second.
If you want to say anything important to Anthony, knows the time.
Right. All I'm going to do, I'll shout out my show. If I could quickly shout out my show.
Yeah, please. Please.
Yeah. Basically, you can find me on Thursday nights on Football United TV, it's called. I use a show called Gunners from All Corners. And we get all Arsenal fan on there, all Arsenal content. We have a good laugh, a good crack. There can be times where we can have a debate, but we just keep that to a minimum, like we just said. And also, I do a show on Sunday called Premier League Weekend Show, where I bring on, I've got a sidekick with me called Billy. We're trying to bring on other guests, and we just talk all things Premier League, and that's it.
All right, there you have it, guys. Come out and support Anthony anyway. Yeah? And I'd like to thank you for coming on. Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said the last time, myself and Manny, you made the show what it is, and I mean that.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you coming on and giving your time. Yeah, and giving your time.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you to everybody for your support. Thank you to Anthony. Thank you to Manny. Thank you to everybody. And best of luck to everyone. Come on, you Gooners. Peace. See you next time, guys.